In this video, I will be taking a brand new account fresh off of Tutorial Island starting in Lumbridge all the way to the city of Elves, Prifddinas. To go from Lumbridge to Prifddinas, I'm following a specific route or guide that I've created that I've also put on the OSRS Wiki. So if you'd like to follow along on your own account, whether it be starting fresh or from wherever you are in the game, feel free to do so. This video will essentially serve as a companion to that guide that you can either just watch for fun or follow along with if you'd like. And while I of course can't include quite as much detail as is in that wiki guide, I will do my best during this video to show you guides and tutorials and examples of what I'm doing so that we can all have a fun time together. And of course this is a pretty long video, it's literally all the way from Lumbridge to Prifddinas, so sit back, relax, watch it in one sitting or in multiple, whatever floats your boat, and I think you're gonna have a good time. So without any further ado, welcome to an Ironman's guide from Lumbridge to Prifddinas. Well folks, here we are in the Lumbridge courtyard about to get started here. We just have the stuff from Tutorial Island and literally just level 1 in all of our skills except for HP of course. But it's time to get started here, so let's get started. We're gonna head up to the top of the Lumbridge castle first because the first thing that we need to do is bank everything from Tutorial Island. Alright, I'm just gonna move this bucket probably just down here and then move the pot as well, and then we should be all good. That's enough bank organization for now. Now back down here in the Lumbridge castle, we're gonna go ahead and start pickpocketing men. Now the reason that we're doing this is because we need some money, and not only are we going to get a little bit of money from these men, but we're also going to have a little bit longer term of a plan, and let me explain that here. There are going to be two main things that we focus on during the beginning of the guide here, and that is thieving and agility. Obviously we're starting with the thieving here on these men in Lumbridge, but eventually we're going to want to upgrade what it is that we're thieving so that we can get it all the way to level 50 and then also get our agility to level 50 so that we can get the rogue's outfit, which is an outfit that doubles the amount of money that you pickpocket from NPCs. And since we're going to be getting a lot of our money from pickpocketing in the early game, it only makes sense to literally double what it is that we're getting just by having this outfit equipped. Alright, we are absolutely cruising along with this thieving here. It's going very well, and the nice thing is we're kind of hitting two birds with one stone here, and what I mean by that is that we're getting experience to get to level 5 thieving, which we're kind of going for as our goal right now, but we're also getting a little bit of GP, which is good because we need to take a boat on over to our once we hit level 5 to steal some cakes. Oh gosh, now my HP is getting a little bit low here, but I'm not a hardcore, so I'm probably just gonna die on purpose so that I can just respawn right back here with 10 HP and keep going with the thieving. Yep, there we go, we're dead, and we're gonna end up in Death's office now in just a second. There we go. So let's just go through the dialogue options with him. He just tells us about the gravestones and how we have 15 minutes to get to it. But once we leave here, we are set to be back in Lumbridge. Very nice. Now we'll keep going with this pickpocketing here. I'm at level 2 now. I guess I might as well bury my own bones for some prairie experience, but anyway, but there's level 3. Very nice, that is good. We just need 2 more levels to get to 5. There is level 4, and after one more death here, we are now at level 5. Very nice, that is all we need to do here, and now we're good to actually head on over to our Doyne, and we're gonna take the boat from Rimington over there, which is a lot nicer than the White Wolf Mountain route, which I used to always take. I don't even know when the Rimington boat was introduced, but either way, that is definitely how we're gonna get there. All right, coming up on it now, we've got Captain Barnaby somewhere here. There he is, and we're gonna go ahead and head on over to our Doyne. Now that leaves us with 120 of our 150 original coins, which is just fine. We have plenty to do what we need to do in a little bit here, but of course the goal is to get more money throughout all this thieving, so let me go ahead and bank these coins really quick here, and now we can cozy on up to the baker here, get right on top of him, and just steal from his baker stall. That's the nice thing, is that normally you have to be really careful with the guards and the paladins and the other NPCs that stop you from stealing and will actually attack you if they catch you doing it, but luckily there's a tile just out of sight of all those NPCs that is actually just on top of the baker there that you can stand on in order to not get caught at all. And there is our first full inventory of cake and bread. Now you do get chocolate slices as well, but those are pretty much useless, so I dropped all of those. But the cakes will be a pretty decent food source for a while, and bread you need for some various quests in the game, so I'm keeping a few dozen of those. Ooh, very nice. There is level 10 thieving. We're going to 25 here. That's the main goal right now, at which point we'll move on to our next method of thieving, but this is going well. This is especially good for that food source like I talked about. And what I think I'm going to do here is keep 3 inventories of bread and cake and then switch to just cake, because I don't really need that much bread. I know you need like 10 for the Death Plateau quest and 1 for maybe the Holy Grail, something like that, but whatever it is, we shouldn't need too many loaves of bread. So here is inventory number 2 going into the bank, and this will be number 3. Now this is going to be plenty of cake for sure. After maybe 1 more inventory, I'll probably just go 1 inventory of just cake, but really we don't need a ridiculous ridiculous amount of cake either, because we're going to be solving food here in a little bit here, really in not too long, so it should be okay. Looking good at level 15 there, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Looking very good. Now, the real reason that I'm keeping this cake, the specific reason other than just having a general source of food, is so that I can have it take me through the Stronghold of Security. Now, the Stronghold of Security, if you don't know, is essentially a dungeon that gets progressively scarier and scarier as you go through it in terms of the monsters that are able to attack and potentially kill you. The first floor really isn't that scary. It's just got some minotaurs that are level 27 with the max hit of 3, and they're not even aggressive, so they're actually not going to do any damage to us unless we attack them first, which we just won't do. Next up, we've got some zombies on floor 2 that are level 53 at the highest and have a max hit of 5, and these guys are aggressive, so they will attack unprovoked. However, we of course do have 10 HP, so we won't have to worry too much about them. We just gotta not linger around for too long. Now, on the third floor, things get a little bit dicier with Table Pawn, as they can have a combat level of 68 and a max hit of 7, and these guys can attack with magic, so they can attack from a distance, which can cause a little bit more of a problem, but again, with our max HP of 10, we should be good as long as we eat our food correctly. And then lastly, on the fourth floor, we've got Enku, which have a combat level of 86 and a max hit of 8. There are some stronger ones on this level, but they're not actually aggressive, so these are really all we have to worry about. But like I keep saying, we have 10 HP, so we should be just fine. We just gotta not make any mistakes and not eat our food at the wrong times. All in all, it should be fine. We don't have that much to worry about, but once we get through it, we will be able to get our cash prize of 10,000 gold coins, which will be very, very nice to have to fund everything that we need for the next little while. But for now, we still have 5 levels of thieving left, so let's get through those quickly. Oh hey, what do you know? That is level 25. You love to see it. Very nice. Now we're all done with that, and we should be able to move on to our next method of thieving, for which we're gonna head on over to Hasidius. Alright, I've got my GP here. We're just gonna take Barnaby's ship on over to Remington, so kind of the opposite of what we did earlier, because over here in Port Sarim, we're gonna be able to talk to Vios and get on over to the Great Korend area. Then it's just a matter of running from Port Piscarilius on over to the town of Hasidius. Now, before we start the actual next thieving method, what I'm gonna do is come on over here to the kind of market area of Hasidius and trade Vanna over here and get myself some baskets. I'm just gonna buy 1 basket pack here because it's 100 GP and it gives 100 baskets, so it's technically 1 GP per basket, and that'll just help us a little bit during this next thieving method to make it a little bit easier and to help us in the long run for some farming stuff. Alright, I've got a big inventory here of 27 baskets and 1 inventory slot open, and we're coming on over here to these fruit stalls, and fruit stalls are just the worst. I don't like them at all, but unfortunately they do give a lot of experience compared to cake stalls or anything else that you can do, because they give 28.5 XP every time you steal from them, and you never fail, so you don't have to worry about pickpocketing other NPCs that you can fail sometimes, and unfortunately it's really the fastest method until about level 42.5 thieving, really 45, but we're gonna do a quest at 42.5 to get to 45. So here we go, let's spend some nice quality time here at the Hasidius fruit stalls. Now, the reason that I'm keeping all of those baskets is because there are 3 things in particular that we're gonna get here at the Hasidius fruit stalls, specifically apples, strawberries, and bananas, that can actually be put into baskets, which is helpful not only for conserving some inventory space and not having to drop things as often, but also because eventually we're gonna need baskets of all of these types of fruits to pay for our fruit trees as we grow them with the farming skill. It's really just one of those classic Ironman things that's a little bit of extra work now for a little bit of extra payoff later. Ooh, very nice. There is our first level officially from the fruit stalls. That is 26 thieving, and that's definitely a decent bit faster. Of course, I'm taking some time, like I said, to put these fruits in these baskets. However, I can definitely feel a big difference between these and the cake stalls that we were doing before. And actually, now that I think about it, like you can see here, there's no extra downtime between when I'm able to actually steal from the fruit stalls, because I'm either putting an apple, strawberry, or banana into the basket or dropping any of the other fruit in between the time it takes for the fruit stall to respawn its fruit. It's definitely a pretty solid way to do it. I don't have to spend any extra time dropping an entire inventory after I get it all ready, so I'm happy with it. Of course, like I said, I hate these fruit stalls really when it comes down to it because they're really boring, but it's definitely worth it to be here for the experience. Alright, it's been a fat minute now that I've been doing this, and I just hit level 30, and I just hit a full inventory of full fruit baskets as well. Let's take these back to the bank here and grab another set of baskets. And here we go, we're just right back to it. Ooh, a count check random event. That's good. I've got my authenticator and I'm all set up to get this lamp here. And you know what? I think I'm gonna put it on thieving. I would put it on herblore, but I can't do that because I haven't done the quest yet. And my second choice is is agility, but it only gives you times 10 of your current level, so that 320 experience in thieving was a lot better than the 10 experience that would have been in agility. Yeah, I think that was a good call. I think that was the right play. All right, there's level 35. That's just 7 levels left to go, or I guess 7.5, but basically it's we got to double our experience, because every 7 levels your experience actually doubles for what you need to get to the next multiple of 7. So it's a good time. That's why 92 is half of 99. But anyway, we keep going, and there's 40 looking very good. Now I actually ran out of baskets a little while ago, so I'm just getting my inventory full, keeping all of the Golovanova fruits and then dropping everything else. Golovanova fruits, or I guess these fruit tops is what they are, can actually be used in a pie to create botanical pies, which boost your herb lore by 4 levels guaranteed. You know, obviously it's a temporary boost, but it's a guaranteed level 4 boost, which is really, really good, because that's a lot better than the randomness of a spicy stew, you know, between -5 and +5, but we'll get to that at some point later. For now, it's just good to have them so that we can potentially use them later. Anyway, we're at 40 now, like I said, so that's very good. We have 2.5 levels left to go. There's 41, there is 42, and I believe with this one here, I should be able to drop everything in my inventory and have level 42.5. Let me just double check this number though. Yeah, no, we're good. We're cruising. We are 42.5. Let's get the heck out of here and never come back. My goodness. And now it is time to grab all of the cakes that we can fit in our inventory, home teleport back onto Lumbridge, grab our Ironman armor from Bodhi over here, and talk to good old Count Check, who will give us a one-time teleport on over to the Stronghold of Security, as long as we have an authenticator and a bank pin, which we do. Now, like we talked about earlier, there's technically nothing that can one-shot me here during the Stronghold of Security, but if for some reason I do end up getting hit 2/8 by the Anku and not get enough cake in, that might be a problem. So we'll just be as careful as we can as we're getting to that point now. Everything's good here on this first floor. Like I mentioned, there's only really the Minotaurs to worry about, and by worry about, I mean we have to just not click on them on accident and then not eat food, so really no problem here. Here we are at the reward room. We just got to go ahead and open up this casket or whatever it is, this chest here, and we get 2,000 of our 10k. And now here in the second floor, I'm going to go ahead and try to turn my run energy on at strategic times so that I end up getting past things quickly that are actually going to damage me. But luckily it looks like we're not even going to get hit. Maybe, oh yeah, just a 1. Very nice. Not too bad at all. The second floor's reward is another 3k if I'm remembering right. Yes, up to 5,000 GP. Very nice. And now this is where it gets a little bit spooky, because we can actually get hit 7s by the Katable pawn and we could potentially get stacked out. But again, I'm really not too worried about it because I've done this a lot of times before. But I don't know, for whatever reason, doing it at 10 HP always spooks me a little bit. I think we're going to be fine, but we'll see. Oh yeah, there's a 6 there. That was almost a max hit. That's okay. We're going to eat our cake and remain calm here. Now, actually, we do get the 10,000 GP, or at least the remaining 5k of the 10k over down here at the third floor. However, we obviously want to go deeper so that we can get those nice fancy boots. And it's a diary requirement later, so that's good too. But anyway, here we are coming up on the Anku here. This is where we can get hit 8s, which is a little bit spooky. That's 80% of our health, so that was a 3, not bad at all. And we probably won't get hit again, maybe, yeah, by that ghost. There's just a 2 and we are all clear. Not a problem at all, even though my heart races just the slightest bit every time that I do this at 10 HP, but we are okay. We are okay. Let's choose the fancy boots here. Of course, it's the only right option. And then we can go ahead and do the emotes for the actual diary. You just have to do the idea, the stamp, the flap, and then the head slap, and that is a medium task in the Varrock area. Very nice. Now we can just climb up this rope to get out of here, and we are all set to go ahead and move on to the next step in the plan. So I'm about to go do some shopping. I need to get a few things in order to start training our magic, and the reason that I'm going to start training our magic is because we need to make our way on over to Polnivnich eventually to work on our very first quest, which is the feud. Now the main thing that the feud is going to do for us is just get us that 15,000 experience that we still need in order to get from level 42.5 to 45 thieving, which will allow us to start blackjacking, which you also have to do the quest for. But anyway, both of those things are going to be important to do the feud for, but there's just one, or I guess technically 2 problems that we have to face in order to actually do the feud. These problems come in the form of 2 NPCs that we have to fight during the quest, namely the tough guy and the bandit champion. Now normally these wouldn't be too big of a problem, except for the fact that all we really have to fight them is 25 mage. To see why this might pose a potential problem, let's take a look at the tough guys and the bandit champion stats. The tough guy has a hit points level of 75 and a magic level of 80. Meanwhile, the bandit champion has 50 hit points and 0 magic. Now obviously hit points is an important stat because that's how much damage damage we actually have to do to the NPC to get it killed. However, in this case, the magic level of these NPCs is also very important because if you didn't know, a large chunk of an NPC's magic defense is actually derived from their magic level. And so, as you might have been able to tell here, the tough guy on the left is a little bit more of a problem than the bandit champion on the right. And the main reason for that, the real caveat here, is that if you don't kill the NPC within a certain amount of time, they just despawn. Foreshadowing. So the idea is that getting our mage to level 25 will hopefully be enough to actually get them killed before they despawn. Again, foreshadowing. But we'll have to see. So the first thing that we need for our little shopping trip is going to be over at Zaf's Staffs, and it's just going to be a normal staff of air. And then next, if I don't get killed by this guy, we're going to go on over to Aubrey's rune shop. I'll just shut him out here, and we'll buy some runes. What we're getting here mostly is mind runes and earth runes, but we are going to get some water and fire runes as well, as the mind and earth runes are going to be for magic training, and the water and fire runes are mostly just going to be for teleporting, which we can't technically do yet, but we'll do eventually once we have the magic level for it. Perfect, looking good. Let's head on over to the actual place where we're going to be training our magic, which is going to be the Edgeville dungeon. Just down here, we're going to go ahead and grab a key from this kind of roundabout area over here. We have to go in a little clockwise circle for a second, run past some skeletons and hobgoblins, and grab ourselves this brass key right here. This is going to allow us to get back in from the Varrock entrance, which is just south of the Grand Exchange, rather than having to run all the way to Edgeville every time and go through this whole little dungeon area. Then we're just going to set ourselves right up here, eat our cake so that we don't die, and kill some hill giants. That's what we're actually going to be fighting down here. Now, I did mention that we're killing these hill giants mainly for magic experience to do the feud, but also we do want their big bones. That's for something down the road that we'll talk about later, but also I want you to know that we're killing these hill giants specifically over other things because they have a 25% earth weakness. This means that both our damage and accuracy against these hill giants when we're using earth spells is going to be increased by 25%. So of course the goal is to be able to start using earth strike as soon as we can. Hey, very nice. There is magic level 2. Now of course this first hill giant is going to take a while to die just because we're using level 1 magic spells against it, which is the air strike. But I'm kind of curious to see how many mage levels we get here from just this one hill giant. We already have 2, and I would guess we're getting closer to 3. Yep, there's level 3 magic. Very nice. Hill giant's about 60% dead. And there is level 4. You love to get 3 levels from one single hill giant. Very nice. All right, now this bad boy is dead. We're good to go ahead and take his big bones, which is nice. Ooh, and an iron kite shield as well. That's actually our best in slot now. Not bad at all. We'll go ahead and get started on another giant here. There's level 5 magic as well as level 5 combat. Very good, very good. Ooh, very nice. There is level 9 magic, which means that we can now cast the earth strike spell. So we're going to start doing that, which not only gives us a higher max hit in general from getting that level, but also because we get that 25% accuracy and damage increase. Very nice. There we go. There is a full inventory of big bones as well as some other odds and ends, but let's go ahead and bank them just at the Varrock West Bank. Oh, nice. There's our first collection log on the account, a giant key. That's to fight Olbor, which we probably won't do for a little while, but oh dang, I've kind of been on autopilot, not realizing that we're getting so high with our magic level. There is level 20. All right, here's another full inventory of stuff, and there we go. There is 25 magic. As you can see, our chat box is just full of levels right now, mostly magic, combat, hit points, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, we're cruising, dude. We're doing very well. I'm just gonna kill this last hill giant, probably grab these coins off the ground and the big bones, and we'll get out of here. All right, now I have banked everything, and I think we are ready to go ahead and start the feud quest. We've just got to go talk to Ali Morrisane, and he'll send us off to Polnivnich to get going with the actual quest. Once we get this quest done, we'll be able to head on over to Polnivnich at any time we want and start blackjacking for some money. And we're really only going to do that from 45 to 50 thieving for now because that's what we need to get the rogue's outfit. But anyway, let's go ahead and talk to Ali Morrisane right here and get the quest started. Now, when it comes to questing, I'm not a huge lore guy. I kind of just click blue and spam the spacebar, so I'm not crazy into knowing what's going on during the quest. So don't expect a ton of lore out of me in this video, but my understanding from this quest is that it's like some feud going. I mean, of course it's called the feud, but some feud going on between some bandits and some thugs for whatever reason. So now that we're here in Polnivnich, let's go ahead and actually get started with the meat of the quest. And honestly, it's only fitting that for our first quest that we're doing on this account, we have to get someone drunk to get some secrets out of them. That is classic RuneScape. We'll go ahead and buy some camels here. We'll pickpocket some villagers. We'll even go on a little jewel heist here. And now here we are about to fight the tough guy, but before we do that, let me show you a little bit of strategy as to how I'm going to actually go about doing this. Right here you can see a top-down view of the tent that's right next to where the tough guy will spawn, and what we're actually going to do is bring him inside of the tent and save safe spot him on one of the chairs in the middle, so I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. This will be a good lesson not only for the quest in general, but also just how safe spotting works. So what's going to happen is we're going to be just north of this tent here, and the tough guy is going to spawn right next to us. If we can correctly move around this way to get behind the chair on the left there, then the tough guy will stay right outside of the tent. Then we just have to move on over to the right side a little bit and have the tough guy position himself on the other side of the chair opposite to us. Then we can go ahead and start attacking him, because there are certain items in the game that you can shoot over that don't impede ranged or magic attacks, and luckily these chairs fall into the category of things that you can shoot over, and so we're all set once we get everything in position. But let's go ahead and actually see what it's going to look like here in action as the actual movements happen with the tiles and everything in the game. Once the tough guy spawns, I'm going to go ahead and run immediately to that left chair that we talked about, and you can see he's kind of doing a dance over there to get inside as we move on over to the right side. It happened a little bit quicker than the demonstration, of course, because that's just how fast things move in the game, but generally that's how it works, and now we're ready to fight him. Alright, one dead tough guy coming up here. Let's see how this goes. Now, I have done this on multiple accounts around this same magic level, and what I've seen kind of based on my own anecdotal evidence, it seems like it's about a 50% chance that you kill him before he despawns. So we're gonna have to see how this goes here. It might take a couple of attempts, but from what I remember, I think it's about 100 mind runes per attempt before he actually despawns. So let's see how this goes. Okay, this is a lot of splashing that we're doing here. We're not really getting a ton of damage in. Oh dear goodness gracious. Okay, he's about halfway dead now. We're looking a little bit better, but we've also used like 70 mind runes here. I just really don't want him to despawn. Oh no. Okay, he despawned, but I'm going again. I have 100 mind runes. Surely it works this time. He despawned again. Okay, I went and pickpocketed some guards to get some more money over in Varrock to buy more runes, and we're gonna try this again, and I'm guessing that it'll work this time. I don't know, it all just depends on the RNG, but I'm feeling good about this one, surely. Ooh, very strong start here. We're like 25 runes in, but we've already done like 30% of his health. Very nice. Oh, come on, he's so close. Please kill him. Oh, I think that was the hit. Yes, there we go, dude. Good stuff. All right, looking good, dude. Very, very nice. Now, we just gotta fight the bandit champion, and luckily he has 25 less health and 0 magic levels, so he shouldn't have any problem with it. Really, we just gotta make sure to get him into position correctly, so let's make sure that we do that. All right, the bandit champion has spawned. He can hit a little bit hard, so I gotta eat my... Oh my goodness, that's a 9. What the heck? All right. Cake is in the system. We're looking good here. Now, we've got to corner him on this bar stool here, kind of like this. There we go. Perfect. He is in position. That's the way that you have to do it for this guy, because you can't shoot over the table, and for some reason, there's some corners that things can't go past when you're standing next to them adjacently, so I don't know all the coding behind it, but for whatever reason, this one works. So if you're following along, be sure to get him on that tile, and you stand on this tile. But as you can see, just as I've been blabbering here, he's almost dead, so we're cruising along with this one. Really, it's no problem at all. For some reason, he's just got 0 magic level, so we don't have to worry about his defense being stronger like the other guys, so that's very nice. That's very nice for us. Oh, I forgot. Looks like he kind of runs away at the end of the fight. I guess he gets scared or something, but anyway, we've defeated him. That is good. We get a free adamant scimitar out of it, which is very nice. We talked to the mayor really quick, and then we talked to Ollie Morrisane here, and we finished the quest. Looking good, dude. Very nice. All right, I've gone ahead and dumped everything in the bank except for my coin stack and my blackjack, because it's time to come back to Polnivnich for some good old blackjacking. You'll love to see it. Now, I know that a lot of people hate blackjacking. It's kind of got a bad reputation, but it's really not as bad as people make it out to be. So I'm going to show you how I go about blackjacking, how I know when to click on the right thing at the right time and whatnot, and I think you'll hate it a little bit less, hopefully, than you currently do. So what we're doing first is buying a bunch of wines from the barman over here, the bartender, whatever his name is, because we specifically need a type of food or drink that when we consume it is not going to leave an empty inventory space in our inventory. And I'll explain why that is in just a second here, but for now, let's head on up to the north side of the town here, because at 45 thieving, the type of bandit that we can pickpocket here is the bearded one, like you can see right about here. There we go. Looks like there's one with a beard right here. Let's go ahead and right click and lure him on over to this building over here. It might take a couple of tries before he agrees to follow us, but then he will on over to this building right over here, and we just got to have him follow us, and we'll get him right inside of here, and then we'll close the curtain so that he doesn't end up getting out after we've started pickpocketing him. And before you officially get started, make sure your left click option is set to pickpocket on the bandit. All right, with all of that out of the way, let's get to some actual blackjacking. I will show you the 4 very, very simple steps to blackjacking. The first step is just to right click the bandit and position your mouse over the knockout button. Then we're going to click the knockout button and move our mouse back on up to the bandit bandit. Then once you see an XP drop, left click on the bandit to pickpocket him. Then once you see another XP drop, go ahead and left click, right click, starting the cycle over. Let's watch that again. We're gonna go ahead and right click, then we're gonna click knockout. Once we see the XP drop, left click. Once we see the next XP drop, left click and start over again. Now some people love the slow motion thing, some people hate it, so let me stop it and just show it to you in real time. I'll just play this clip over and over so you can see exactly what's happening. Really, the only thing that you need to watch out for as far as timing goes is just watching for when those XP drops happen. That's really all you need to do. I've done blackjacking for hours and hours and hundreds of hours probably over the course of all of my accounts, and I still just always watch for those XP drops. As soon as I see it, I do the next step and everything works. But Mootrius, what if I fail the knockout and he starts attacking me? Also, you're so handsome. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me answer your question though. If you do fail the knockout, all you have to do is do the first left click like you normally would have right around the time the XP drop would have happened, because for some weird spaghetti code reason, if you have a full inventory, that's why we need this type of food specifically, then attempting to pickpocket him after failing a knockout attempt will just stop him from attacking you. And then you just move back on up to the top again, starting with the right click and the knockout again. When you do get into the rhythm, it really is pretty easy to feel out when that first XP drop would have happened. And from there on, it's really just smooth sailing, and I don't know, just watch the part of the video again with the slow motion or the explanation if you need to. But really, there you go. There is your crash course in blackjacking. Hopefully it seems a little bit less daunting to you now and you feel like you can go do it yourself. Wow, yeah, that is pretty easy. Also, you're so handsome and I'm definitely subscribing. Oh my goodness, you are just too kind. Anyway, let's get back to the video, you goof. I think I just hit level 46 thieving. Oh wow, I just hit level 46 thieving. And there is level 47, level 48, level 49, and level 50. Beautiful. So let's go ahead and teleport on back to Lumbridge so that we can make our way on over to Drainer Village, where we can start getting on to the next step in the plan, which is getting 50 agility. Just as a reminder, we need 50 agility so that we can get the rogue's outfit to double what it is that we end up pickpocketing from NPCs in order to solve the money problem of just needing money to do stuff in the early game. And for this agility, we'll be running rooftop agility courses, which are found throughout the game. The first one that we're going to start at being the Drainer Village rooftop agility course. Back in the day, you used to have to go all the way to the gnome stronghold to start agility from levels 1 to 10, but after an update that happened a little while ago, the Drainer course is actually available at level 1. This is the course that we'll be running up until level 20, at which point we'll move on to the Al-Kharid course. Luckily, this course is also very easy to get to, as it's just east of Lumbridge, and it'll give us a little bit more XP per hour than the Drainer course will. We'll be running this one until level 30, at which point we'll move on to the Varrock agility course, which is luckily also very easy to get to, as it's just a walk north of Lumbridge. As you may have expected, this course is a little bit better than the previous course in terms of XP per hour, and we'll be doing this one until level 40, but at level 40 we run into a little bit of a problem because that's when we need to go to the Canifis course. The Canifis rooftop agility course is a great one for a few reasons, the first one being that of course it's higher XP than the Varrock one, but also because it gives us a lot of marks of grace, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Let's get back to that problem that I mentioned earlier though. The problem is that in order to get to the Canifis rooftop course, you have to be able to have access to Mauritania, and to do that we're going to need to do a quest called the Priest in Peril quest, and in order to do the Priest in Peril quest we're going to have to do even more quests to get ready for it. But we'll go more into detail about that later. For now, just know that we're stuck for the next little while running on top of rooftops getting some agility experience. Alright, we are about to finish up our very first lap of the Drainer course here, which is great because that is going to get us level 2 agility. Looking good. You know, agility's not like my least favorite skill, but I'm definitely not like the biggest fan of it. I don't know, I really like the Sepulcher, for example, which is going to be fun to get to eventually, but I don't know, rooftops aren't like my absolute favorite thing, so I don't know, we'll get to 50 of course as soon as we can as we're doing this here, and we'll start on with collecting a bunch of marks of grace, which should spawn in the next lap or two, I'm guessing, and what I'm hoping is that we'll get enough marks of grace to buy the top and bottom for the graceful outfit, because we definitely won't be able to buy the whole thing by the end of this 50, but we'll have to see exactly how far we get. And yep, there is the mark of grace collection log, very nice, and there is the actual mark of grace, perfect, that is our first one, very nice, that is our, I guess that's our second clog like I mentioned earlier. We got that giant key, but now we've got 2, very cool. Nice, this goes pretty fast. In the middle of lap 3 we got level 5 agility, there's level 10 right at the end of lap 10, and then there's level 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, very nice. Let's make our way on over to the Al-Kharid course now so that we can start over there. Alright, here we go, let's get some Al-Kharid going. Now this course, of course, is going to take a little bit longer than the time that we spent at Drainer, just because we're going from 20 to 30 rather than 1 to 20, so at least I think it will. I'm assuming it will anyway. So here we go, let's do it. All right, a little bit of time since the last clip there is level 25. We're about halfway there in levels, but of course in experience we're not. And we've got 10 marks of grace so far. That's honestly not as many as I thought we would have by this point, but I don't know. I think what I want to do is go until, you know, once we get to Canifis, is go until we get to level 50 agility or until we get 115 marks of grace, which is how many we need to get the top and bottom of the graceful outfit. I think that makes sense to do just because, you know, like when I'm doing questing a lot of the time on accounts, I like to wear the top and bottom and then just have my weapon and my defender and like a Nada's not helm and other stuff in the other slots like Barrows gloves and things like that. So it doesn't need to be filled with graceful necessarily, especially with the changes they made to run energy at the beginning of 2025. Plus I definitely want to have a decent amount of marks of grace being used for stamina potions for Amelie's crystals, you know, but we'll figure that out as we go. I'm not sure exactly. I think we'll go toward that 50 or the marks of grace, whatever's later, and we'll do it that way. All right, this should be the last obstacle until level 30. There we go. Very nice. I'm gonna finish this lap, of course, and then we'll head on up to Varrock. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I really hate the Varrock course. I think there's two reasons for it. The first reason being that it's just not that much more experience than Al Kharid. I've actually got the wiki pulled up here, and at Al Kharid it's 12,000 experience, and Varrock is 14,000 experience per hour. So that means it's only 2,000 more experience per hour, and I just don't like the feeling of that. I don't like feeling that it's barely better for some reason. I don't know. It just really gets to me. And then also because, oh gosh, I just fell, but also, well, partially because you fall. That's another reason actually in and of itself. But then also just because it's a longer course and it feels like it just takes longer. I don't know. I think it's mostly mental, like the mostly a mental block for why I don't like it. But I don't know. Luckily, we're not here for that long. So that, oh my gosh, I just fell again. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I hate this course. I hate it. I am not a fan. Anyway, I don't know. It's just not my favorite. But of course, we're gonna do it. Like we're not gonna not do it. Even that extra 2K experience an hour is gonna be better than just staying at Al Kharid. So here we go. Here's the end of our first lap. Very nice. That is also a medium task in the Varrock area, so that's good. And here we are 10 laps in, looking good. There is 20, 30, and now we are on 40, looking very good. And I don't know, I feel like the marks of grace are picking up a little bit in terms of speed, which is good. I do love to see that. And something that's interesting about marks of grace is that once we get on over to the Canifis course, they actually bump up by a lot in terms of how many we get per hour. Here at the Varrock course per hour, you get around 9 or 10 marks of grace, but at the Canifis course, you get around 17 per hour, which is a really big increase. And something that's actually really interesting about agility courses is that normally after 10 levels of being at that agility course, like the Varrock course, for example, which you unlock at level 30, if you continue to do the Varrock course past 10 levels after you unlock it, so that would be 40 and above here at Varrock, then marks of grace start spawning at a lot lower of a rate. So that's normally how it works, but at Canifis, because of a weird coding error that they never fixed, the number of marks of grace never go down. And so later in the guide, when we're working on 50 agility plus, we're actually not going to move on to the Falador course, but rather we're going to stay at Canifis until level 60, because that's just the way that it works for getting the most marks of grace, even though it's a little bit less XP per hour. It's just a weird coding thing, like an error that they put in that never got fixed, that the marks of grace don't go down at Canifis ever. So it's kind of a fun thing that we can take advantage of. But anyway, that's enough random RuneScape history. Let's keep going here at the Varrock course, get that finished up, and then get toward unlocking Mauritania to actually get over to the Canifis course. All right, with our 87th lap of the Varrock course here, we're going to finish up level 40. Very nice. There it is. I'm very glad to be done with this course. That's very nice. Now, of course, we have to get on over to Mauritania, like I said. So let's talk a little bit about how that's going to happen. I mentioned before that in order to get access to Mauritania at all, we have to do the Priest in Peril quest. And that's totally doable, of course, but there is one thing stopping us from doing it right now, and that is the Temple Guardian. There are actually a couple of NPCs that we have to fight during the Priest in Peril quest, but the Temple Guardian poses the biggest problem, because as far as our skills go right now, really all that we have to kill it, all that's not level 1 right now, is magic. And normally that would be fine because we've killed hill giants and we've done fine with that, and this isn't really much stronger than a hill giant at all, except for the fact that it's just straight up immune to magic. So I brainstormed a few different ways that we could solve this problem, and the first thing that came to mind was completing the Waterfall quest. By completing the Waterfall quest, we would be able to skip from levels 1 attack and strength all the way to levels 30 attack and strength, which would make killing the Temple Guardian super easy, barely an inconvenience. So let's do it. There's nothing stopping us from doing that quest, so let's go ahead and get her done. Now we do need some rope for this quest, and we're going to buy that from Ned over here in Draenor Village. I'm just going to buy whole inventory and use it for later quests as well. Then we're just going to take Barnaby, ship on over to Ardoin, and then we'll go ahead and make our way on up to Almera's house over at the top of Backstorian Falls, except first we're gonna walk right past it because we want to go on over to Barbarian Assault first. And that's because by coming on over to Barbarian Assault and talking to Captain Kane, we can unlock the Barbarian Assault minigame teleport. We've just got to talk to him and say let's skip the training, and then we'll be able to use that teleport. And this is good just because once we have this unlocked, we can just teleport straight here rather than walking all the way back from the Tree Gnome Village later as we're going about doing this waterfall quest. There's a couple more tips in this quest that I have for you that I'll talk about, but that's the first of them, is getting that teleport unlocked. So now we can come on over to Almera and actually start the quest here. And my next tip has to do with getting out of the maze once we go through the Tree Gnome Village maze to get to Golry over here. Once we've talked to him and are on our way out here, what we could do is just get up this ladder and then go straight back out of the maze the way that we came in it. Or we could just go deeper into the maze and talk to King Bolrin over here starting the Tree Gnome Village quest, because by doing so we unlock the ability to follow Elkoi in and out of the maze so we don't have to go through it anymore. And then for my last tip of the quest, we're on over here at the actual tombstone, Glariel's tombstone, and we're going to go ahead and head underground. And really this tip is just that you can drop all of your runes or any other equipment that you have that you can't take inside of the tomb, and then pick it up as soon as you get back out. It shouldn't despawn as long as you're quick enough. Now luckily we're doing this quest with greater than 14 HP, which is really good because these Moss Guardians can hit up to 14. But since we have 18 HP, we're all set to not worry about that. And let's see how much this one's going to hit me for up here. Oh goodness gracious, that was a 14. That means we would have been dead. So that's good that we're not doing this at 14 HP. That is a good thing. So let's go ahead and search this tomb and get the, the urn here. And I guess one more tip is that you can aggro these skeletons and zombies down here if you don't want to worry about the Moss Guardians. But anyway, let's get out of here, grab our stuff from off the ground, and head into the last part of the quest with the fire giants and actually get it done. And really for this part, as well as the Moss Guardians, you just want to make sure that you have enough cake to be able to eat through any of the damage that they do to you. But if you're following the guide, then you have over 14 HP, you should be just fine and there really shouldn't be any problems. But anyway, let's go ahead and use these runes on these pillars here, and then we'll use Glariel's urn on the chalice here, and we have finished the quest. Very, very nice. That gives us a lot of experience into the attack and strength skills, getting us all the way to level 30 in both of those, and 24 combat. That's wild. Now what I'm doing here next is going on over to Edgeville so that I can actually get up to the Mage Bank in the wilderness, because I'd really like to buy some law runes from there so that we can start teleporting to Varrock, since we do have at least level 25 magic. Honestly, I'll probably just buy, I think probably 50 here is what I'll do from Lundale over here, and that'll come really in handy, especially when we're doing the Priest in Peril quest here in just a minute. However, before we do that, we need to home teleport back to Lumbridge so that we can do the Rune Mysteries quest. Really, the only reason we're doing this quest right now specifically is so that we can get access to the Rune Essence mine, as we're going to need 50 Rune Essence to actually do the Priest in Peril quest. But luckily, this quest is also pretty well benefited by the fact that we can teleport to Varrock, because we need to take a package on up to Aubrey over there as part of the quest. So let's go ahead and do that, and we will get ourselves a nice set of research notes from Aubrey over here. And since I don't have a teleport to Lumbridge and my home teleport's on cooldown, I'm just going to let a guard kill me over here to get a free teleport to Lumbridge. And now we should be all good to head back to the Wizard's Tower once we bank really quick and finish the quest. Very nice. There is Rune Mysteries done, and now we can go ahead and mine 50 Rune Essence. You'll love to see it. Oh my goodness gracious, this takes a long time. A level 1, I guess now level 2 mining, but yeah, it's very, very slow. Here goes our second inventory here. All right, let's talk to King Rold here and we'll get this quest officially started. Now, the first of these 2 fights in the quest is going to be that Temple Guardian that we talked about earlier, but luckily he's kind of a pushover with our combat stats now, having finished the waterfall quest, so we should be all good. We just might need to eat a cake or two, and we're using that adamant scimitar from the feud quest, which actually is coming in handy very well right here. But anyway, we're doing well. Everything's going just fine. We ate 1 cake and we've got 1 dead dog. Very nice. Now, the second fight in this quest is actually a little bit harder, just in terms of how much damage the Monk of Zamorak can do to us here. Oh gosh, maybe I should have brought more than 7 cakes. Actually, oh gosh, you know what? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Oh no, cool. This is ending up just fine. We should be good. There we go. He is dead and we've got the golden key. Now here's the part where we have to give him a bunch of rune essence, and I could have brought 25 in one inventory and kind of juggled stuff around for the other parts of the quest, but I figured since I have access to the Varrock teleport, I'd just do it in 3 inventories, so it's not that big of a deal. We're just gonna do it that way here. Here comes the second inventory for him, and here is the last one. And once we've given him this, he gives us a little speech and a Wolfbane dagger, and then we have officially finished the quest. Very nice. And now we can just walk straight through this portal and get to Mauritania. Here we go. We are here officially, and I suppose it's time to just head straight to Canifis and start working working on some agility. Oh joy. Now to come back to those marks of grace that we were talking about earlier, I want to talk a little bit about why it is that I'm probably only going to stick with the top and bottom of the graceful outfit rather than going for the entire thing. I don't really understand all of the math behind it, but there was a big change at the beginning of 2025 that made it so that run energy depletes less quickly, and there's something about the math and the stuff and the blah blah blah. I don't know, if there was like some super smart version of me that liked math and thought it was fun, then I'd explain to you why it is that we don't really need the full graceful outfit, but unfortunately that's not the case. Hi, hello, I am a super smart version of Mootrius that likes math and thinks it's fun. Basically, here's what happened. At the beginning of 2025, there was a big update to run energy and how it depletes, and now it is based off of your agility level rather than just weight. These dotted lines that you can see here are the amount of run energy that you would lose per tick back before the update was made. As you can see, they're flat or static and they don't really change based on your agility level. But then at the beginning of 2025, they put an update into the game that made it so that the formula changed based on your agility level. So now we have these solid lines here that represent the fact that the higher your agility level is, the slower your run energy depletes. But anyway, that's it for me. Back to dumb Mootrius. Anyway, like I was saying, we're just gonna stick with the top and bottom because basically graceful isn't nearly as important anymore. So we're just gonna be sticking with the top and bottom of the graceful outfit. Honestly, that'll be nice too because it'll give us more of our marks of grace to be able to use for amylase crystals to make stamina potions. And especially since extended stamina potions were released into the game not too long ago, I'm really excited to get my hands on some stamina potions as soon as possible. So that's what we're gonna do, and for now it's just running some rooftops here in Canifis until we have level 50 agility. My goodness. Well, I was trying to decide exactly what it was that I was going to show you as far as the the whole agility thing that I'm doing here at Canifis goes, and in the end I just decided to show you the last lap here. I'm on 265. This has taken a few hours for sure. I haven't been paying like super close attention to it, but I'm guessing it's between like 4 and 6 hours, something in there. So it's been a great time. I've been having a lot of fun, and by that I mean it's been a not great time and I haven't been having a lot of fun, but you know, sometimes we got to do what we don't want to do to be able to do what we do want to do. So we've been running some laps, and boy oh boy has it been in time. Oh, I'm blind, I already hit it. There's 50 agility. Okay, I thought it was going to be at the end of the lap, but you know what, I've kind of been thinking here for a second. I just realized we got to keep going because we don't have 115 marks of grace yet. Let me hold on, let me keep going and I'll see you in 4 marks of grace. All right, coming up on mark of grace 115 here. Very nice. That was just a few more laps, so let's finish up this last lap right here, and then we're just going to teleport straight on over to the Birthorpe Games Room so that we can get over to the Rogue's Den and start doing what it is that we need to do here as far as buying the graceful as well as going for the Rogue's outfit. Here we go. All right, here is Grace. We can go ahead and trade her and get ourselves 1 graceful top and 1 graceful legs. Very nice, dude. That is very good. That is very good. We are looking very fancy in our new graceful outfit, at least the top and bottom, so that is great. I'm really happy about that. That's good. But for now, we do have to throw it in the bank because you can't take anything into the Rogue's Den minigame. And before we actually go in, we got to talk to Brian or Richard over here, and he'll tell us about the actual minigame. And now we're good to get started. Here we go. I don't love this minigame, I'm not gonna lie, or this course, whatever you want to call it. So hopefully it goes well. Hopefully we don't not get a piece on our first run. All right, we did not get a piece on our first run. We got a rogue kit. That sucks. Oh man, no piece on our second run either. No way, none on our third run either. No, dude, no shot. Nothing on the 4th run either. What in the world? I guess I'll take a chisel. My goodness, dude, surely the 5th run has to have something, please. Oh my gosh, no. Oh, finally, yes, a rogue's equipment crate. That was run number 6, dude. What the heck? There is our lovely rogue mask. You'll love to see it. Ooh, the back-to-back for number 7. There we go. There is our rogue's equipment. We're gonna do the top here. I'm just going straight down the down the list there. Sigh, nothing on number 8. Dude, nothing on number 9. We're 2 for 9 now. What in the world? Bummer, dude. Okay, 3 for 10. That's okay. We can keep going. We can do this. There are our trousers. Come on, number 11, baby. Don't let me down. Yes, very nice. A rogue's equipment crate. That is our boots. Looking very good. Oh, yes. Back 3 back for the final piece of equipment here. And we've got the rogue gloves. That is beautiful. And now through the power of editing, we find ourselves straight on over to Polnivnich getting ready for some blackjacking. We did the thing. We got the rogue's outfit, and now we're doing one of our 2 money makers that we're going to be doing here. I'll show you the second one in just a minute. But yeah, it feels good. I'll tell you what. I mean, every time we're pickpocketing this guy here after we knock him out, we're getting 80 GP every single time. Normally, we only get 40 GP per pickpocket, but because of the rogue's outfit, it has that 100% chance to double the loot, and we're just cruising. We're doing very well. You can see our money's going up. I don't know if you can really see it visually, but it's going up better than faster than it was before, which is very good, and we're a big fan of that. But probably what I'm going to do here is spend the majority of my time getting to 60 thieving, which is the next step in the guide, doing this blackjacking, and then spend a little bit of time at AFK wealthy citizens, which is the next method that I'm going to show you. All right, there is 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58 thieving. Very nice. Now let's get on over to Varlamore and I'll show you what we're going to do with the wealthy citizens. But really quick, in order to get on over to Varlamore, we have to start and complete the Children of the Sun quest. Very nice. Now over here in Varlamore, in Civitas Illifortis, I'm going to show you the actual process to pickpocketing the wealthy citizens, and it looks like it's actually happening right now. Essentially what happens is these kids distract the wealthy citizens, and then at that point for about 20 seconds, you can automatically, uninterrupted, guaranteed pickpocket the wealthy citizens. Now you'll see in my inventory here, I've got some coin pouches that I'll open up for coins in just a second, as well as a couple of house keys here. And those keys essentially are for breaking into their houses and stealing a bunch of their valuables and selling them for money, which we'll talk about in a second here. But really that's it. It should happen right. There we go. And he says, check out these moves. The other guy says, what's all the commotion about? And then we just pickpocket him. It's that simple. You can definitely pickpocket the NPCs in between these distractions, but it really sucks. They're pretty hard to pickpocket as far as success rates go. So I and most people just tend to pickpocket them AFK as the distractions actually happen. But anyway, let me get to level 59 here. I'll just do some AFKing and then I'll show you what the actual house part looks like. Okay, we just need one more distraction here and then we should get to level 59. There's the distraction and there's level 59. Very nice. Now let me show you the house part. Right here you can see the main area in Varlamore, the main city, that is Civitas. And out of all of these houses, these three are the ones that we're paying attention to. At any given point in time, one of the wealthy citizens that lives in one of these three houses is going to be away from their house, giving you an opportunity to break in and steal their valuables. Whichever house is unoccupied, the door will be closed, so you'll just need to go over there with your house keys and break in. Alright, I found the house that's unoccupied, so I'm just going to break in by clicking on the door, and then I'll click on one of the wardrobes or treasure chests or whatever it may be to actually start stealing from them. And now you can see here in my inventory next to my cash, you can see that we've got 44, now 45 valuables that we've stolen from this and the previous houses that I've done. Now every once in a while your chat box will say you notice something shine somewhere else in the house, and one of the things that you can steal from will have an arrow on top like this. Be sure to click on that thing that the arrow's pointing to as quickly as you can, because if you get over there in time, you get a big chunk of experience as well as a big stack of valuables that you can add to what you have. Sometimes you'll get a message like this saying you can't spot anything else worth taking from the chest or the wardrobe or whatever it is, just move on to something else. And then also watch your chat box or listen to your game sounds for a whistle that says you hear someone outside spot the owner coming back. This signifies that you've got a few seconds to break out the window that's nearby, and then you can just move on to the next house and keep going. If you hang out near one of the other houses and it doesn't seem to have anything happening, like the owner's not leaving, then you'll just know to move on over to the third house, because the same house will never be unoccupied twice in a row. And that's pretty much it. As far as that goes, you just steal all the valuables that you want, and then once you're ready to get some money for them, just come on over here to the West Bank in Civitas and talk to this dodgy character here, go through some dialogue with her, and then you'll be able to sell your valuables for 55 GP a piece. And that's it. That's how you do wealthy citizens and their houses, and that's pretty much it. That's how it goes. But anyway, in the chat box here you can see that we got level 60 thieving. We're cruising there. We're all done with that. I'm just gonna go ahead and sell some of these extra valuables, like these gold necklaces and rings and whatnot that I got, over to the general store here. And now we've got a whopping 211k. Holy cow, I haven't really been paying attention to how much money we have, but that's pretty solid. That is really pretty good. And we've been spending some good time over here on the continent of Varlamore, or I guess Zaya, but now it's time to head back to the mainland. Moving on to the next part of the guide here, what we're going to be working toward is getting Moonlight Moth mixes unlocked. And it all starts with some crafting. So what we're doing is we're heading on over to the charter ship just on the south docks of Port Surim, and we're going to charter on over to Catherby. And the reason for this is because there's some charter crew members in Catherby as well that you can trade. And in classic Ironman fashion, we're buying out all of the buckets of sand and soda ash. And then we're going to use this deposit box that's right here to deposit everything after we buy it. Then we hop worlds, do it again, and do this until we have 800 soda ash and 800 buckets of sand. Now the reason for this update that they put the deposit box here is because of the sailing skill. Sailing got released to the game recently, and with that we got deposit boxes on all of the docks for people that are sorting their salvage as they go about doing the shipwreck salvaging activity. And I don't know know if Jagex intentionally did this for a buff for Ironman, but it is really very nice to be able to do this. And that's why it's not my least favorite thing to do anymore. I don't have to run back to the bank every time that I do this. I don't have to do it in Port Khazard or anything like that. I can do it here in Catherby, where there's a lot less competition for some reason for Ironman buying them out of stock. So this is great. I'm having an awesome time, honestly. We need to get 800 buckets of sand and soda ash, like I said. And while I'm doing this, let me take some time to explain exactly what it is that we're doing with this crafting and why it's going to feed into getting those Moonlight Moth mixes unlocked. This is the Hunters Guild over in Varlamore, and it specifically is going to be important for us going forward because it'll allow us to do Hunter Rumors once we hit level 46 Hunter, which is going to be the main method that we use to train our Hunter up to actually unlock Moonlight Moths. If you don't know, Hunter Rumors are essentially Slayer tasks for the Hunter skill where you have to go out and target a certain NPC, and what you're doing is hunting for a rare piece of the creature which you have a random chance to get. Now these Hunter Rumors can take you all over the map, which means that we need to have a reliable way to get around the map, and the way that we're going to do that is through unlocking fairy rings, which we have to do some crafting in order to do the quest to be able to do. And so we find ourselves on the docks. Now I've been doing this for a little while. Let me go check in the bank after this one how many I have. Okay, we're just under halfway there. We've got almost 400 of each. I honestly thought we'd have more. I'm not gonna lie, but we'll keep going. I don't know, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I still do hate this. I don't know, it's just the whole shopscape thing has never been my favorite thing. But anyway, let me keep going here and I will see you when we're all done with all 800 of each. Okay, I've done the math again, or I guess I looked at it again, and I think we're good with 788 apiece. So we're gonna go ahead and move on here. We've got everything that we need from what I can tell, and we're gonna go on over to Soul Wars, which is a really good minigame teleport to use, by the way, when you're trying to get to Edgeville. I definitely recommend it because you just end up right here in the Soul Wars lobby, and then you can just go to Edgeville straight through this portal, which is really nice. It's just such a good quality of life. But anyway, now let's get to actually turning all of these buckets of sand and soda ash into molten glass. And what I've specifically done here is bought enough of each of these two supplies to go ahead and get 31 crafting, which is what we need for Lost City, to just do the molten glass all the way to level 31 rather than having to blow it into other products. And the reason that I'm doing this, if you're following along in the guide for example, is because this makes it so that we have a bunch of molten glass that we can use later for eventually getting up to 61 crafting for the Lunar Diplomacy quest. Obviously I could have just bought less supplies and blown some actual stuff from the molten glass, however, doing it this way makes our supplies go a little bit further, so that's kind of why I'm doing it. Plus it doesn't take that long to do 800. It's really it's really not too bad. But anyway, enough about molten glass. I will see you when this is done. Alright, this is the last inventory here, and we just hit level 275 for our total, which is kind of nice. Just kind of cool to see that going up. But anyway, there is level 31 crafting. Very nice. So now it's time to head on over to Varlamore because we need to get ourselves some wood cutting experience. And over here, if I can find it, oh yes, right here, the axe shop over in Auburnvale, we're gonna buy all the way up to an adamant axe. We're just gonna be training our wood cutting over in Draenor Village, mostly on the forestry world, to be able to participate in those events, because eventually I'll want to use the anima infused bark to buy sawmill vouchers for training construction. So let's chat with the mountain guide here, and she'll let us follow her on over to the main city of Auburnvale over in that area, and now we're all good to head on over to that shop. And honestly, this shop is really nice. Before this was released with Varlamore Part 3, you couldn't buy above a steel axe from a shop unless you went to the woodcutting guild, so this is a really nice quality of life to be able to have. Alright, there is iron, steel, mithril, and adamant. Perfect. And now after a quick home teleport back to Lumbridge, it's time to start cutting some trees. Very nice. Not only are we going to be doing this for woodcutting XP to get to 36 for Lost City, but also we're going to get a bunch of logs to be able to get 30 fire making, because in a little bit here, we're going to want to do the sea slug quest, which requires 30 fire making so that we can get started on fishing. Oh man, burning logs really does take a long time when you're level 1 fire making. There we go. I swear that one took like 30 seconds. It felt like, my goodness. Dang, one inventory of fire making there with normal logs got us to level 9. Very nice. There's level 10 wood cutting, which is great because that gets us a little bit closer to 15, which is when we unlock oak trees, which is when things start to actually get kind of AFK. Alright, there's 15. Very nice. Now we're going to move on to the oak trees in just a second once I head on over here and start burning these logs. And really, we're just doing all of this in Draenor Village. That's where a lot of people hang out for oak and willow trees, which is going to be nice once we get to level 30. Alright, let's go talk to the friendly forester here and get ourselves a free forestry kit, which will be able to store all of our leaves and our anima infused bark and other stuff that we get from forestry. Now let's talk a little bit more about those moonlight moth mixes that I mentioned earlier, and specifically the 2 ingredients that we need to make them. Now there are 2 locations on the screen right now where we're going to be getting these ingredients, and the one on the left is the Hunter Guild Underground, and the one on the right is the Piscatoris Falconry area. In the Underground area below the Hunter Guild, we're specifically going to be finding the actual Moonlight Moths to make into the Moonlight Moth mixes, and we can start hunting those at level 75 Hunter or 73 with a boost that we'll talk about later. In order to catch these guys, you just need a bunch of butterfly jars and a butterfly net, and then you can just go down and catch as many as you want. Luckily, there's a bank right upstairs of the Hunter Guild, so it's super easy to get to and really not a bad process for catching the actual Moonlight Moths. And then on over in the Piscatoris Falconry area, we're going to find a bunch of dashing kebits, which we can catch at level 69 in order to get the second ingredient, which is just the raw dashing kebit meat. This is as simple as renting the Gear Falcon from Matthias for 500 GP every session that you want to use it, and then using that to catch the dashing kebits, at which point you can harvest them for that raw dashing kebit meat. Now, the reason that we're catching dashing kebits over any other type of monster that drops hunter meat is because you can get these really fast just by the fact that they spawn very quickly, and the catching process is really simple, so you can accumulate a lot of meat really quickly. Then once we've got the Moonlight Moths in the jars and the raw dashing kebit, we can combine them in order to make the actual Moonlight Moth mixes. Now, each of these Moonlight Moth mixes has 2 doses, each of which restore 22 prayer, essentially making it a knockoff prayer potion, but it's just so easy to get the ingredients for once you have 75 Hunter, and so we're going to be able to use these for quests and Slayer and bossing and so much other stuff that normally we'd have to waste prayer potions on. So really, it's a huge deal that these were introduced into the game, and we're definitely going to be making use of them a lot on this account. So that, my friends, is why we're currently cutting trees in order to get 36 wood cutting, in order to do the Lost City quest, in order to do the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest, in order to start the Fairy Tale Part 2 quest, in order to be able to unlock fairy rings, in order to do hunt rumors, in order to finally unlock the beautiful Moonlight Moth mixes. My goodness. But anyway, let me show you a little tip here for when you're cutting and burning logs in Draenor Village. You really want to have a long line of uninterrupted tiles so that you don't have to run back and forth as you're actually lighting your logs. And this right here is my favorite line of uninterrupted tiles. It's just a really good one for doing it in Draenor Village when you're cutting oaks or willows, for example. So if you're following along in the guide, be sure to come on over here when you're burning your logs. It just makes things a little bit easier. Hey, very nice. There is level 20 wood cutting. There is level 25 wood cutting. And there is level 30 wood cutting. Very nice. Now we can move on over to the willows. And I'll tell you what, every time I get to willows on a new account, it just feels so nostalgic because this is just such a classic place to be training your wood cutting like back in the day, you know? And I kind of love it how forestry made it a community thing again because, you know, people aren't scared to be cutting the same trees like we used to not be back in the day. Because these days, understandably, you know, we're older and we have less time to play the game. We're a lot more, I guess, cognizant of when it is that we're being efficient versus not. And so I feel like it's really nice that, you know, that forestry kind of made it a community thing again. And of course, forestry has got its quirks and its silly things that I think should be fixed, but I don't know. Overall, I just love cutting some willow trees south of Draenor Bank. It's a good time for sure. And there is level 31 wood cutting, which means we can use our adamant axe now, which is great. We have that. We're going to equip it here, and then we can, I guess I probably shouldn't drop this mithril axe though. Ooh, yeah, let's definitely keep that for the animal magnetism quest. That'll be important to have and not have to get again, so that'll be good. And there's level 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 wood cutting during this little forestry event here. Very nice. So that's all we need for the Lost City quest. And then I saved a few more oak logs in order to actually get that 30 fire making for the Sea Slug quest, which is coming soon. And now we're over here at Aubrey's Rune Shop because we need to buy a bunch more casts of Earth Strike so that we can go kill enough hill giants to get around 200 big bones. We're going to be using these big bones in order to train our prayer up at the Chaos Altar in the wilderness in order to get us closer to the protection prayers and 43 prayer, but also more specifically right now to get us up to 30 prayer so that we can use all the blessed bone shards that we get from Hunt Rumors at the Libation Bowl in Varlamore. Now I've put 200 big bones on the guide here because there's a possibility that you die a lot at the Chaos Altar in the wilderness, but really at this point you probably only need like 100 to 120, but that's only if you don't die in the wilderness with a bunch of bones. So we're going to get around 200 just to be safe, and we're going to be doing it with mage so that we can get higher mage levels, specifically to get to 33 so that we can telegrab in a little bit down the line. We're obviously doing a lot of the classic Ironman train of things to do, you know, do one thing to do another, and so on and so forth. And honestly, I really like playing that way, you know, kind of setting a big goal and then breaking that goal up into smaller chunks of what you need to do to get there. So yeah, let's go until we have 200 bones. Looking good. Here's our first full inventory of bones, and here's another, and yet another, and finally the final inventory. Here we are, all done. My goodness, that got us to level 38 magic, which which is pretty solid, honestly. I think we started just under 30 if I'm remembering right. So that is good stuff. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves what we need now to move on to the next step. Now there are 3 quests that we need to do in order to actually do the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest, kind of just in preparation as prerequisites. And those 3 quests are going to be first the Restless Ghost, which we're starting here by talking to Father Eric, after which we'll be doing the Nature Spirit quest. And then the third one is going to be the Lost City quest. All 3 of these quests are going to be important to be able to do Fairy Tale Part 1. So let's go ahead and get them done. Now the Restless Ghost quest is a particularly easy one. There's really not much that goes on in it. It's mostly just going back and forth between Lumbridge and a few other places that are very close to Lumbridge. So actually we're about to finish it, having grabbed that skull already from the altar at the Wizard's Tower. So let's just head down here and talk to the Restless Ghost again and give him his head. And now we are all done. The quest is over as soon as this cutscene's over. Very nice. There we go. The Restless Ghost has been completed. Time to move on to the Nature Spirit quest. Now Nature Spirit's a little bit more involved than the Restless Ghost is. It's still not a crazy quest or anything, but there is some preparation we have to do. So first off, we're heading on over to Ardoyne at the East Ardoyne Market to grab ourselves a silver bar from the silver merchant over here. So let's buy that right here. Very nice. And then over here in Al Kharid, we're going to buy the Sicko mode as well as all of the other molds that we need in order to actually make jewelry eventually in the account. We'll come over here to the furnace and smelt the actual silver sickle. And now we're good to be over here at the Mortmire Swamp, getting ourselves on over to the Nature Spirit's Grotto. Now later on in the quest, we're at the part here where we have to fight the 3 ghasts, and I think I have enough food for this. I'm hoping. Looks like oh gosh, he's kind of hitting me kind of hard here. That's not good. Hopefully I don't not have enough food. Nah, you know what? I'm guessing I'll be fine. I should be okay. All right, there is the first ghast dead. There is the second, just in time for a Quizmaster. Surely a 1 KC stale baguette or some cabbage, basically the same thing. And there is the third ghast dead. Very nice. That's pretty much it. Now we just got to go talk to the guy again, and the quest is complete. Very nice. That's all we have to do for the Nature Spirit. Now we just got to move on to the Lost City quest. All right, now to the point where we're entering the dungeon underneath Entrana here, and we definitely could use the Crumble Undead spell for this, but I didn't buy any Chaos Runes. I didn't really think about it before. I didn't want to already go back to Varrock for it. So if you're following along in the guide, feel free to go ahead and buy some Chaos Runes and use Crumble Undead for this zombie as well as the tree spirit that we're about to kill. Very nice. 1 KC bronze axe. You love to see it. And then as we're getting to the actual tree spirit here, I'll just show you how to set up the safe spot. You just click on the Draymond tree and then immediately run on over here to the middle of all of these mushrooms. That'll trap the tree spirit so that it can't attack you while you just shoot it with magic spells and get it killed. Yeah, the Crumble Undead spell definitely would have made this faster. I don't know, I'm still hitting like 8s and 9s and stuff, but it could be faster for sure. All right, there is a dead tree spirit, and now we can chop a Draymond branch from the tree over here. And we're actually just going to fill up our inventory with more Draymond branches, like the entirety of our inventory, so that we have, I guess that would be 10 in total. We won't really need that many for quests. You do need some extra for quests in the future, but in case I ever lose my Draymond staff, I can just get another one from one of these branches really easily. And there we go. Let's get back and finish the quest. Here we go, entering the magical shed here, and we finish the quest of Lost City. Looking good. Now the last thing that we want to do before we actually work on the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest and getting those fairy rings is unlocking something very important. What we're going to start with is getting a bunch of gold bars by telegrabbing them from underneath the Varrock West Bank, which is why we needed to use magic specifically to kill those hill giants earlier, was so that we could have 33 mage at least in order to use telegraph. Then we're going to head on over to the East Ardoyne Market and buy a bunch of emeralds from the gem trader over there. Eventually we'll be able to source our own gems through things like CG or even just gem rocks, but for now we have to buy them, so we'll be doing that over in East Ardoyne. Then using a bunch of cosmic runes that we're going to get from Lundale up in the Mage Arena shop, we're going to use the level 2 enchant spell to turn all of this stuff into Rings of Dueling. And I'll tell you what, I am horribly addicted to Rings of Dueling. I use them all the time to bank at Castle Wars and to restore my run energy at the Ferox Enclave, like you can see up at the top of the screen. And I'm just going to be using a lot of them throughout the course of this guide, and feeding my addiction begins now. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Okay, so I'm in need of a few law runes along with those cosmics, so we're actually going to start with getting the runes first. So let's trade good old Lundale here after I grab my coins, and then we'll trade Lundale and probably buy, I guess, like 100 of each, maybe 100 law runes and 100 cosmic runes. I'll have to hop worlds for the cosmics, but that should be just fine. We'll plan on that. And there is just shy of 100, looking very good there. Now I've got my stack of law runes as well as my staff of air, so I'm just going to head down here to the basement of the Varrock West Bank and start telegrabbing this gold bar. Now there shouldn't be too much competition for this, I would have to assume, so we should just be able to hop worlds and keep getting it that way, and we'll do that probably until we have about a full inventory. All right, this should be the last one here. That is a full inventory of gold bars. Very nice. And then over here in the East Ardoyne Market, like I said, we'll be buying a bunch of emeralds from the gem trader up here, and just the same thing, we'll be hopping worlds every time we buy one and then and being able to get a full inventory that way. And here's the last one. We just trade him one more time and we've got a full inventory of cut emeralds. Very nice. Now over in Edgeville, we're turning these gold bars and these emeralds into actual emerald rings. And there's the second inventory done. Now we've got 26 emerald rings, which have now been enchanted into almost a full inventory. We've got 26 here of these beautiful, beautiful rings of dueling. Very, very nice. All right, well, it's finally time. We're going to head on up to the Chaos Altar in the Wilderness, which is a kind of spooky place, but I think it'll be okay. Let me show you this here, and we'll kind of illustrate what it is that we're doing as far as the run that we have to do to the Chaos Altar, which of course we could run into PKers during, and then obviously there's PKers at the actual Chaos Altar as well, but this is basically the path that we're going to be taking from the Ferox Enclave in the bottom right to the Chaos Altar up in the top left. It's not like a crazy run or anything, but that's why we got the Rings of Dueling in order to be able to do this in the first place. But I don't know, we'll just see how it goes. I mean, I'm planning on using my Ring of Dueling to teleport to Ferox Enclave, getting up to the Chaos Altar using the bones, and then going ahead and just dying to the Chaos Fanatic so that we can get back to Lumbridge quickly, keep our Ring of Dueling, and then teleport back to Ferox Enclave. So I guess here goes nothing. Let's do it. All right, this is our first run here. We're just exiting the Ferox Enclave, and actually now that I think about it, I'm probably going to switch on over to resizable mode. There we go. That'll make it a little bit easier to use the actual bones on the altar. I can just use the bottom left bone on the altar over and over, just making that distance that my mouse has to travel a little bit less so that I can make sure I'm tick perfect, or as close as I can be to tick perfect with it. All right, here we are. Let's start using the bones on the altar. We'll get our camera all positioned the right way, and then we just use the bones on the altar. We get 16 prayer. Then we're probably about to get somewhere right here. Yep, there's 17 prayer. Very nice. It's going to go very quickly for these first few levels at least. There's 18, probably almost 19 here. Looking good. There we go. And if you didn't know, the way that this works is that you actually have a 50% chance to not use up the bone as you use it on the altar. So all of the math works out to be 700% experience per bone, which is so nice. That's why as we've been doing this, just one inventory of big bones, not even dragon bones. We're up to level 22 from 15. My goodness. And then now that we're done here, we're just going to run on up to the Chaos Fanatic over here and have him kill us. It's super easy, and basically he just sends us back to Lumbridge, at which point we'll just teleport back onto the Ferox Enclave with our Ring of Dueling here. And then we just do it again and again and again until we're done, and I think we're only going to need to do like 3 or 4 inventories probably is what it is. So here we go on inventory number 2. All right, no PKers spotted on the way there. That is very good. And that is a full inventory of bones used without being killed. Very nice. That is level 25 that we just got. Looking good. Here's the end of inventory number 3. This is going to get us probably to 28, I'm guessing. And then at that point, we'll just need to do one more inventory after we get back to Lumbridge and then the Ferox Enclave. Ooh, it's going to be close, but I think we should get it. I'm looking at the XP right here, and it looks like we should get level 30. There it is, level 30 and combat level 34. Very nice. Dude, that's good. That's really awesome. We got it in 4 inventories. That is really solid. Now we just die to the Chaos Fanatic one last time, a 21-17 combo. My goodness. Now we are back in Lumbridge and we are all done. Looking very, very good. Okay, just straight into the next step here. We got to keep going and work toward getting those fairy rings. And in order to do that, we need to buy some supplies to be able to do Fairy Tale Part 1 before we start off doing Fairy Tale Part 2. So we're over here trading Sarah at Sarah's farming shop just south of Falador in order to get a pair of Secateurs, and I probably honestly might as well just get the rest of my farming supplies here as well. Looking good. That should be everything. And then let me just get my inventory set up. I'm going to bring some food, of course, for the end of the quest when we're fighting the Tanglefoot. And here we go. I think we're ready to start. Let's talk to Martin, the master farmer over here in the Drainer Market, and we will officially start the quest. All right, a little bit further into the quest here, what's happened is that we've got the skull from the Drainer Manor, and we're about to go talk to Miscellaneous Mortifer, and what he's going to do is give us a list of 3 random items that we have to collect in order to make the magic Secateurs, which is what we're actually going to use to fight the final boss of the quest. Sometimes these items are a little bit easier to get, sometimes they're harder to get. Of course, on an Ironman, it's harder in general, but ooh, okay, here we go. We've got an unopened oyster, a piece of charcoal, and a red vine worm. Interesting. So the piece of charcoal is super easy. We can buy that from a shop over on Karamja, kind of the Brimhaven area, and then the red vine worm we can get from McGrubber's Woods over in Sears Village. But the unopened oyster, I'm honestly not sure the best way to get that. Let me check the wiki really quick, because I know how to get opened oysters. That's pretty easy. You can get those from sand crabs, but let me check about unopened oysters. All right, it looks like the best way to get it is actually going to be through the dig site, not actually doing the quest, but just doing the panning in the mud over there in that area. But since we're already so close to the boat that goes to Brimhaven, I'm going to head on over there and grab myself the piece of charcoal. All right, there is 1 piece of charcoal, looking good. And here's something kind of funny about actually using the panning tray or whatever it's called called before the dig site quest, is that you have to bribe the worker with a cup of tea. So I just stole one from the Varrock tea stall over there. And then we're going to give it over here to the panning guide, and he should just let us start panning if we want to. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. He says we're free to pan all we want. So now it's time to just sit here and do some panning over at the dig site. This is kind of fun. I mean, of course, it's not like riveting content or anything, but I've never done panning outside of the dig site quest, so this is just kind of random. It's just kind of funny, the things that Ironman mode will make you do sometimes. It's a good time for sure. But oh, and there it is. Very nice. That took probably like 10 pans is what it was, so that's not too bad. Now the last thing that we need over here in McGrubber's Woods, just west of Sears Village, is going to be that red vine worm. Here we go. Very nice. Let's go ahead and dig up a red vine worm, and we've got that. We're all ready to go ahead and enchant our secateurs. And the way that we do this is we pay Philemon Tarlock, or whatever his name is. He's the nature spirit now, but we pay him a visit and actually have him enchant the secateurs by bringing him a pair of normal secateurs as well as all 3 of the items that Miscellaneous told us to get. He does a little thing here. I guess he's enchanting them or making them magical or whatever, but there we go. We've got them now. Now over here in Daenerys, we just got to squeeze through this like thorny tunnel here or whatever it is in order to get to the place where the Tanglefoot is. And something that's actually interesting about the way that this works is our attack strength and our farming levels actually dictate how much damage we're going to do to him. And we have 30 attack and strength, but we actually only have level 1 farming, so it's going to take a little while. But if we go ahead and attack him and immediately run to this tile over here, then he'll just get stuck on this corner, and then we can kind of basically get cheap shots in on him where we attack him and then wait a little while and attack him again, just like this right about here. And that's what we do to kill him. Now this is called flinching. If you've never heard of it, it's basically this method that you can use by getting an NPC stuck on a corner or somewhere where they can't travel to you, and then just strategically attacking them at the right time in order to make it so that they can't hit you back. And it's actually super simple. Basically the way that it works is that as soon as their hit points bar above their head is gone, you just click on them and then you attack them, and for whatever reason it works. It's just the spaghetti code that RuneScape is built off of, and it's really nice for enemies like this. Now of course this process can take quite a while as you're waiting a little bit between each attack, but there are a few fights in the game that you definitely want to do flinching for. At least most people do. That's going to be this one, for example, if you're under-leveled. Another one would be the Nightwaves Training Grounds, for example, to unlock Piety. People often flinch that one. And then Kruk also in the Monkey Madness 2 quest. That's another one as well, but of course that's all for much further down the line. For now, let's just get this Tanglefoot killed and get one step closer to getting those fairy rings unlocked. And 15 minutes later, here should be the last hit. Very nice, dude. Let's grab these Queen Secateurs and then we'll head back to the Godfather and finish the quest. Fairy Tale Part 1, Growing Pains, is completed. Perfect. And now to start Fairy Tale Part 2, and we only have to get like 7 or 8 minutes into this quest in order to actually finish the part that we can unlock the fairy rings at. But unfortunately, literally 5 minutes of that quest is just waiting for Martin's plants to grow. You have to just sit here for 5 minutes, so I'll see you when that's over. Alright, there we go, back on over to Daenerys. Now just for a little cutscene, a trip to nearby the Cosmic Altar, and a quick conversation with the Fairy Godfather, and we should be all good here to unlock the network of fairy rings to be able to teleport all over the game. Dude, that is so good. That is really good for the account. And fairy rings really are great. They're really fantastic way to teleport all around the game. In fact, let me show you right here. This is an image of all of the fairy rings on the map, and there's even more underground in some places and other dimensions, but this is just on the main surface. So I can kind of visualize just how many fairy rings there are and just how many places you can teleport to by getting to any of them. But in that kind of lies the problem, in that you have to get to a fairy ring to be able to teleport to another fairy ring. So what we need is a quick way to get on over to a fairy ring so that we can have access to the whole map. And this is going to come in the form of the Ardoin Cloak 1. Now this cloak is a reward from the easy achievement diaries in the Ardoin area, and one of its functions is that it gives us unlimited teleports to a specific place that is very, very close to a fairy ring that I'll show you in a little bit here, but first we got to go ahead and unlock it, so let's get to doing that. So there are 2 quests that we need to do before we can officially complete the Ardoin Easy Diary, and surprisingly they're in Ardoin, so I've been thinking about a way to get to Ardoin a little bit more conveniently, and so I'm buying a house here. This starter house in Remington will allow me to teleport on over to the house and then just walk right out of the portal to end up very close to Captain Barnaby's ship, allowing me to just get on over to Ardoin very quickly, which is really good for, I guess for this, as well as some other clues and things that'll happen, also getting to Port Sarim. But really for now, I just need it for the Ardoin access. So let's go ahead and get started on this next quest here. It's going to be the Plague City quest. Okay, just kidding. I forgot we got to collect some items before we do the Plague City quest. So let's go ahead and collect those. The first thing is just going to be some snape grass over here next to the crafting guild. guild. Next is to trade Wyden over here at his food shop to get ourselves a chocolate bar that we can cut into chocolate dust. Then we need to come on over to the farm south of Falador and milk a cow really quick. And then lastly on over to McGrubber's Woods just west of Sears Village so that we can get ourselves some dwell berries. Very nice. Those first 3 items were so that we can make the hangover cure later in the quest, and then the dwell berries are just for something, I don't know, we give them to Edmund's wife. But anyway, let's talk to him and we'll get started with this quest. Now there's not a ton to this one, we just got to do some back and forth between West Ardoyne and normal Ardoyne so that we can save his daughter, I'm pretty sure it is. It's a little bit of back and forth simulator, but it's obviously not the worst quest out there. I mean, it's a pretty early on quest, so not too bad overall. Alright, let's break Elena out of jail and then we're all good to head back. And the quest is done. Perfect. Now one other thing that we get from this quest, other than some mining XP, is an Ardoyne teleport scroll. And what this does is once we read it and once we have 51 magic, we're able to teleport on over to Ardoyne, so that's very helpful. We've only got 40 magic right now, but one day we'll have 51 and that'll be helpful. And then I'm just gonna come on over here to Elena's house now that she's free and start the biohazard quest. There are definitely some fun old school shenanigans in this one, like these doves flying everywhere to distract the mourners, putting rotten apples in, I guess this is someone's food pot or like their soup that they're making. I don't know what it is, but now there's one fight during this quest and it's a mourner over here. He's level 13. Very simple fight as far as that goes. And I forgot my weapon, so I'm just gonna kill him with my Draymond staff. And then skipping forward to essentially the end, there's not much else that happens that's important, but skipping to the end here, we're gonna go talk to King Lathis and confront him about the plague being a hoax. My goodness, what a scandal. All right, there is biohazard done. Very nice. And now we can go ahead and start the Ardoyne Easy Diary itself. Now, one of the requirements for the Ardoyne Easy Diary is to have a rusty sword, which we can pickpocket from Ham members. So I'm coming on down here to the Ham hideout to see if we can't get one of those pretty quickly. Oh wow, yeah, my 6th pickpocket. That was pretty quick. We've got him. Very nice. And then really the only other prep that we need to do is come on over here to Al Kharid and buy some silk from the silk trader. And now here we are in Yanil because we've got to do a few things over here and kind of in the Ardoyne area, obviously over at Port Khazard and stuff like that. But Quest Helper makes it really simple. You just kind of follow what it says to do as soon as you have the items, and it's pretty much as simple as that. This is what we needed the rusty sword for. We need to give it over here to Tyndall Marchant so that he can identify it as whatever sword it is. It looks like it's gonna be a steel or an iron longsword. Goodness, could have been rune, I think. At least I think it can be, but anyway, that's done there. And then one tip for this part where you have to go out on the fishing trawler. Some people think you have to finish the whole game, but luckily you can talk to Murphy on the ship and basically tell him you want to abandon ship, and then you have to basically get back on land by searching these barrels, or trying to climb on them rather. And so just try to climb on all the barrels. Eventually one of them will work, and that's how you get back to shore. I always remember the first time I did this, I was very confused about how to get back, but once you do that, you'll go back to shore, take a couple damage, and have all of your stuff back. Very nice. Then this silk was so that we could sell it on over to this guy for 60 coins. We offer him 120, then he counter offers 60, and we say that's okay. And then after 1 or 2 more, we've got the last one here. That is the combat training camp entrance that we have to go through, and that is it. We're done. Let's go talk to 2 Pints over here at the Flying Horse Inn, and we will go ahead and get our reward. That of course includes the actual cloak that we wanted to get, as well as an antique lamp that I'm just going to throw on probably, I guess, just agility here. Eventually we'll want to throw all of our lamps on Herblore, but we can't do that until level 30 Herblore for the actual diary lamps. So that is good. There we go. And with that, we have everything that we need to start training our hunter, and we've got to go from level 1 to level 75. So let's talk about that. Starting at level 1, we're going to do the Varrock Museum Natural History quiz in order to get all the way to level 9 without actually having to do any hunter training itself. From there, we're going to start catching some copper longtails, which we'll do all the way to level 15, at which point we'll add ruby harvests into the mix, which is really nice because we can actually do ruby harvests and copper longtails at the same time. Now we're going to be doing butterflies for a while because we'll do that until level 25, at which point we'll start catching some sapphire glacialis. We're going to be doing this over at Mons Gratia, which is an area over in Varlamore, till level 35, at which point in the same place we'll start catching some snowy knights. There's actually a really nice spawn where you can catch 2 right next to each other, basically back to back over and over and over. So I'll show you that as we start doing it up until level 43, when we're going to start catching some spotted kebbits. This will be a nice break from the butterflies that we'll have been doing for a while at that point, and we can go all the way to level 46 using the spotted kebbits to get on up to hunter rumors. This is the lowest tier of hunter rumors, the basic ones, which is still nice to do for sure. Hunter rumors will be really nice because we'll finally start being able to get some loot and some pretty decent experience from them, and so we'll do these up until level 57, at which point we can move on to the next tier of hunter rumors, which is the adept ones. We'll have a long stretch of these adept hunter rumors all the way until level 72, which point we'll move on to expert hunter rumors, which we will do all the way until level 75, at which point we can finally catch our moonlight moths. Now I'm really excited in particular for level 72 to 75 because we're going to set up our block lists in such a way that we can actually only have 3 possible hunter rumors to do, which is really nice because they're going to be dashing kebits, dark kebits, and sunlight antelope. I'll get to why these block lists are really nice and how to set them up as well as why the specific block list that we'll have at 72 will be so nice. But for now, it's time to head on over to the Varrock Museum and start on that natural history quiz. Alright, let's head downstairs here at the Varrock Museum and talk to our good friend Orlando Smith. This is definitely a really simple thing to do. It's basically just correcting these little mistakes, or I guess answering the questions of all of these exhibits, which RuneLite actually solves for you, so you don't actually have to do any thinking. It just highlights it in green, which is really nice. So we're just gonna go around to all of these exhibits and get them fixed up, or I guess answered correctly, until we finish them all up. Now up in the top left of my screen, you can see my museum kudos is going up as well, which is really good because we're gonna need that for a future step in the guide, so it's good that we've already got 20 out of our 100. Alright, 2 kudos per exhibit. We're up to 28 now, which is very, very nice, and we can talk to him and get our level 9 Hunter and 9 Slayer, which is actually really good too. That's just gonna help us skip some early Slayer levels as well, but of course we're mostly here for that lovely Hunter experience. Now moving on here, we're back over at Yanil talking to Alec at his Hunter Emporium, and we're gonna buy a bunch of Hunter supplies. Let's see here, we need a butterfly net, a noose wand, some bird snares, some box traps, as well as a teasing stick. And it's actually really nice. They made the bird snares and the box trap stack, which is really great. That's very helpful for the little grind that we're gonna do here. So just a nice extra quality of life thing. But for now, let's go back on over to Castle Wars, and we'll actually get geared up for going on over to, I guess it's the Copper Longtails here to get started. And actually, now that I'm geared up, I can also show you this Ardoin Cloak teleport that we got earlier from finishing the easy diaries over in Ardoin, because it teleports us right on over here to the Ardoin Monastery, which we just have to run east from to get on over to a fairy ring, which is so very convenient, especially considering the fact that it's literally unlimited teleports. Like, they don't run out every day or anything like that. You can just do it as much as you want, get to a fairy ring, and go where you need to go. And right now, where we need to go is on over to these lovely Copper Longtails, and by lovely I mean terrible, because this is a slow part of Hunter for sure. I don't know, they just don't go to your trap very often. You can only set 1 trap, and when they do go to your 1 trap, they tend to get away pretty easily at this early level. But that's okay, it's not really that long. It just feels a little bit more painful than I'd like it to be, so we'll go ahead and hang out here for a little while, and I'll keep you updated. Come on, first try. Unfortunate, very sad. Alright, there is Hunter level 10, 11, 12, and level 13, 14, and 15. Beautiful. Now what we can do is throw on our butterfly net and actually start catching some of these ruby harvests, as well as have birds go on in the background. So we're just gonna put our bird snare on over there and start catching some beautiful butterflies, which will be so much faster experience than just doing the birds. My goodness gracious. In fact, there is level 20, like no time passed at all. You'll love to see it. Now we can actually set up 2 bird snares, which is nice. I'm just gonna put them kind of right next to each other over here, and hopefully we'll get some extra experience from those as well. But honestly, I'll probably just see you at level 25. There's not much else going on here. So hey, what do you know? There is level 25. Let's take these bird snares, pick them up, and never set them down again. My goodness. Actually, I guess that's not true. We probably will have some hunt rumors that we have to do for some birds, but we won't do it happily for sure. That's not a fun way to do Hunter. But anyway, now it's time to go to Fairy Ring AIS, which is where we're going to be close to, I guess, to actually catching the Sapphire Glacialis. This is just the closest, fastest way to get there as far as actually getting over to Mons Gratia. So we're just going to run through the little Auburn Valley over here, and then we'll end up on the mountain in just a second here. And here we go. Now we just got to find these little tiny Sapphire Glacialis, which are a little bit blending into the snow, honestly. But let's go ahead and do this until level 35. Now it's not nearly as bad, at least as far as experience per hour goes, as the the Ruby Harvest that we were doing a little bit ago. But it definitely is just a lot of back and forth, you know, kind of like we were doing earlier as far as running around. But this time we're not doing any birds at the same time. So here we go. I'm just gonna see you at level 35. All right, last butterfly here. That is level 35. Very nice, dude. Holy cow. I don't love butterflies, but they're definitely the way to go here as far as what I like to do and experience and all that considered. So I don't know, there's other ways to do it. Obviously you can catch other things. I think at this point we could be doing like swamp lizards over in Mauritania, but I just like doing butterflies at least a little bit more than swamp lizards. Swamp lizards definitely, and just lizards in general, aren't my favorite either. So I don't know, we're kind of picking between some different evils at this point, so it's just a pick your poison kind of thing. But anyway, let's catch these snowy knights here. You can see there's one that spawns right about where I am right here, as well as one over here on this side. So we just kind of run back and forth between the two spawns. It works out pretty well, and we get some decent experience per hour from it. Coming up on level 40 here, this butterfly's being a little bit tricky. We're going all the way down the mountain for it. My goodness. There we go. There's level 40. 41, 42, and there is 43. Perfect. Now we can get back to the Piscatorus Hunter area and work on some spotted kebbits. So let's get on over there via the Fairy Ring AKQ. Now we just rent Matthias's Falcon for 500 GP, and we can start catching some spotted kebbits. Here we go. I gotta find them. There's one right there. And like I said earlier, we're just doing this till level 46. It's a pretty nice way to go about training when compared to the butterflies for sure. And the way that I do it is just kind of spawn camp one of the actual spawns for the spotted kebbits, and it works out pretty well. So I will see you as we get some levels. Oh, this is so much faster than butterflies. Holy cow. There's 44, there's 45, and there is 46. Beautiful. Now let's get on over to the Hunters Guild and actually start with some hunter rumors. Now eventually we'll be using our Quetzal Whistle to get on over to the Hunters Guild, but for now we're going to be using Fairy Ring AJP. This spits us out just southeast of the Hunters Guild, and we should be good to just run on over there and get our very first hunter rumor assignment. Alright, Huntmaster Gilman, let's see. A spotted kebbit. Okay, that's a pretty good one actually. That's actually a super fast one. You can see in the bottom right of my actual game window there that it says 20, and that's because the pity rate is 20, which means that as I go about catching these spotted kebbits, I'm guaranteed to get the rare drop that I need to get by the 20th kill. Now the pity rate is just calculated by being double the actual drop rate, so it's technically 1 in 10, but of course we might not get it by 10, but we will get it on our 20th if we haven't gotten it by that point. But anyway, what I think I'm going to do here is kind of show you all of the rumors that we get as far as new unique rumors, so the first time we get a new creature to hunt, so that you can kind of see one example of each of the hunt rumors that we might get, and I'll give you some tips and tricks about it as well. Then after that, I'll show you kind of the block lists and how I set those up at various tiers of hunt rumors and how you might go about doing it yourself. So let's go ahead and start by talking about the spotted kebbit rumor that we have right now. So up in the top right, you can see the map of the Piscatorus Hunter area where we're actually going about catching these spotted kebbits. And I guess I already talked about spotted kebbits before, where we were kind of going over that part of the hunter training. And actually, I just got the rare piece, so that's perfect. We can just kind of skip this one. Very nice. Next up, we've got some swamp lizards, which we're doing on over in Mauritania. And I specifically do them on the south side of the mini map that we're looking at here, kind of those south pins. And there's nothing too crazy about these ones, except that if you have your left click option set to reset trap, you can actually have it do it in one click rather than having to click the tree again. But if you click again as soon as the tree is taken down, then you can skip a tick or two and go faster that way. These are the trees right here that I use. If I had a fourth trap that I was able to set up, I'd go straight to the east and do it on that one as well. But that's pretty much it for these. Now we've got some barbtail kebbits, which are going to be southeast of the AKS Fairy Ring. And unfortunately, you can only set up one deadfall at a time, but you don't actually have to bring any logs for this one. I mean, really for any of them, but for this one specifically, I like to cut down this tree right here, this tree right over here, and this tree over here to the west as well for my 3 sources of logs. If you time it right between the deadfalls, then you can get them cutting pretty constantly as far as the way that they respawn and get cut down by you. But really, it's just a matter of cutting those trees and setting up the deadfall. For these guys, I go to the far east pins that are on the mini map there, and it works out pretty well. And now for tropical wagtails, we're just going to be southwest of the AKS Fairy Ring. And really the best way for these is just to set them up right next to or around one of the spawns for the actual wagtails. And really other than that, there's not much to it. Just make sure that you're not standing on your trap, I guess, when the birds go to it, because then you'll fail 100% of the time. But this isn't the funnest rumor for sure. It's a little bit slower XP, but it works. And now for spined Larupia. And just so you know, these suck. All the pitfall ones until the sunlight antelope really suck, but we gotta do them. So what you're gonna do is set up on this one right here. You can see on the mini map where I'm located exactly. And this Larupia actually spawns right next to the pit, so we're just gonna build this one and jump over it as much as possible in order to get him actually killed. But in the case that he doesn't get killed when we jump over it, we gotta go to the one that's just to the southeast of us. I like to cut an inventory of oak logs on my way to the fairy ring when we're at the Ardougne Monastery, and so that's how I typically do it. But if you forget or run out of logs, there's a bunch of trees around this area to cut as well, so you can do that too. And now finally, for one outside of the Feldip Hills area, we're over in the Piscatorus Hunter area. And these razorbacked kebbits really aren't too terrible. The rumor can just take a little bit long to get all 30 of them if you have to go to pity rate, but just be sure that you're using the actual razor kebbit tracking plugin on RuneLite to be able to see where the actual thing is that you're supposed to click on, like the bush or the plant or whatever it may be. So be sure to get that. It basically makes it like Herbivore if you've ever used that plugin. It makes it really chill, really not too bad of a time, and that's pretty much it for these ones. Just keep going and make sure that you don't forget to equip your new swan for the first one or two, because that's annoying, but there you go. And now for my second least favorite rumor in the game, we have the horned groks. These ones ones just jump over the pits like 1,000 times, I swear. I always utilize these two pits right here that you can see. I always catch this guy right here, jump over this one, and if he gets caught, great. It looks like he did on this one, so that's good. I jump over before the animation ends for that one, and then dismantle it, trap the pit again, and then tease him and jump back over one more time so that I can actually get him caught again. Hopefully, it looks like it worked again this time. But let me show you one where it doesn't work. Here we go. He's jumping over, so I'm just going to run over here to this specific tile because then he won't get caught on that plant over there. And then when he's about right there, I'll just move on over to this one. You have to tank one hit, unfortunately, but then we just have to go back and forth between these two until he gets caught. And it's not a terribly fun time, but it works. That's kind of the actual loop that I do there. So it works pretty okay. It's not the worst. You'll see the worst one in a little bit, but yeah, that's how it goes for this one. Now here we've got wild kebbits, which are very easy. They're just the same as the barb-tailed kebbits really from earlier, except for of course that they're in a different location. These guys are just south of the AKQ fairy ring, and it's just a matter of setting up the trap. You don't really have to bring extra logs for this one, like cut them ahead of time like I talked about earlier with the spined larupia, because there's so much downtime when you're waiting for the trap to actually go that you can just go cut those trees just south of you. But yep, that's pretty much it. This one's very, very simple and a little bit boring. Next up, we've got Sapphire Glacialis, which is the butterfly that we caught a little bit earlier to go from levels, I think it was like 25 to 35. And we were doing that at Mons Gratia earlier, but this time for the rumors, we're going to be doing it over here just north of the DKS fairy ring. I think technically Mons Gratia would be better, but it's so much further away to get to, so doing it every rumor wouldn't be realistic, or at least reasonable, I mean. But luckily, there's a pretty decent couple of spawns that you can just go back and forth between here like I'm doing as you see, and that's pretty much it. Just go back and forth between these two spawns, catch them, and hope that you get it before the 150 pity rate. My goodness. Next up is Black Warlocks, and they can take a little while for sure, especially if you don't get them on rate, because what we're going to do here is just camp one of them. It's really pretty simple as far as actually catching them goes. Obviously, you just have to click them and wait for them to spawn and then do it again, but when they get away from you, like this one, when you don't catch them over and over, it can be really annoying, you know, like when you fail the actual hunter catch check, so that's kind of obnoxious, but really pretty simple. I like to catch this one right over here between the two hunter icons on the map. One's the hunter master and one's like the hunter icon on the map for whatever is around the area. So that's pretty much how it goes. Yeah, pretty simple. Now we've got saber-toothed kebbits, and these ones are pretty simple as well, but there is something that we can do to actually increase our hunter experience by a decent bit, and that is by catching the snowy knight that spawns just south of this rock right here. So basically you just catch the snowy knight anytime you're not actively managing the trap, or cutting trees for logs, which you can do just northwest like you can see right there, those two trees just above me. It's kind of nice to be able to get that extra experience, and obviously don't prioritize the snowy knight over the actual trap, because then you're not making progress on the actual rumor, but yeah, it's a pretty nice one to do for sure as far as experience goes. Now for prickly kebbits, these are essentially the exact same as wild kebbits in terms of what we're doing for them. They're just right outside the AKQ fairy ring, and we're chopping these trees over to the west for our log source, and then we're setting the trap and waiting for them to die, and that's pretty much it. There's really nothing else to it. That's basically how it goes. And now for my least favorite rumor in the game, we've got saber-toothed kayats. My goodness. They just jump and jump and jump and jump over the pitfalls. I swear, dude, it's terrible. But we may have to do them depending on our RNG. So here's how you do it. Basically, you set all three traps over here, and you tease the first one, jump over this one right here, and immediately start walking on over to the next one. And essentially, if we walk on over to each of the subsequent traps that we set, then it'll never catch us. So we can just keep going this way over and over and over until they finally eventually get caught. For this one, you do have to go a little bit off to the west, just one tile right there, to be able to actually get it to come to you. But other than that, it's essentially just walking over to the next one immediately. And you can see this guy's already jumped, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 now? Hopefully he doesn't jump a fifth. Come on, baby, there's his fifth jump. My goodness. I just want to illustrate to you how terrible these can be. My gosh, dude. He's still going. He really is. We go to that tile and we keep going down to the other one just like that. Hopefully he gets caught. Nope, that is jump number something. One of these days, dude, I'm just gonna keep talking till he doesn't jump anymore, till he actually gets caught there. I want to show you how terrible this one can be and why we're gonna block it very, very soon. Oh, there we go. Finally, dude. That was a lot of jumps. My goodness gracious. But we've got him, and that is how the rumor is done. Holy cow, dude. Now for orange salamanders, we're just gonna head on over north of the DLQ fairy ring and catch them on these 3 or 4 traps with the one in the north as well if you have level 60 or above. But that's more or less all there is to it. You just gotta get it set up the right way, click them at the right time like we talked about with the swamp lizards earlier, and you should be all set. Ooh, and one more thing that I forgot to mention really quick too is that once you finish the Beneath Cursed Sands quest to unlock TOA, you unlock an area over by the necropolis that's actually really, really good for orange salamanders. So they kind of suck now, and we're actually gonna block them in a little bit, but later on when you're doing like expert hunter rumors, they can actually be really good. So we're going to consider that later, but for now we're just doing them here and it's pretty simple. Next up is pyre foxes, which are a pretty simple one, a pretty chill one as well as far as the whole deadfall thing goes. There are plenty of trees that you can cut, some to the north, some to the south, some to the west, and it works out pretty well to just not bring any extra logs ahead of time because there's plenty of downtime in order to actually get the trees cut down as you're waiting for the deadfall to go. I guess the only real thing is to watch out for the jaguars and the jaguar cubs. They're not too crazy, but if you don't pay attention, they can do some serious damage to you over the course of time. But really, this one's not too bad, kind of a chill one for sure. Next up, we have dark kebits, which are essentially spotted kebits, except for instead of being spotted, they're dark. So that's pretty much it. I just normally camp a spawn and get them caught and then go on with my day. That's pretty much it. So yeah, this one's really fast, which is nice. The pity rate's only 20, so we do love a dark kebit rumor for sure. Then, very similar to spotted kebits as well, we've got dashing kebits. These will come a little bit later in the hunter rumor grind because you don't unlock them until level 69, I think it is, but essentially they're the same. We just like to camp a spawn, whatever one it is, and basically stay there and catch them over and over. But specifically, we're keeping all of the raw dashing kebit that they drop because that's really good eventually for making the moonlight moth mixes. These are a really good and really fast rumor for sure because they give the meat and they have a drop rate of 20 for the pity rate. And lastly, here we've got sunlight antelope, which are really nice because they give not only the actual hunter meat, but also the sunfire splinters as well as their antlers that can be made into crossbow bolts. So we definitely really like these ones. And what I like to do is set up all three of these traps over here and then tease them and kind of get them going through the actual traps that way. It works out pretty well. I like to, you know, get them all trapped and then collect and build immediately all three of them and then tease them and jump over the three in a row basically is how I do it. So it works out pretty well, like I said. And I like to bank all of the meat for the hunter potions, the moonlight moth mixes that we're going to make eventually, as well as the antlers as well, so that eventually we can turn them into bolts so that we can fire them with our hunter sunlight crossbow. But yeah, these are a pretty good one for sure. I like doing them anytime I get them. And the nice thing is that once we get to this point, about 72 and above, at that hunter level, I'll show you in just a second here, we can set up a block list to only have sunlight antelope, dark kebits, and dashing kebits, which is so good. So let's move into that now. I will show you exactly how I set up all of the block lists. So the first piece of information here to let you know is that there are 5 guild hunters that we're going to be working with. There's technically a 6th one, but we don't unlock him until level 92, so we're not going to worry about that yet. But essentially, each of these guild hunters are going to be able to give us a specific task from their task list, kind of like a Slayer Master. But the difference here is that unlike Slayer, you can actually have a task from each one of them at once. So, for example, at the same time, we could have saber-toothed Kyats from Gilman, orange salamanders from Service, pyre foxes from Ornis, dark kebits from Aso, and herbivore from Tico. The only caveat here being that you can have one active hunter rumor at once while the others will remain inactive. But luckily, we can use this fact to our advantage and actually set up block lists because of it. So let's say, for example, that we have saber-toothed Kyats from Gilman over here. That's going to make it so that we can't get that same rumor, the saber-toothed Kyats from Service, Ornis, Aso, or Tico. Essentially, what I'm saying is that if you have one hunter rumor with one of the guild hunters, you can't be assigned that same one by any of the others. So let's talk about how we can use that to our advantage by setting up block lists as we go throughout the various tiers of these hunter rumors. Now, novice hunter rumors are really simple for the block list because from levels 46 to 56, when you can do novice hunter rumors, you only have access to Huntmaster Gilman, so there's really nothing you can do here. You can only have the one hunter rumor at a time, so there's nothing to talk about here. From levels 57 to 71 hunter, though, we unlock Service and Ornis with the adept hunter rumors. This means that since we have 3 guild hunters available to us, we can essentially use 2 block list slots. For this period of time, we're going to be using Service as our guild hunter because she has the best list that we want to pull from. So what we're going to do here is use Ornis to get hunter rumors until we get orange salamanders and then switch on over to Gilman until we get horned groks from him, at which point we can actually start using Service as our guild hunter. By blocking these horned groks and orange salamanders, we're essentially making it so that our task list that we can actually get pulled from with Service is the most attractive possible as far as how long it takes to complete the rumors and just how generally annoying they are. Setting everything up this way will make it so that the only rumors we can be assigned by Service are going to be spotted kebits, saber-toothed kebits, pyre foxes, swamp lizards, black warlocks, razorbacked kebits, and dark kebits. Some of those aren't the best rumors, of course, but I don't like orange salamanders because they're in the desert and you potentially have to go back and get food for them. And my goodness gracious, horned groks are the absolute worst, so we're going to get rid of those for sure. Then at level 72 hunter, we unlock the expert hunter rumors as well as Aso and Tico as guild hunters. Now I cut it off at level 75 just because that's when we're going to stop doing these hunter rumors, because that's when we're going to start catching the moonlight moths. But really theoretically, we'd be using this all the way until master hunter rumors, hours, which we would obviously do later in the account, but for now we're just going to go to 75. We're going to be using ASO as our guild hunter for this period of time, and we're going to be using Tico to start with our block list. We need to use Tico until we get red salamanders, at which point we'll stop using him and block those. We're going to keep orange salamanders blocked with Ornis, so we don't have to change anything there. Then we're going to want to use Service until we get saber-toothed Kevits blocked through her. And then lastly, we're going to want to use Huntmaster Gilman in order to block the saber-toothed Kayats. This will be a really very nice block list because using ASO, the only actual hunt rumors that will get assigned will be what I mentioned earlier in the video, being Dark Kevits, Dashing Kevits, and Sunlight Antelope. This will make us fly through levels 72 to 75. It'll be really nice, and we'll get a lot of hunter meat, a lot of nice things from the Sunlight Antelope as well, and it'll be a great time. Now, I haven't mentioned this yet, but one of the things that we're kind of cruxing all of this on is the fact that we haven't done the Eagle's Peak quest, so we never get assigned Chinchampas or Embertail Jerboas. If we had done that quest before this point, we'd be being assigned those, and that would be very unfortunate for the speed and experience that we want to have as we're doing these hunter rumors. But eventually, of course, we'll need to do that quest, but for now, up until we're getting level 75, it's really nice not to be assigned them. But anyway, that's it. That's how we're going to set up our block list for the various hunter rumor tiers, and good luck. It's a good time to be able to have those nice block lists set up, and hopefully it goes well for you. All right, we've done it. We've got level 75 hunter, and I'm about to go turn in my last hunter rumor here. It was Sunlight Antelope, and we'll see if we get anything nice from this loot sack, but I already got the top and the headpiece as well, and the huntsman's kit, so we're kind of cruising there. It's pretty good for the drop rates, I feel like, but let's see if we get anything here. Nope, doesn't look like it, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and process everything that we have here. Give me one sec. All right, almost done here with all of the bird's nests. I'm just crushing them into crushed bird's nests so that we don't have to do that later when we're actually looking to make potions out of them. And then here is the last of the sun-kissed bones into blessed bone shards. We have almost 10,000 blessed bone shards, which is really solid. The next step here is actually to use all of those blessed bone shards at the libation bowl at the Tiamat in Varlamore, but we do have to do something before that happens. We have to do the the Twilight's Promise quest, and we're actually ready to start that now. So let's talk to Ennius Tollus over here, and we will officially get this quest started. Now, the really only quote-unquote tough part of this quest is going to be fighting the Knight of Varlamore, because we have to use 2 combat styles against him, but I ran out of cakes for food, and I don't think they'd be good enough anyway, so I'm using wines here and kind of just banking on the fact that I'm going to be able to do enough damage with magic to be able to kill him, and it looks like it's turning out okay. Of course, I'm not doing any real damage because of the wine lowering my attack level, but any day now we'll get this last hit. There we go. Perfect. He is dead, and we're all set. Then these cultists should be super easy as well. We've got wines to kill them with magic, so that should be fine. I guess we're just kind of safe spotting them. They're getting stuck on like Prince Itzla Arkin and everyone else, so that's nice. And there's the quest done. Perfect. Now, the reason that we did this, I guess I didn't mention it, is that we needed, as you can see here in the quest rewards, we needed the ability to use Quetzals for the actual transport system. I've got everything set up now for the actual blessed bone shard usage, and so what I'm going to do is use my Quetzal whistle to teleport on over to the Hunter Guild, then head on over to the Tiamat using Renu, and we're all good to be here and actually get things going. That just makes it a lot better for actually getting around to this area. Then we just need to use all of our Sunfire Splinters, or at least all of our jugs of wine on our Sunfire Splinters, so that we can turn them into Sunfire wine, bless them at the exposed altar, and then head on over here to the libation bowl itself and just use the actual blessed bone shards on it by sacrificing them into the libation bowl for crazy amounts of experience. Now, it does drain your prayer every time you do it, so you can see I've got 1 prayer there, but holy cow, we just got from level 35 to 39 with 1 inventory. That's wild. Then what we need to do is just head on over here and pray at the shrine of Ralos to be able to get our prayer back up, and then just head back to the libation bowl and do it again. There's prayer level 40, beautiful. Level 45, level 50, my goodness, that is over half of our blessed bone shards still left over, and it looks like we're gonna end up here with level 55 prayer. That is really good, dude. That is really good. Now, kind of just moving into the next step here, I'm gonna go ahead and trade Elnock Inquisitor inside of Puro to get a bunch of Impling jars, because I need to catch 3 gourmet Implings, 2 earth Implings, and 1 essence Impling, so that I can trade them in for a magic butterfly net. The reason that I'm doing that is because we're about to go catch a bunch of moonlight moths, and the magic butterfly net has, let me see on the wiki here, it says a 7.8% increase on catching things with a net, you know, like as opposed to using a normal net. So that's really solid, and it's going to be good to have for sure, because we're going to catch moonlight moths over the course of the account for sure, until we start using prayer potions, that is. And so we want that success rate to be as high as possible. So let's go ahead and get these, and there we go. Now we've got a beautiful magic butterfly net. Let's head on over straight to the Hunter's Guild, buy a full inventory of butterfly jars from Emia's supplies over here, and start catching some moonlight moths. This is the thing that we've been waiting forever to do. Holy holy cow, the 1 to 75 hunter grind was a long one for sure, but this is going to be well worth it. I don't know, we're just going to catch a bunch of moonlight moths here and then use all of our hunter meat that we got from the rumors to be able to make them into moonlight moth mixes, and it should be a wonderful time, dude. I'm really excited for this. This is the goal that we've been going for a while, and we finally got it. So yeah, here we go. At this point, just catch as many as you'd like. You'll have to come back probably for more eventually, but use that in your dashing kebab meat and go ahead and make a bunch of moonlight moth mixes. And now it is time to move on to some fishing. We're getting ready for Karambwan eventually, and this is the path that we're gonna take. We're starting off here with the sea slug quest, which is a pretty simple one, not much to it. I already bought my swamp paste from a charter crew member, so now we're good to talk to Caroline and get the quest officially started. I've mentioned before that I'm not really a lore guy, so I don't really fully understand what's happening here with the sea slugs, but I do like this part of the quest though, where he says sloop and then he pulls off the the sea slug. I think that's funny. But anyway, let's go ahead and kick the wall in, help the kid escape with the crane, sail back to Witch Haven, and now we're all done. Very nice. That gives us 7,100 fishing XP, almost 7,200, and that gets us all the way to level 24 fishing, which is actually crazy. That's from level 1, so that's really nice. I definitely put the sea slug in early on this guide because I didn't want to do early fishing, so that works out really well. In fact, I want to do early fishing so little that we're going to do another quest right now to get even higher of a fishing level without doing any actual fishing, and that is the fishing contest quest. This one's super simple as well. It's just a matter of gathering some items and then doing a little fishing contest and then coming back to this dwarf. It's pretty easy. So let's grab this garlic here, this red vine worm here, and then we'll buy a fishing rod from good old Grandpa Jack. Arg, what is that ghastly smell? Giant carp, fishing trophy, quest completion. Very nice. And now let's talk about these Karambwan for a second and why we're so excited to unlock them. First of all, Karambwan are unlocked at level 65 fishing, which is really pretty low for just how incredible they are. And part of the reason I say they're incredible is just because they're so easy to catch so many of, because the fishing spot never moves, it's right next to a fairy ring. But in addition to that, let's compare them to a normal fish like shark, for example. Now, the reason that I call shark a quote-unquote normal fish is because when you eat one of them, it incurs a 3-tick delay. This means that when you eat a shark, you can't do anything else for another 3 ticks or 1.8 seconds, like attacking or eating another shark. Karambwan, on the other hand, when you eat them, have a tick delay of only 2 ticks. So it only takes 1.2 seconds in order to be able to eat another Karambwan or to start attacking again or anything else like that. This might not sound like a huge difference, but when you have a 33% decrease in the time that you're unavailable to do other stuff, that can really add up over time, and it does, especially when you're doing things like Slayer tasks or bossing or whatever it may be. Now, another thing about Karambwan is that you can actually eat them right after you eat something else, like a shark, for example, so there's no tick delay between the shark and the Karambwan. Because you can also do this with potions, this can actually be done with 3 foods in one single tick or 1.6 second interval. If, for example, you eat a shark, drink a dose of Saradomin brew, and then eat a Karambwan all in the same tick, then you can heal up to 20 for the shark, 16 for the Saradomin brew, and 18 from the Karambwan all in one tick, meaning that you'll get 54 HP back. That's really good. If it's not clear yet, that's really good, especially considering the fact that there are other foods that heal even more than shark, and another food that's from sailing that you can use like Karambwan, but we'll talk about those later. For now, just know that Karambwan are really good, and we're very excited to unlock them. But in order to unlock them, we do have a few steps that we have to go through in order to actually be able to do the quest, to get to do them, to be able to fish them, and so on and so forth. So what we're doing over here at Jaren's Fishy Business is buying a bunch of sardines so that we can cook them on the range up here to the north. And the reason that we're doing this is because our cooking level is a decent ways behind our fishing level. Our fishing level is 26 and our cooking is still level 1. So to make sure that as we actually start catching fish, we can cook them, we need to get our cooking level up. And this method's a lot faster than just catching a bunch of shrimp or something like that to cook them. Even though we have higher fishing, it's going to be a lot better for sure. We're burning a lot of these for sure, but there's level 5 looking good. There is level 10, level 15, and level 20. Beautiful. Now I'm going to finish this inventory before we move on, but that's really all that I wanted to get, so that once we move on to the salmon and trout that we're about to go catch at Barbarian Village, we'd be able to actually cook them. All right, that's done now. I'm going to go back to Jarent over here and buy a fly fishing rod as well as a bunch of feather packs in order to actually catch those salmon and trout. All right, Barbarian Village over here is where we're actually going to be catching those salmon and trout like I mentioned, and the nice thing about this area is that you can see there's a fire right here, and that fire doesn't ever leave. Like, it's an actual in-game fire, which is really nice, so we don't have to worry about it going out or anything, and we can just catch our lovely fish and then cook them on the fire and never have to leave this little area, which is really nice. All right, we've hit level 30 fishing. We're looking good here, and I haven't mentioned this yet, but the reason why we're fishing here in the first place is so that we can make our way on over to Temperos. Temperos is unlocked at level 35 fishing, and that's what we're going to do all the way until level 65, at which point we unlock Karambwan. We'll have a few other parts that we have to do, like a quest and an item that we have to get for that quest to do Karambwan, but this is the path to Karambwan. And the reason that we're doing Temperos is because Temperos, in my opinion at least, is just a lot more fun. I mean, it's objectively more engaging than normal fishing, and in addition to just getting fish from the reward pool, you can also get other things such as random jewelry and armor, which is really nice. So I'd also love to get the fish barrel for Karambwan, so that would be really great. And really, there's just a lot of good reasons to do Temperos. I just think it's a lot more fun for sure. So there is fishing level 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Let's get on over to Temperos. Now, like I said, I like Temperos. I think it's a lot of fun, and specifically over the course of this time from 35 to 65 fishing at Temperos, we're going to be doing it solo, and that's because you get better rewards that way. Like, not better rewards, but more rewards per experience that you get, because I want every chance that we can get from 35 to 65 to actually get that fish barrel and hopefully like a dragon harpoon or something, and maybe a tome of water too. Obviously that's kind of asking for a lot, but at least the fish barrel will be really nice. So a solo Temperos is fairly different from a mass Temperos in terms of what it is that you have to do, because you have to be pretty specific in what you're doing and at what time. And the reason for that is because we basically try to keep Temperos's energy, that blue bar up in the top left, at 10%, because at 10% and lower, it doesn't actually have any special attacks that he'll do. So that way we don't have to worry about any fires, any tsunami waves or anything like that, and it works out pretty well. But with that does come a little bit of strategy, and so what I'm going to do here is show you how that works, basically show you that strategy, so that if you're following along in the guide, you can do it yourself, or you can just better understand how solo Temperos works. So let me rewind here for a second, and we'll get to actually showing you how that solo method works, and kind of everything as far as the steps go. The first thing to know is that your inventory needs to look exactly like mine, at least in terms of where things are placed. We'll get to why exactly that is in a little bit here, but let's go ahead and get started with the steps that you can see on the right side of my game window. So the first thing you want to do after getting off the boat is catch fish until you have either 7 or 8. You'll start to feel over the course of time whether it's 7 or 8 depending on how fast you're catching them, but 7 is definitely good. After that, head on over to the cooking shrine and cook until the double spot appears. We're going to be taking advantage of these double fishing spots all throughout the game, so be sure to watch out for those. Then as soon as the double spot is there, you're just going to fish from it until you have either a full inventory or the first wave starts. Since we haven't done any damage to Temperos yet, he's still going to do some special attacks here at the beginning, and this first wave is one of only 2 attacks that we should actually see during the game, so that's going to be one that we need to watch out for. Next, we're going to head back on over to the cooking shrine and cook fish until we have 16 cooked fish. Even if you got more than 16 in your inventory from the double spot, you only want to cook 16 for timing's sake. And then at that point, run on up to the boat, avoiding any storm clouds that happen to have appeared with a fire that they're going to strike with their lightning, as depending on how long it took you to get to this point, you might see a few of those fires, so just put them out on your way if you need to. Here we're going to load our 16 cooked fish, making sure that we don't load any more raw fish into it after those 16 cooked ones so that we don't mess anything up. Then it's time to head back down to the shore and put out any fires that we might see, and then fish and cook the rest of our inventory, which is going to be 19 fish in total. If you still have some leftover fish from earlier, then that's great, you'll just be a little bit ahead, but either way you need to catch and cook 19 fish. All the while we need to be watching out for those double spots, making sure that anytime one is available that we're catching from it, and that we're cooking anytime there isn't a double spot available, and then heading to a single spot if we need to for a little bit until the next double spot appears. Once that's done, it's time to head back on up to the ship and load all 19 of our fish, and luckily we're well past the point where Temperos is going to be doing any special attacks since his energy will already be at 10%, so all we need to do is load those 19 fish. As soon as all 19 of those fish are put in, you just want to head straight down to the spirit pool and start attacking it. And by this point we finished all the hard stuff. Everything else is really easy from here on out. You'll see that the rest of this little mini guide that we're doing will go very quickly, because really we've done all the work here in this first round to make the second and third rounds really very chill and honestly pretty AFK. For the start of this second round, we're just going to be fishing and cooking 19 fish just like we did earlier, except this time there's not going to be any interruptions from any special attacks. Really all we need to do is watch out for those double spots, fish from them every time they're available just so that things go a little bit faster, and then cook when we're not fishing from the double spots, and things will feel really very chill. That storm intensity won't be getting up nearly close to 100% like it did earlier, and it's a really pretty chill time. Next up, we just need to go ahead and load those 19 fish that we did earlier. Nothing special here, exactly the same as we've been doing it up until now. Really just loading those 19 fish and then getting ready to fish from the spirit spirit pool after that. Then just head down to the spirit pool and start fishing from it until you can't anymore. Hopefully getting temperos down to no more than 30% or so, because that's what we need to have in order to actually make the next round work as we finish the game. At this point, if temperos has around 10 or 20% essence left, then you'll just want to drop all of the stuff in your inventory except for your harpoon and catch a literal full inventory of fish just so you can get some extra permits. If temperos has around 25 or 30% essence though, then you'll definitely want to just catch the normal 19 fish that we've been doing before and then go about doing things that way. If temperos has like 35 or 40% essence left though, you'll want to catch probably 15 or 16 rather than a full inventory, just so that you're playing it safe and have a little bit of extra time at the end. Either way, at this point you want to go ahead and load the rest of your fish, whether it be your 15 or your 19 or your full inventory, whatever it may be. Then head down to the spirit pool, finish that up, and get temperos's essence all the way down to 0, finishing the game. And there you go, there's a good solid temperos solo method for you that's a good combination of permits and experience, and it should do well to get you on up to that 65 to unlock Karambuan. It might take a little bit of time getting used to, you might fail a couple just as you're getting used to things, but really it has like a 90 to 95% success rate from what I've seen, even from level 35 fishing, which is what we're starting at this point in the guide. But if you really prefer, if you're following the guide that is, you can definitely do mass temperos. It's just going to get you a little bit less experience and permits per hour. But anyway, that is enough of the solo temperos crash course. I'm going to go ahead and show you what it is that I got from levels 35 to 65 fishing as I was going about doing temperos. Alright, first temperos kill here, we're going to get some spirit flakes, of course, as, ooh, it looks like, as well as some soaked pages, very good, as well as a couple of caskets, looks like some emerald bracelets and some diamond rings, not too bad, very cool. Ooh, very nice. Kill number 10, and that is a bunch of uncut red topazes. That's pretty good. That's 13 of them. That's really solid. Those will be good for some burning amulets later for some prayer training in the wilderness. Oh my gosh, there is the big harpoon fish on kill number 14. That's kind of lucky, I feel like. That is very interesting. It's not where I want my luck to go, but we'll take it, I suppose. Ooh, 3 kills later, a rune full helm from a casket. Very nice. Not bad at all. Ooh, 37k GP from a casket. My goodness, that is kill number 22. Very nice. Ah, dang it. I thought that was the fish barrel. Dude, not bad. A tackle box on kill 41 and 41k from a casket. Very nice, dude. We're cruising. We're not there with the fish barrel yet, but surely soon. Ooh, bummer. I got 25 soaked pages in one drop, which means that is either a duplicate fish barrel or a duplicate tackle box, and we only have the tackle box, so that means that it was a duplicate tackle box. Very sad. On the very next kill too, that was kill 42. My goodness. Ooh, okay, kill 45. There is 3 dragon stones from a casket. That's pretty okay. Hey, there it is, the fish barrel, dude. Kill number 46. That is not bad at all. I think if my math is right, that's around 400 permits, which is right on rate, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I just really wanted that here from temperos for Karambuan before we left temperos, so I'm very glad that we got that. That is very good. Oh my, that is 2 rune plate bodies and a hard clue scroll from 1 casket. What the heck? Kill number 54. Not bad. Oh my, dude, we are decked out in rune. What the heck? That is 3 rune plate legs from a single casket on kill number 56. That means I have a rune full helm, 2 rune plate bodies, and 3 rune plate legs. What in the world, dude? I really would not have expected that from temperos. And if my calculations are correct here, during the spirit pool in the middle of kill 59, we will get level 65 fishing. Very nice. Yeah, honestly, I'll just finish up this kill here and then we'll move on to actually cooking all of the fish and maybe getting something nice from the reward pool for our final kill. I guess we'll have to see here. All right, nothing crazy from that reward pool, but that is okay. We got very lucky during these temperos kills. Very nice. Yeah, we got the fish barrel, we got the tackle box, we got the big harpoon fish, which is really random. We didn't get a tome of water or a dragon harpoon, but that's totally fine. I think those are both 1 in 1600. No, let's see. The tome of water is 1 in 1600. I think the dragon harpoon is 1 in 8000. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting either of those necessarily, but yeah, we're cruising here. We're doing very well, and I think what I'm gonna do is just do some bank organization really quick, and then we'll move on to actually cooking all of these lovely fish that we got from temperos. All right, here we are at the Rogue's Den fire over here near the bank, and we got a lot of fish. You can see all of the fish here. We've got quite a few, especially of those salmon. My goodness. But what I'll do is I'll just cook all of these going from the lowest to the highest so that we play around with the burn rates as best we can, you know, in terms of actually getting experience and levels and everything before we get to the higher fish. So that should be good. We'll go about doing that, and there's nothing really to see here. I'll just see you when it's done. Oh my goodness, it's been a while. I've got a decent bit of cooking experience here. We've got 12 more swordfish to cook here, and then we're done. We've got a lot of good fish now for our various needs. Of course, we're going for the Karambuan, so we're not going to use many of these fish actually actually in the course of the account, but the cooking experience is nice. We got 68 cooking in, so we didn't quite get to 70 for Recipe for Disaster, but that's okay. We'll get the rest of the way to 70 through Karambwan for sure, so that should be great. For now, we need to do the Druidic Ritual quests, so here's a dead cow, a dead chicken, a dead bear, a dead rat, some blue meat, and a completed quest. Very nice. Now we gotta work on the Jungle Potion quest, so let's get a Snakeweed, an Ardrigal, a Cytofoil, a Valencia Moss, and a Rogue's Purse. And that's the quest done. Perfect. So that's all we needed to do theoretically in order to do the Taibu Wanai Trio quest, which of course is the quest that you need to do to unlock the ability to fish Karambwan. But there's just one thing stopping us from doing that quest right now. An Agility Potion 4. We need one of these bad boys in order to give it to the guy so that he can fight the Shaikahan. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but anyway, we need one of them in order for him to be able to do that part so that we can finish the quest. And normally we'd be able to make it with a Toad Flax and 34 Herblore, but we don't have that. In fact, we only have like 9 Herblore right now, I think is what it is. So getting all the way to level 34 Herblore would definitely be quite the adventure, and instead of doing that, we're gonna go about doing it in a different way. One way that some Ironmen go about getting a 4-dose agility potion is by doing the Jekyll and Hyde random event where you have to give Dr. Jekyll an Irrit Leaf, for which he'll give you an agility potion 4. However, of course, you're left up to chance to be able to get a Jekyll and Hyde random event in the first place, and then I'd have to go about getting an Irrit Leaf, so that's off the table for now. There's also another really weird piece of tech that you can actually do during the Icthlorin's Little Helper quest where you can make the Possessed Priest drop a 4-dose agility potion for you. But that quest is a little bit further down the line for when I want to actually do it in this guide, and there's a little bit of complication as to how to actually make it happen, so we're not going to go about doing it that way either. Instead, what we're going to do is kill some skeletons over in the Haunted Mine who have a chance to drop some agility potions. They actually drop 2-dose agility potions, but we can just get 2 of these and then combine them to make a 4-dose, so that should work just fine. And these really should be super easy to kill because we have all of our Moonlight Moth mixes that we got a little bit earlier, so we can just pray melee the whole time and not have to worry about it. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's go do it. Alright, just hopping off of this BIP Fairy Ring Island, and we're heading down to the Haunted Mine here so that we can kill those nasty skeletons for a couple of tasty 2-dose agility potions. We'll just hop right in here into this tunnel, and then all we have to do is just head straight northwest of here into this little area, and we've already got a skeleton right here. Very nice. Now I'm going to be killing them with Earth Bolt because they have a 35% earth weakness, so that'll help a lot. And these are 1 in 25, each of the 2-dose agility potions, and there's an anti-poison which is actually the same drop rate, so that's fun. So the only annoying thing here is that these animated spades keep attacking me, unfortunately. But I'm kind of looking at this area and I'm thinking that I might be able to lure one kind of to the northeast of me on a certain tile. Let me try that. All right, if I take this guy and move right here and then move down to this tile, I think, yeah, he's stuck right there. Very nice, dude. Because if I move here, he can attack me, but if I move here, he cannot attack me. Oh, that's beautiful. That's amazing. And then I just kill this skeleton and wait for him to respawn, and we are cruising, dude. Very nice. All right, it's been a little while. It's been like 30 or 40 minutes, something like that. I've killed about 48 skeletons here. It's 1 in 25, so I theoretically should have just about 2 of them as soon as we kill the next skeleton, but we'll keep going. We'll keep cruising along with it, you know? Sometimes RNG giveth, sometimes RNG taketh away. You know what I mean? Aha, there's one, an agility potion 2. That is kill number 72. My goodness, that's a little bit dry, but you know, it is what it is. Ayo, and there is the second one, agility potion 2. That is kill number, let me see here, 85. My goodness. We combine those. We do not drink it. We do not empty it. We do not do anything of that sort. And we get the heck out of here. My goodness. All right, we've got everything here. Let's go talk to Tim Fraku upstairs in his house in Taibu Wanai, and we will get this quest started. This quest is pretty simple. Nothing too crazy about it. The nice thing is that we have the 65 fishing already, so that if we burn the one that they give us, the Karambwan, we can just fish another. So we'll see if that happens. But we're fishing some Karambwanji now. We just got 42 of them. We just need a little bit for the quest, but then we'll fish a lot of them after for the Karambwan. But we'll see if we burn the actual Karambwan that they give us. If you burn it as an Ironman, you just have to get 65 fishing to be able to get another one. So like I said, it's good that we have that, but let's go see if we actually burn that one. And here we go. Yep, we burned it. Very sad, but luckily we have the fishing level to get more, so let's do that. And there we go, 1 poison Karambwan. You love to see it. Here's the agility potion for good old, what's his name, Tamayu. Now he can kill the Shaikahan. Very nice. And after a little bit more running around the jungle, we should be good here. There is the Taibu Wanai Trio quest completed. Perfect. Now it's just time to catch a few thousand Karambwanji and then just start catching some Karambwan, dude, very nice. This is it. This is the thing. I've got my beautiful fish barrel. I've got my Karambwanji. We're cruising, dude. This is amazing. I'm definitely gonna make this my new AFK thing. It's just so AFK, especially with the fish barrel, and it should be an amazing time. And anytime we need more food, we can just come on over here, catch Karambwan, and get them cooked, and we should be set going forward. And now it's time to start some combat. I've been working on a lot of stuff. However, for the vast majority of what we've been doing, working towards solving money and prayer and food and all that, we haven't really done much combat. I mean, I guess we fought those hill giants for a little while, and of course we've had some various fights throughout the quests that we've done. However, it's time to actually get going with some combat. I love PvM. I think it's a really fun part of this game. Obviously, it's a huge part of this game, and so getting started on it on this account is going to be really important. So today we are starting with the Fight Arena quest, and we're going through a lot of good quests today to be able to get our combat experience up as quickly as we can without having to spend a lot of time in those early combat levels of like melee and ranged and mage, starting with such low levels. It's a lot faster to quest the beginning for sure. So what we're doing right now is the Fight Arena quest, and that's going to give us a decent amount of attack experience. The nice thing is that for this quest and a decent amount of the quests that we're going to be doing today, the Moonlight Moths that we've already gotten and the prayer that we've already gotten the levels for are really going to make it so that we don't have to worry much about the fights. I mean, of course there are some safe spots that we can set up like we'll do for this quest, but when it comes down to it, there's just a lot of being able to just cheese things with prayer that we can do, which is really nice. In fact, let's skip to some of the fights during this quest and I'll show you what I'm talking about as far as some of those safe spots go. All right, here we've got the what is it, the Khazard Ogre, whatever it's called. So we're gonna go ahead and just run to the other side of these bones here and fight. Oh, hold on, I gotta turn my my spell on one sec. There we go. Now we're fighting the Khazard Ogre. Very easy. I've got tons of chaos runes from all the money that we've pickpocketed, which is really nice. So honestly, everything's really coming together in terms of what it is that we've prepared and how things are going with the with all of the preparations that we've made. Next up is the Khazard Scorpion here, which is very similar in terms of the ogre, the fight that we just did. We just got to run on over here, tank a hit. I guess I could have prayed, but it doesn't really matter. And then we just safe spot him till he's dead. Then the last one here is going to be good old Bouncer. We love the Hell Puppy Bouncer, so let's go ahead and get him killed as well. And these bolt spells really should just tear through him, so it should be not too bad at all. Very nice. Now he is dead, and we can just quick escape through this door, not have to fight General Khazard, and then we just have to run back to Lady Serville, and we're all done with that. So now it's time to move on to the next one, which is going to be the Tree Gnome Village. We actually technically already started this quest earlier when we were working on the Waterfall quest so that we could get out of the Tree Gnome Village area quickly. So now it's just a matter of getting it finished up. And the nice thing about this quest in particular, like I mentioned earlier, is that there is a safe spot that we could set up, but since we can pray melee and we've got just a billion Moonlight Moth mixes now, we can just pray melee and not worry about it. Let's go to that. All right, here's our good friend, the Khazard Warlord. He's not going to stand a chance, and then we just pray melee and we get him killed. It's that simple. I don't know, I'm definitely a person in terms of how I play the game that really likes to prepare for things as well as I can before actually going and doing them. So you'll probably notice that I do a lot of preparation so that things can just be easier, you know what I mean? I mean, there's people out there who have done like level 3 combat fire capes or whatever it is. Obviously that's like Rendy doing a world record or whatever it is, but there's people out there that do a lot of things really early, and I don't know, I don't play the game that way a lot of the time. I don't know, it's not like that I don't like to challenge myself or anything, but I don't know, I've played this game a lot. I've had a lot of accounts over the course of time that I've been playing this game, and this is just kind of the cozy way that I like to play it, and it's working out really well here. As you can see with this Khazard Warlord, we haven't taken any damage. The health that we're missing right now is just from the wolves that were on the way to the Khazard Warlord, so it's really nice. We're just cruising, we've got him almost killed here, and there we go, very nice. We've got the Orbs of Protection now. Let's bring him back to King Bullren, and then we get some Sultana, some Entania, some more Sultana, some more Entania, and then we are all done. The Tree Gnome Village has been completed. That is 11,000 attack XP. That's really good. All right, the Grand Tree. This is the next one in our little adventure here of going through all these quests and getting all this melee combat XP. There's a lot of melee quests out there for sure. There are definitely less ranged ones in terms of what we'll do here, and then there are even fewer. Actually, I don't think there are any magic quests that we're doing as far as straight combat XP goes, so we'll do a bunch of melee ones, a few ranged ones, and then move on to getting some nice combat gear as well as some combat training. Okay, here comes the Black Demon that we have to fight during this quest. This one's very simple, a very easy safe spot to set up here, and I'm using my beautiful Water Bolt spell, so there's no problem in terms of taking him out. We've got the elemental weakness on our side, and there is the Demon Dead, very nice. There is the Daconia Rock that we need, and there is the Grand Tree quest completed. That gives us a decent amount of agility XP too, which is actually really nice. Next Next up, it is time to save Merlin from his crystal during the Merlin's Crystal quest. This one doesn't actually give any combat experience, it's actually really more a stepping stone toward the Holy Grail quest, which will give a bunch of defense and prayer XP. Hiding in a crate is always fun though, I do like this part of the quest for sure. And really the only fight during this quest is with Sir Mordred, and he's pretty easy because we can just pray melee and use our adamant scimitar until Mommy Morgan Le Fay comes to save him. There we go. Then a little bit of Snarthen Cantric Termonto, and that is the quest complete. Very nice. We get Excalibur from that, which we do need to finish the Holy Grail, so that's good. And now we can actually just talk to King Arthur here at the end of that quest and start the Holy Grail quest. And for this quest, we just have to defeat the Black Knight Titan is basically the only fight during this one, and there's kind of a weird way that you can do a flinching method with this, which you can actually do a lot faster than normal flinching, and I've never known exactly why. He doesn't really have a timer like all of the other NPCs do when you flinch them, but I'm not going to do that anyway. We're just going to pray melee like this. So here we go, let's get him killed. Goodness, this does take a while, that is for sure. Getting closer, almost. We'll switch to Excalibur here to get the final hit, and there we go, the Black Knight Titan is dead. Very nice. And right up here should be the Holy Grail. Perfect. Then we return it to King Arthur, and that is the quest completed. Very nice. Next up, we have Dragon Slayer, and this is one that's obviously a bigger deal than the other ones in terms of like the iconicness of the quest and what it unlocks, but in addition to that, it also gives 18,000 strength and defense XP, which is so good. Of course, it also unlocks the ability for us to wear those rune plate bodies that we got from Tempros, which is really nice. So all in all, it is a great quest to be doing for sure. So let's get her done. All right, there is Thalzar's map piece from over here in the Dwarven Mine. Here is Lozar's map piece from good old Wormbrain, and here is Melzar's map piece from his maze. Rip Cabin Boy Jenkins, I will see you again at 60 sailing, friend. And now it's just time to kill big bad Elvarg, and she should be pretty easy as far as the fight goes. I think I've got plenty of Moonlight Moth mixes, I've got plenty of Karambwan, so here we absolutely go. Let's kill Elvarg. I'm going to be praying melee here and using those Moonlight Moth mixes and Karambwan, and I think the only danger that we really should be in is if she uses a ridiculous amount of Dragon Breath, because we can't protect from that. We have the anti-dragon shield, of course, but we do not have any kind of, you know, potions or anything like that to keep ourselves the rest of the way safe from the Dragon Fire, but as long as she doesn't smack us a bunch of 10s, we should be okay. You know, the Dragon Fire can be a little bit crazy. I don't know, that was a 6, that wasn't too bad, but that was a 2. There's a little bit more damage. We should be okay. I'm not too worried. I'm just kind of commentating this so that we see how it goes throughout the whole fight, but there's a couple of 9s in a row, my goodness, a 5. I don't know, let's keep going and we'll see. Okay, Elvarg, you're kind of spooking me, not gonna lie. I'm getting a little bit low on food and prayer. Oh dear, there's another 10, my goodness. Oh, an 8, yikes. If something doesn't turn around, I don't think this is gonna be the run, dude, yikes. Oh good, there's some actual DPS from me. That is good. I feel like I've just been getting really low DPS on this, honestly. Like 1 or 2 more hits here and we should be good. She's got 6.7% health left. There we go, just 1 more 3 and she's dead. We have the head of the Dragon of Crandor. I repeat, the head of the Dragon of Crandor. Very nice. Never a doubt in my mind. All right, let's give Oziak some head here and then we should be all good to finish the quest. Here we go. Very nice, dude. 18,000 strength and defense XP, the ability to wear rune plate bodies. That is amazing. You absolutely love to see it. All right, now we've got the final quest for the melee set, and that is going to be Monkey Madness. Now the final fight with the Jungle Demon in Monkey Madness is a lot simpler than Elvarg and Dragon Slayer, just because it's really just a matter of praying mage and then attacking it with mage. No Dragon Fire or any other chip damage to worry about. It's pretty simple, so it should be a good time. First, we just got to solve this classic puzzle that I definitely did not surely spend 200k on as a kid to get solved for me. Can you imagine? My goodness. Then we got to do the worst part of the quest here, which you have to do twice, which is running through the dungeon here under Apatol. I don't know, luckily we have all the Moonlight Moth mixes that we need, a bunch of food, and I guess a little bit of anti-poison that I brought, but it's really a matter of run energy, which we do not have any way to restore other than just walking, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Then we'll see if these dang monkeys are going to play nice, or if we're going to have to hop worlds to get around them. Looks like I might need to hop worlds here. There we go. Now I can head down here and make the monkey speak amulet, and now we run through the tunnels a second time, or I guess walk in this case, my goodness. But after this time, we'll have the monkey Grigri, so that'll be nice. We can finally freely walk around Apatol. Open the gates, a monkey wishes to pass. Very nice. And now we should be ready for the final fight. I brought everything in my inventory for what we need to actually do it. I've got plenty of Moonlight Moth mixes. I've got some actual Karambwan in case we mess up somehow. So let's just head on into the actual arena and we'll get killing this jungle demon. Here we go. Now the jungle demon's actually fairly resistant to magic, but I am using fire spells, which it's weak against, so it should be a little bit better, but I'm not thinking it'll go super fast. I mean, I don't know. I'm using bolt spells with chaos runes rather than the, what are they called? The strike spells with mind runes, I think it is. So it should go a little bit faster. faster, but I don't know. I'm hitting a lot of zeros here. There's another 0, unfortunately. Let's see. There's another 0, but we'll keep at it. All right, it's taken a while, but we've got him down to like 40 health or so, so we've got like 20% left to do. What I'm gonna do here is, oh gosh, he's actually way low now. I need to run away. Come on, come follow me, Jungle Demon, this way. Just because if he actually gets hit by the gnomes for the final hit, then it won't count and we'll have to do it again. So, or rather, he'll regain his health, and so he'll get to like 20 or 30, maybe 40%, something like that again, and we'll have to do it again. So we definitely want to avoid that. My goodness, this final hit's taken a minute here, though. This has been like 2 minutes. My goodness. There we go. There's the final 2, and he is dead. You'll love to see that. So let's teleport out of here, make our way on back to the gnome stronghold, talk to good old King Narnode Shireen, and complete the quest. Very, very nice. Monkey Madness 1 is all done. That's 10,000 coins, 3 diamonds, but more importantly, access to Barrows Training, which is going to be nice because that's kind of the whole point of doing these actual quests is of course getting the quest done, but also more importantly, getting the combat experience from them. And with this, what you can do is choose between getting more attack and defense or more strength and hit points. And we're going to choose attack and defense so that we get 35,000 in each of those skills, and then we'll just get 20,000 in strength and hit points because that just seems a little bit better to me. So there we go. That should be over in just a second here. There we go. And that will be up to levels, let's see, 44 strength, 40 hit points, 49 attack, and 46 defense. Ooh, and 58 combat. That is very solid, dude. We're done with all of the melee quests. That is really good. I'm very happy with that. We've barely trained any actual combat experience outside of quests, so that's really good. Other than magic, of course, when we did the hill giants earlier. But yeah, that's really solid. Let's get started now with a little bit of range quests. The first one we're going to work on here is the Goblin Diplomacy quest, which is a pretty simple one. And my goodness, what do you know? It's already over. Very nice. Now that one was really just so that we could eventually do Death to the Dorgeshuun, for which we're also doing the Lost Tribe right now, as Death to the Dorgeshuun is going to give us 2,000 ranged XP to actually get started on that skill. And this one's very easy. There's no actual fights or anything during it. It's just kind of some running back and forth between the Lumbridge cellar and other places. So just about done with this one now. Perfect. There's the Lost Tribe done. And now actually for Death to the Dorgeshuun, we're down here in the ham hideout because we need to get a bunch of ham robes. This one can be a little bit rough just depending on your RNG. You have to get 2 full ham sets of all the robes and everything. So we're going to go about doing that. And you know what? I just thought actually maybe it's better to use my rogue's outfit here. Yeah, you know what? Surely that's worth it. Let's go get that, and then we'll be able to actually double everything that we get so that we only have to pickpocket 1 of each item. Oh, holy cow. I've done like 5 pickpockets and I have like almost everything. What the heck? Yeah, this was definitely the right call. My goodness. I'm actually streaming right now, and my wife who's in the chat told me that it might be a good idea, and I'm glad I listened to her. You'll love to see it. Except for these boots, my goodness, what is happening here? I cannot get them. I can get everything else it seems, but no boots. Oh, there's more capes. There we go. Thrown in jail. That's unfortunate. Oh, I dropped the boots. Hold on. There they are. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that took like an extra 4 or 5 minutes, which is a lot longer than the other pieces took, so it felt long, but in reality, it wasn't really that long, I suppose. Very nice. Now we can continue along with the quest. And now here for what is essentially the end of the quest, after we just do one more thing after, we just need to fight Sigmund and all of his bodyguards. They're right on over here, so we'll just pray melee and attack them. I've got a couple of Moonlight Moth mixes. I've got some Karambwan just in case things go south. And in just a second here, Sigmund is about to be done for. There we go. Very nice. And that's the quest done. There is 2,000 ranged XP, which is really solid. That got us all the way to level 13 from level 1, so that is really good. Next up, we're going to talk to Eris here and start the Demon Slayer quest by getting our fortune told, as this one's going to allow us to do the Shadow of the Storm in a little bit. There is 1 key, 2 keys, and 3 keys. Very nice. And then just a little bit of Camarinthum, Aber, Gabindo, Perchai, Carlum, and we are all done. Beautiful. On to the next. Now on to the Golem quest, which is a really simple one. Very easy, honestly. We just got to talk to our friend the Broken Clay Golem here, do some other stuff, and that one is done. No fights or anything. Very simple. And now for the Shadow of the Storm quest. This is the one that's going to give us 10,000 XP in range, and you can actually put it in any combat skill that you want, but it's definitely going to be best for us to put it in range, so that's what we're going to do. So this time it's a little bit of Camarinthum, Calder, Nahudu, Agrith, Nar, Taran, then a little bit of Taran, Agrith, Nar, Nahudu, Calder, Camarinthum. And now to actually fight Agrith, Nar, oh shoot, he actually does mage damage as well. Oh yikes, this is not going well. I should probably, well, can I? No, there's no way. Yeah, let's get out of here. Oops. Okay, I actually brought food this time. This should go a little bit better, and hopefully I don't have any problems with all of this Karambwan here. And he is dead. Very nice. Quest done and 10,000 ranged XP. You'll love to see it. And now for the Gertrude's Cat quest, which is to be able to do Icthlorin's Little Helper as well as Contact in in a minute. So that one is done there. Very nice. And spoiler alert, this is a Masket herself. Let's go ahead and talk to her. Get through these awful dream sequences. Surely not fail. Okay, fail this jump maybe a few times. Goodness. Fight the apparition as well as the possessed priest. And that is the quest completed. Perfect. Now we are on to the Prince Ali rescue quest. This one's pretty simple. We're just going to start it by talking to Chancellor Hassan over in the Al-Kharid Palace. Get this guard drunk because it's RuneScape, of course. Free Mr. Prince Ali himself. And now the quest is complete. Very nice. Now back in Sophanum here, we're going to talk to the High Priest and get started on our final quest for the next little while, which is going to be Contact. And this one's not too bad either. It's pretty short. Honestly, all the quests that we're doing today really aren't really that bad. Honestly, it was mostly Monkey Madness and Dragon Slayer that are like the bigger ones, but these ones aren't really too bad, the rest of them, honestly. And we're going to be fighting the giant scarab here with Mage because it has a, I don't remember exactly what percentage of a fire weakness it has, but it does have one. So this should be pretty easy here. I'm going to flick Mystic Might and pray ranged, and now it is just about dead. There we go. Very nice. That is all done. And the final quest here for a little while anyway is completed. Very nice. So now it's time to talk about combat gear, because now that we've done a bunch of quests and gotten our combat stats to a decent place, we need to actually get moving on with getting some gear and starting training. Let's start with these here, and I'll show you what it is that we've already got versus what we want to get going forward. This right here is showing us for melee, ranged, and mage what we already have for the setups that we're looking to go for. And as you can probably see, there are a bunch of blank spots in these gear setups, so we need to start filling those out. If you want to know what all these are going to be right now, you can check the wiki guide in the link in the description, of course, but let's talk about melee for right now and see what it is that we're going to be going for. The main thing that we already have for our melee setup that we actually got from Temperos of all things a little while ago is the rune armor. We also have an Ardoin Cloak 1, which is more for defensive and prayer bonuses, but it's still nice for the melee setup for now. And then for all the setups, I've just put a Ring of Dueling because that's often what we're wearing when we're doing PVM and stuff like that at this point in the account, so that's what we've got there for now. But as far as things that we want to get going forward goes, one of the things is going to be the Nade is Not Helm. We'll have to complete a few quests, including the Fremnik Trials and the Fremnik Isles, to be able to get this, but it'll be really great for a melee setup as it has really good prayer and offensive bonuses. For our necklace for a decent while, we're going to be using the Strength Amulet because it has a ridiculous amount of strength bonus for how easy it is to get, and we'll be getting a Ruby Amulet from the Ham storerooms and then enchanting it to make the Strength Amulet itself. We're also going to want a Dragon Scimitar, for example. That's going to be huge. We've already done Monkey Madness 1, but we need to get the attack level to wield it, as it'll be a great weapon to hold us off until we get the Zombie Axe. We also definitely are looking forward to getting the Dragon Defender, which will be really good to get from the Warriors Guild. It's definitely got some defensive bonuses, but of course we're using it mostly for its offensive bonuses, and it'll be what we use for melee for a long time going forward. Now, interestingly enough, until we get Barrows gloves, what we're actually going to be using for melee is going to be the Chaos Gauntlets from the Family Crest quest. These actually have a +2 melee strength bonus, which is pretty solid all things considered as you're waiting to get the actual Barrows gloves, so we'll hold on to those for a little while for melee and mage. And then lastly, we're going to want to get ourselves a pair of mixed hide boots, which are really good for their strength bonus and a little bit of defensive bonus as well. And that's just melee. We've got a lot of stuff for ranged and mage that we need to get to as well, so I suppose let's get started with it. So the thing we're going here for first is going to be the good old Strength Amulet, and what we're doing is going to the Ham storerooms like I mentioned earlier. And the reason I'm doing this first is because I figured it would probably be good to have the Strength Amulet as we go about training for the Dragon Scimitar Rex, the Dragon Defender Rex, things like that. So let's see how long it takes to actually get this bad boy. We need the Ruby Amulet, and we can also get some Diamond Amulets from here as well for our eventual Power Amulets, so that'll be good too. Oh wow, there's the Diamond Amulet already. That's very nice. That is the Amulet of Power completed once we are able to enchant it, that is. And there is Diamond Amulet number 2. And there's number 3. What the heck? When are we gonna get a dang Ruby Amulet? My goodness. Number 4. Oh my, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are the same drop rate. My goodness. There we go. There's our beautiful Ruby Amulet. Took 4 Diamond Amulets to get it, but that's okay. We need a few of those for clues anyway, so that'll be good. Let's go get this bad boy enchanted after I finish this inventory of keys. All right, we've got our Wizard Mind Bomb to get us up to the level to enchant the Ruby Amulet, and there it is. There is our Amulet of Strength. Beautiful. And what we're going for next here is actually going to be something off list, and that is the Rune Scimitar. The Rune Scimitar is going to be a pretty solid stepping stone on the way to the Dragon Scimitar, and we want something on our way to that for sure. And while we could go for the Rune Longsword from the Champions Guild store, I think I want to go for the Rune Scimitar because not only does it just sound fun, I kind of want to do it, but also because it's going to be some good magic training here at these Fire Giants with the water spells. Fire Giants have a 100% weakness to water spells, which means that our max hit here is going to be 24. That's really good. Plus our accuracy is doubled and everything like that. So it's really solid mage training, honestly. So we're gonna see how long it takes here to get ourselves a nice rune scimitar. Oh man, there's a fire battle staff. That's fun. That's the same drop rate, but that's okay. And another fire battle staff. My goodness, this is the diamond amulet situation all over again. There's another fire battle staff. Oh, there it is, the rune scimitar. 106 KC, not bad. That's pretty okay. Drop rate's 1 in 128, so I will definitely take that. That's 52 mage that we ended up with there. That's pretty solid for sure. So let's move on to the next item. So we're about to do the Fremnik Trials quest, and in order to do that, we need to get a lyre, and we could craft it ourselves or fletch it ourselves, I guess, but we could also just kill Borokar over here a bunch of times until we get one. That saves us from having to get the fletching requirement, which is really nice. We're doing this so that we can eventually do the Fremnik Isles and get the Neatisnot helm, but for now we're just going to stick with the Berserker helm as well as the Farseer and Archer helms. So that'll unlock a few different things for us, which will be very nice. Nice, 10 kills in, and that is the lyre. Beautiful. Later in the quest, we're just killing the Draugen, which is super easy because we have Protect from melee. Then we're killing Koshé the Deathless the same way, but this time we're also smuggling in a nice Drayman staff, which is great for this part of the quest. And that is the quest done, the Fremnik Trials, perfect. And now that that's done, we'll buy the Archer helm for ranged, the Berserker helm for melee, as well as the Farseer helm for mage. Very nice. And now let's buy some more stuff, actually. We're kind of in a good spendy mood here, so let's go ahead down to the Dorgesh Khan mines. We'll head on over to our good friend Nardok, and we will buy a few things. We're going to buy the Dorgeshan crossbow, as well as a bunch of packs of bone bolts. Honestly, I'm probably just going to buy a few thousand of these, probably like 5,000 or so, because we'll use them AFK at the Gemstone Crab, I think is the plan, on our way toward actually getting the 66 range that we're looking to get so that we can eventually use the Hunter Sunlight crossbow. And even though we're not 40 ranged yet, we're going to come on over here to the Champions Guild and trade Scavo to get ourselves some nice green D'hide Vambraces. We'll use those for ranged, obviously, once we hit level 40 range, but then we'll also use them for a little bit of extra defense just while we're doing melee, probably. Until we get the Chaos Gauntlets, that is, of course. Now what I'm doing is catching a bunch of Ruby Harvests over here at the AKQ Fairy Ring, and then some Black Warlock Butterflies down south of the AKS Fairy Ring, so that I can make a bunch of butterfly mixes, because these two butterfly mixes are essentially super attacks and super strengths without having to do any herb lore. It's honestly a really nice way to go about it, because we're going to be doing some melee training going forward, and this will be a really nice way to have some extra DPS. Now we're going to do a little bit of Slayer, because I'd like to work toward the Dragon Scimitar and the Dragon Defender, and to get that 60 attack for the Scimitar and 65 attack and strength for the Defender, we're going to be using Vanica to get those Slayer tasks. It looks like we're going to kill some Ice Giants here, so let's go work on that. Now we haven't actually done any Slayer since we did the Varrock Museum Natural History quiz, so we just have level 9. As such, we'll probably be getting some decently quick levels as we go about training Slayer for the next little while, so I'll give you some updates as we go. Beautiful, there is level 15, level 20, level 25, and level 30, then level 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and level 40. And skipping forward a bit to level 44 Slayer, we finally hit level 60 attack. My goodness. That was a lot of Slayer, but it's all worth it because we finally hit that 60 attack, and now we can head on over to Apatol and buy ourselves a lovely, lovely, beautiful, beautiful Dragon Scimitar. Very nice. Dude, look at this bad boy. This is a very nice upgrade. Now what we're going to do with it immediately is head on over to Scurius. I love Scurius. I think it's a really fun fight. It's really good for learning mechanics of PvM and bossing, and it's also incredible amounts of experience, because if you didn't know, Scurius actually has a multiplier boost for the amount of experience that you get as you damage him. So not only are we practicing PvM and having fun, but we're also getting a lot of good experience. Alright, this first one has been about a 10-minute kill, but we are just about done here. We have killed Scurius. There we go, dude. Oh, and a Rune Square Shield. That is an immediate upgrade. That is a perfect best in slot for us until we get the Dragon Defender. Oh man, do I love some Scurius. Now I did forget some knives that I can use to kill the rats, which will speed up the kills quite a bit, and that's actually a pretty good segue into how the Scurius fight works. So the first thing to know about Scurius is that you can fight him publicly with other people or privately by yourself. As an Ironman, you're pretty much always going to want to use private so that you don't get crashed by other people, so that you can still get drops, and so that he has a third of the health that he normally would have, so you have more pet chances and more spine chances as well. After you've right-clicked and joined the private instance, what you're going to want to do is just start attacking Scurius praying melee. He's going to do a combination of these jumping attacks as well as melee attacks on you, and really what you want to do is just watch out for the shadows on the ground as he jumps up in the air. These shadows are just designating where the rubble is going to fall, so be sure to avoid those. And then once Scurius reaches around 400 health, which is 80% of his health, he's going to run on over to one of the food piles. He'll start eating from the food piles, regaining some health as he does it, also hitting you with some ranged and mage attacks. Just pray ranged when you see green and pray mage when you see blue. He'll also sometimes summon these rats here, as you can see, and the best thing to do do is just switch to a faster weapon like some knives and attack the rats with those. It's really nice because it's a guaranteed 15 regardless of what you're hitting them with, so they'll always die in one hit. Now, one thing to watch out for is when he switches away from eating the food piles like he's about to do right here. Just notice when the animation stops and quickly switch to melee like I just failed to do right there. If you're able to do that quickly and notice when he stops that eating animation, you'll be able to avoid getting hit quickly as he switches back to melee. And really that's it. That's pretty much the whole fight. Those are all the mechanics that you have to watch out for. It's just green ranged, blue mage, and watching out for those shadows as he jumps. The only thing that'll be different later on in the fight is when he gets to below 30% health or 150 of his health, he'll start walking toward the middle and start his enraged phase where he basically does things a lot faster. He'll jump more frequently, doing more jumps in a row sometimes, summon rats more frequently, and shoot his ranged and mage attacks a little bit more quickly. He'll never melee you during this time, but it is important to also pray melee when you don't need to be praying ranged or mage, because the little rats can hit through your prayer, but they'll hit a lot less if you are praying. All of these things can happen at once, which makes the final phase of Scurious a little bit crazy sometimes, but really you just need to stay out of the way of the rubble, pray ranged and mage when you need to, and then kill the rats quickly and you should be good. Once you're done and you've killed Scurious, hopefully you get the 1 out of 33 Scurious spine drop, because that Scurious spine can be used to make one of the 3 Ratbane weapons to be able to do a lot more damage to Scurious. Now the reason that these 3 Ratbane weapons, the Bone Mace, the Bone Shortbow, and the Bone Staff, do more damage to Scurious is because they give a straight up plus 10 increase to your max hit when you're fighting rats. And they can only be used to fight rats, but that works out fine because we're using them to kill Scurious, and it's just a lot of XP that adds up over time as you're doing plus 10 damage potentially every hit as you're fighting Scurious. Now the second thing is that as you're fighting Scurious, when he summons his little rat minions, these bone weapons have no attack delay as you're attacking those rats, meaning that you can attack 1 per tick or 1 every 0.6 seconds. Especially since Scurious can spawn the rats multiple times throughout a fight, this speeds things up significantly and gives so much more experience per hour. All of this is really just to say that the Ratbane weapons are really good, and we're hoping to get our first spine very quickly so that we can kill Scurious more quickly, get more experience per hour, do all of those things, and get our second, third, and subsequent spines even faster. Alright, coming up on kill number 10 here, surely something nice. A lobster and a CA, very nice. We will take it, I suppose. Alright, nothing on 15 either. Kill number 20 looking similarly disappointing. Nothing but a shark on 25. Some coins on 30. And here on number 33, the official drop rate for the spine, we get death runes. Very sad. Now, I've still got the level 60 attack that we got when we unlocked the Dragon Scimitar in the first place, but we are up to level 57 strength, which is pretty solid. And overall, the experience from Scurious is really good, but it'll be a lot better once we do get that spine and can make that bone mace that we've been hoping to make. Arguably, the nicest thing that we've gotten though from all these kills is that I started my ranged level at 36 and now we're at 48. And that's literally with just killing all of the little rats that Scurious spawns with the knives that I've been buying from the Rogue's Den. But honestly, I'd trade most of it away for a spine if we could, but let's see how it goes as we continue here. Here we go. A lobster for number 40, a rune medhelm for number 45. Let's see here, some trout for number 50, very sad. Hey, yo, there it is on kill number 54, very nice. And you know what? That's about 20 kills later than I would have liked to have it, really about 50 kills after I'd like to have it, but we will take it. We've gotten lots of good experience along the way, but now it is time to get the heck out of here and go make a beautiful Ratbane weapon. Very nice. I'm gonna buy a nice rune mace from Scavo over here at the Champions Guild, and then because I don't have the smithing level myself, I'll take that rune mace as well as the Scurious spine on over to Historian Aldo over here and have him make me a beautiful bone mace. There we go, dude. Looking good. Very nice. We have it. We've got the weapon, and now we can kill more Scurious. Yay! Very nice. There's our first kill with the bone mace. We get the sit rat and the efficient pest control CAs, and my goodness, that kill was a lot faster. I'll tell you what. The nice thing about the bone mace is well, I guess all the stuff that I talked about earlier, you know, with the extra damage to Scurious as well as the fact that the rats don't have an attack delay. It's all just really good. It's all really good stuff. But anyway, you've seen enough Scurious for today. Let's switch on over to when I get the actual 65 strength, which is kind of my goal for what we're doing here at Scurious. Alright, 95 kills in here. This is kill number 96. We are about to get, there it is, level 65 strength. Now that we have 65 strength, all we need to do is get 65 attack in order to start going for the Dragon Defender. So let's start working toward that. I think I'm going to do a combination of Slayer and Gemstone Crab, because I can do some Slayer when I'm more actively playing and then some Gemstone Crab when I'm being a little bit more AFK, like editing and stuff. My combat level is 70, so I can use Kael'dir now for my Slayer Master, so we're going to start doing that. Apparently with some Calphite. Very cool. Yeah, I'll probably just go kill some Calphite workers, I guess is what I'll do. So here we are killing these Calphite, and honestly, probably after this task, I'm actually going to go do some gemstone crab, which I don't really need to show you just because it's pretty boring. I'm not going to be recording the whole thing because I'll be editing and doing other stuff like that. So I will fast forward you now to when I get 65 attack and I'm ready to start going for the Dragon Defender. Okay, it's been a while. Here we are at the Warriors Guild with our lovely setup to go for the Dragon Defender. Now I've bought some mithril armor from various places so that we can animate it and get some actual Warriors Guild tokens. I got the helmet from Barbarian Village, and then I got the plate body and plate legs from the Varlamore blacksmith shop. And what I think we're going to do here is go for around 200 to 300 tokens, which is around 20 to 30 minutes of tokens worth, so that we don't go too overboard if we do end up getting lucky. But yeah, let's keep going here. I will show you, I guess, when we get our first defender. Oh, there it is. Let's see. That was 21 KC. Not bad. But I suppose we'll have to see if we keep getting lucky as we go for subsequent defenders. Ooh, okay. There is the Iron Defender. That's 67 KC, which actually is pretty lucky because now we've got two defenders in 67 KC and they're each 1 in 50. So that is looking really pretty good there. And the Steel Defender, that is 176 KC. That took a little while for that one for sure. I would have loved it to be a little bit quicker, but we'll see as we keep going here. We're only about halfway to actual rune, not even quite halfway. So let's keep going. Ooh, all right, nice. There's the Black Defender. That is 257 KC now. By this point, we've got 4 defenders, and that technically should be only 200 KC if we're looking at actual rate, but of course, that's not how math always works out. So here we are, about 57 dry according to those drop rates. So let's keep going here. Let's keep going. And the Mithril Defender there at 297 KC. That's pretty good there, honestly, as far as KC goes between the Black and the Mithril Defenders, and we're just 2 away from rune. Oh, there is Adamant. That is 321 KC. We're honestly kind of catching up here. We should get rune by 350 if we're going on rate, so that is pretty good. Oh my goodness, it is real. What the heck? I am now on 510 KC, whatever math that works out to be from the Adamant. My goodness. That took a while. That took a while. Hopefully the Dragon Defender doesn't take that long. Oh baby, 672 kills. We got the Dragon Defender. That definitely took a little bit longer than it was supposed to according to drop rates, but now we have it. And now after a little bit of glass blowing, it is time to start the Fremnik Isles quest. This one's going to finally allow us to unlock the Nay It Is Not helm, which is definitely going to be our best in slot melee helm for a little while, except for things like the Slayer helm or other niche helms for very specific circumstances. And this quest isn't too bad. There's a little bit of dialogue that we have to get through at various points of it, and there's like a little bit of running back and forth, but really nothing too crazy. The crazy part is potentially when we get to the final fight. But right before the final fight, we've got a pretty cool cutscene where we actually walk into the dungeon here that we're going to be fighting everything in, and then we've got to go ahead and fight a bunch of frenzied trolls. For this part, we're just going to pray ranged and then attack as many of the melee trolls as we can once they're low health, because all we have to do is do damage to 10 trolls that end up dying eventually, and then we're good to move past this part to the final fight. Now I think we should be just fine during this final fight. It shouldn't be too bad. The really only main thing that we have to worry about is to not pray protect from melee during the fight, because there's a special mechanic where he'll actually slam you back and do a ton of damage to you if you do pray melee. So we're just going to pray magic throughout the whole thing and we should be just fine. We've got our mixes, we've got our Karambwan, so looks like we're already doing some pretty decent damage to him, and he's just about dead here. And there we go, we have defeated the Ice Troll King. You'll love to see it. Now we just returned to Monas Burrowgwar over here, and we're going to put our 2 lots of 10,000 XP both on defense, and then we have completed the quest. Very nice. Some various amounts of XP and various skills, but most importantly, we get the beautiful Nay It Is Not helm. Very nice, dude. That's a decent upgrade from our Berserker helm for sure, and I am very excited to have it. And now what we're going to need is a little bit of smithing experience so that we can get our smithing on up to level 40 so that we can do the Family Crest quest. Of all places, that takes us over here to Lumbridge, where we're killing a bunch of goblins for a chef's hat. Very nice. Right there, we got it. That will allow us to go ahead and enter the cooking guild over here south of the Grand Exchange, buy a few red berry pies, then we'll grab a couple of iron bars over here from the Sunset Coast, and now we are all set to start the Knight's Sword quest. We'll just pay Big Daddy Thurgo a visit over here, mine a little bit of blurrite ore, and basically that's it. That's the quest completed, so that is very good there. And I've been doing some AFK mining over at the Motherlode mine for the last little while, but we got to get to level 48 really quick, so I got to boost up there with some iron ore so that we can buy a Dwarven Stout to boost our mining up a couple of levels so that we can mine through this rock slide over here at White Wolf Mountain, kill the Ice Queen with a pickaxe because we forgot our actual weapon so that we can get the ice gloves, then meet up with our good friend Kovac so that we can do the Sleeping Giants quest, complete that quest, buy some armor over here at the Fortis Blacksmith, and then then endure through a little bit of the worst minigame in the game, which is of course undoubtedly, undeniably the Giant's Foundry, so that we can do the Family Crest quest. And we're actually already at the end of it here. There's not much that goes on during this quest. All we have to do now is fight Chronozon, get him killed for the final crest part, and complete the Family Crest quest. Beautiful. And then we'll take our steel gauntlets over here to Jonathan and get them turned into some very nice chaos gauntlets. Perfect. That's exactly what we need. That is our best in slot for mage, as well as melee, honestly, because they've got a strength bonus, which is weird, but I don't question it. So now we have some very nice chaos gauntlets. And now we're going to go ahead and work on another mage upgrade, which is going to be a god cape this time. This is a pretty simple upgrade, as you don't have to do a ton to actually get it. All we got to do is bank our stuff here, grab some death runes, and then we'll head on over to Collodion over here and actually get started. He's going to teleport us on over to the mage arena, and we'll have to defeat each of his 5 forms so that we can get access to one of the god capes. And you can see the first phase is already done here. That was pretty quick. Now we've got this, I don't know if this is a troll or a joker or something like that, but we've got this phase here. We've got the spider phase. We've got the big ghost phase, and we've got the black demon phase. Now I realized I didn't actually bring any moonlight moth mixes, so I'm kind of running really low on prayer here. So hopefully we get this in time. Yikes, this is not looking great. Oh dear, oh yikes. Oh, that was a good hit. Let's keep going. And there we go. Very nice. We are done, and we can go ahead and get our god cape. Not even close. We're gonna go ahead and pick Saradomin here, so let's pray at the statue of Saradomin, get a full inventory of capes, and we are all set. And on to the next upgrade. So now we're doing the animal magnetism quest, and this one is good because it's gonna get us an Ava's device so that we can actually start training some ranged. Up until this point, the only actual ranged training that we've done outside of quests has been killing the minions at Scurious with some knives, and so after this we'll actually be able to do some combat to train that ranged skill. And there we go, there is the animal magnetism quest done. Really not a crazy one, just a little bit of running back and forth, and now we have a lovely Ava's device. Perfect. Now what I've done at this point is started the barbarian training with the fire making so that I can go down here into the ancient cavern, so that I can kill some skeleton brutes, so that I can get a nice yew short bow, so that I can turn my second Scurious spine that I got into a bone short bow. Oh wow, 2kc, that was very easy. Very nice. That's awesome. Very good. That was a lot faster than I expected that to be, so very nice. And now we just use this on Historian Aldo and we get a bone short bow. Beautiful. Now we can kill Scurious with ranged and get some crazy amounts of XP. Very nice. So I've gone ahead and bought a green d'hide body and legs from Oziak in the Champions Guild so that I can get going with this ranged Scurious. And I like ranged Scurious a lot. I think it's fun. It's a little bit more relaxed than melee Scurious, just because you can have a little bit of distance between you and Scurious when he goes and eats from the food pile, so you don't have to worry quite as much when he comes back and starts attacking you again. You can just pray melee as he starts walking toward you. But anyway, the goal here is to get level 60 range so that we can start getting some mixed d'hide going. So let's start working toward that. Beautiful. There is level 53 range, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and finally level 60. Beautiful. Now in order to actually get the mixed hide, what we need to do, oh shoot, I forgot my teasing stick. One sec. Okay, here we go. What we need to do to get the mixed hide is hunt a few creatures and take their furs on over to a guy in the Hunter Guild, and he can make them for us. We can actually do it ourselves if we have the crafting level, but we don't, so we're gonna pay him a little bit extra to make it for us. And the first animal's fur that we need here is 3 of the sunlight antelope, so there we go. Now we've got 3 fox furs as well. Perfect. And now we've killed a jaguar to get his pelt, and that's all we need there. Now we just gotta talk to our good friend Pelham over here at the actual Hunter Guild, and just like that, we have everything that we need here. We've got full mixed hide, including the top, the bottom, the boots, and the cape. That's very nice. That's going to serve as some good ranged gear, as well as a little bit of melee gear because of the strength bonuses that some of these pieces have. So I'm definitely a big fan of this set. And now for our next mage upgrade, what we're going to be doing is coming up on here north of the Embers Arena onto the mage training arena. We're going to be spending the next decent chunk of our time here because we want to get a few things. Not only are we going to get a bunch of mage levels from this, but we're also going to get the Bones to Peaches spell, which will help us get future items faster. And then we'll go for the rune pouch as well as the infinity boots to be able to help us have some better mage armor. Now I'll have an exact amount of runes for what you want to buy for the mage training arena as you go about doing it. You can buy them from the mage arena up in the wilderness, and I'll very quickly go through the general strategy for each room so that you can see how to go about doing it. And honestly, they're all really simple because RuneLite does all the heavy lifting with the plugin, and it's a great thing to be able to have that mage training arena plugin. For this alchemy room right here, all you need to do is right click search any of the little cupboards, and then it'll tell you which cupboard to actually go for. Then you'll want to grab around 15 of those items and just start alching them. That's pretty much it for this room. It's very simple. There's not much else to it. It's definitely the most boring room in my opinion, just because it's very repetitive and you just stand there and do nothing basically. But we gotta do it. We gotta do it. So that's how you do that room. Next up is the graveyard room, and this one's very simple as well. well. The gameplay loop is honestly very easy. All you have to do is find one of these bone piles that's close to the food chutes over here. You can find them in any of the corners or the sides of the rooms, and then you just spam click the pile of bones until the little info box in the bottom right of your screen turns green. Then you cast bones to bananas or bones to peaches and you put them in the chute, and that's literally it. You don't have to go into the other inventory tab to do anything. It's very simple, and that's pretty much it. For the enchanting room, all you need to do is look at the bottom right of your screen and see which one of the actual shapes has the bonus by it. Grab one of those shapes from the respective pile and then go about enchanting it with your best jewelry enchanting spell, and repeat that over and over until you have a full inventory. And then once you do have a full inventory, just go around to the middle and deposit all of your orbs into the chute here. That's literally it. You just repeat that over and over until you're done. And this one's nice in my opinion. This is the telegrab room. I like this one a lot more than the other ones because it actually involves some movement. But really all you need to do is follow the arrows. You can see here which one's about to turn into the arrow right there, and then you cast telekinetic grab on the statue, run to the next one, and you're all set to keep going. Again, I like this one a little bit more than the others just because it involves some movement. You can be tick perfect with your movements if you do it right, and personally it's just my favorite. And then once you've got all your points, all you have to do is head on over here to the Mage Training Arena shop and get exactly what it is that you want, like for example these bones to peaches right here. This will be good because it's going to be important to have for the Lumbridge hard diary eventually later in the game, and peaches give you more points than bananas in the graveyard room, so that's specifically why we did it first. But anyway, I won't bore you with any more Mage Training Arena. Let's get on over to the other rewards that we're going for. Alright, I just finished up a bunch more Mage Training Arena, and now we're going to go ahead and get ourselves the lovely rune pouch. Very nice. I much prefer getting the rune pouch here than over at LMS or any other place that you can get it, like Slayer for example. It's just a lot faster here and gives you some decent mage experience. And then lastly, the actual piece of mage armor that we wanted from here. We've got enough points now to buy the infinity boots. Perfect. This will be our best in slot for a long time, as well as allow us to make the internal boots eventually once we have the eternal crystal from Cerberus way in the future. And now we're making our way on over here to Yanil, specifically to the Wizards Guild, so that we can buy some mystic armor. Very nice. We got the top, the bottom, and the gloves for when we don't want to use bolt spells, and that's an easy upgrade to make there. We have plenty of magic levels for it since we did the Mage Training Arena, and now we're all set for that. And then now finally that we have all of our melee, ranged, and mage armor, we can do a little bit of Slayer, some more Slayer, a little bit more Slayer, maybe a little bit of Scurious mixed in here and there, maybe accidentally sort of kind of get a little bit of a Scurious pet at 241 KC off stream and off recording because you thought nothing was going to happen because you were just killing Scurious and there was no way you were going to get the pet at 241 KC, but I actually did. And then finally get 70 attack, strength, and defense, as well as 66 ranged and 75 mage, which have been the goals that we've been working for a while now. And we can finally move on to the next step in the guide. My goodness gracious. And as far as the next step in the guide goes, I'm thinking about what we've already done so far, and we've done a decent bit. However, one thing that we haven't really touched at all, other than the experience that we got in it from the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest, is farming. And that definitely needs to change because farming is just one of those skills on an Ironman that you really have to do regardless of whether or not you want to do it, assuming that you want to do PVM and bossing and raids and things like that, because you have to get those herbs to be able to make those potions. So here we find ourselves in Keldagrim getting started with the Giant Dwarf quest. This one doesn't actually have any farming necessary to be able to do it, and it doesn't give farming experience. However, it is going to allow us to do the Forgettable Tale quest afterward, which will give a decent amount of farming experience. I've actually got a whole set of quests that we're going to be doing here to get started with farming so that we don't have to do any of the early painful farming, like potatoes and onions and cabbages and things like that. I just want to get started with some more juicy stuff in terms of farming, like a decent amount of herbs that we want to be able to do, things like getting started with tithe farm and whatnot. So it should be a good time, but this is the first one that we're doing here. And really, for the most part, this is a go here and talk to this person to get this thing, to do this person, to do this favorite kind of quest. So it's not the funnest quest. It's definitely not the worst quest out there. There's a lot worse quests for sure, but this one doesn't have any fights or anything. So other than paying Big Daddy Thurgo a nice visit here, I don't really think there's too much of a need to show you all the quests here. So let's go ahead and skip to the end right here where we're about to skip the cutscene and finish the quest. Beautiful. That is it for that. We've got that done now, and now we can move on to the Forgettable Tale quest. So the first interesting part of this quest is when you have to talk to the Rowdy Dwarf over here in East Keldagrim, and he'll assign you a random item that you have to get for him in order for him to give you the Kelda Hop seed. Looks like we're gonna get assigned a banana. That's pretty easy. That's pretty good. Not too bad. All right, beautiful. We have obtained some dwarven seed. You'll love to see it. And now for this part of the quest, we have to wait for the Kelda Hops to grow, so I'm probably just gonna go do some hunt rumors or something like that while I wait. It's like a 15 to 20 minute wait, so I will see you when that's done. All right, that is done now. However, now we have to wait for the Kelda to brew, or whatever it is. I forget the actual name of it, but we gotta wait for that to brew, so that'll take another lovely 15 to 20 20-minute break of hunt rumors. You'll love to see it. And now we do this big chasm part with all of the railroad tracks and things like that for the first time. Then we do it again for a second time. And then lastly, a lovely third time, which we'd love to see. And we should be pretty much done with the quest after this. So let's get this done. All right. And that is what were we doing? Anyway, I guess it's time for the Creature of Frankenstein quest. Let's go ahead and get that one done. We've got the pickled brain from the Canifis pub, so we're ready with that. And this quest is honestly a super nostalgic one for me because I always remember when I passed through this little memorial area here when we get to the actual dungeon, just how much time I used to spend killing these experiments back in the day for experience. It was so good, dude. This was just one of the classic training spots for sure because they had so much health and so little defense, and it was a good time. There are just a few things in this game that make me really nostalgic for the old days, and this is definitely one of them. Good times. Not too much else going on during this quest though. It's just a little bit of back and forth between, you know, getting the body parts and digging in the graves and doing the stuff and the things and whatnot. So now we just gotta pickpocket this ring here from Dr. Frankenstein, and there is the quest done. Beautiful. You'll love to see it. And now it is time to start the terrible Garden of Tranquility quest. My goodness. I don't know. I guess it's not that bad, but it's a little bit obnoxious just with all the back and forth and the growing of the plants and whatnot that can definitely die and reset a bunch of your progress. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully nothing dies. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to work on the Garden of Death quest in the middle of the Garden of Tranquility quest because we can kind of spend some time doing that while things grow. And this one's honestly really simple. It's just going back and forth between these like 4 areas and translating some stuff. Really not that bad for sure. Beautiful. There is that quest done. Now it's back onto the Garden of Tranquility. Oh my goodness. I forgot we have. Oh, there it is. I was going to say we have to wait for the white tree to grow, but there it is. Now just for a little cutscene here. And that is the Garden of Tranquility quest done. Beautiful. That is very nice because that gets us all the way to level 35 farming without actually having done any farming other than quests. So that is really good. And now that we've done all that farming, we can finally do more farming. Yay! Now I say that, but I actually do really like Tithe Farm. I think it's a fun time. I like getting into the rhythm of getting all the ticks perfect with the with the tiles and everything that I have set up. So I understand that it's very repetitive and very boring to a lot of people, but I personally like it. So I think it'll be a fun time here. And I'll kind of walk you through what it is that I do for Tithe Farm here with the 25x4 method. Now Tithe Farm is essentially just growing plants and making sure that they get watered at the right time so that you can harvest them and turn the fruits into a basket for XP and points. But for now, what I want to talk about before we actually show you what it looks like is the actual method that we'll be doing. You can see here that there are a bunch of farming patches in the Tithe Farm, and the bottom one, for example, can hold 1 fruit, while all of the other ones can hold 4 fruits apiece. So theoretically, you might think that the best way to do it is just to grow plants in all of the farming patches and go about doing it that way. But the only problem with that is that the fruits will actually decay over time if you don't water them in time. So what we really need to do is make sure that we're using the right amount of patches as we go about doing the Tithe Farm. We don't want to lose efficiency by doing too few patches at a time, but we also want to make sure that we're not doing too many so that they don't die before we can get to them in time. So what we're going to be doing is focusing on these 7 patches right here, the 6 up top and the 1 at the bottom. These 7 patches end up being 25 fruit since all of the bigger patches can hold 4 apiece, and then we've got the one at the bottom as well with 1. And these 25 fruits worth of patches will be the perfect amount of efficiency and feasibility for us to actually do what we need to do. Now, in order to get that balance of efficiency and feasibility, what we need to do is follow these exact tiles that I've got marked here on the ground, as they'll essentially allow us to path the correct way to make it so that we don't waste any ticks as we're going about planting and watering the seeds. And the reason for that is that if we just use the seed on the patch from wherever we happen to be standing, then it's going to path us in the incorrect way, causing us eventually to have spent too many ticks pathing and not enough ticks actually farming so that we run out of time. And like I said earlier, if we do this in the correct way, then we'll have just enough time to actually plant and water all the seeds the correct amount of times by the time we reach the 3rd stage of growth for the actual seeds when we need to harvest them. This all might be a little bit confusing if you've never done Tithe Farm before or paid attention to specific pathing with ticks and everything in the game, but essentially it just involves a little bit of animation canceling by clicking on the next tile at the exact right time once you're done watering, so that you can be at least close to tick perfect, allowing you to have enough time to do everything before the plants decay. If you're still a little bit confused, be sure to check out the wiki page that I've linked to in the guide that I have in the link in the description so that you can see the actual method that they recommend, which is a little bit different than what I do, but it's basically the same in terms of using the right pathing to get the ticks almost perfect. Essentially, I'm spending enough time here at the Tithe Farm to get 300 points so that I can go ahead and get the auto weed functionality, which makes weeds never grow again in patches after you rake them for the first time, as well as the Agricoler's can, which eventually will allow us to do even more Tithe Farm a little bit more comfortably comfortably so that we can go about getting the herb sack later. But anyway, that's enough about Tithe Farm. I really like Tithe Farm myself personally. I think it's a fun time again with the efficiency that you can get with it, but I do understand that not everyone loves it quite as much as I do, so let's skip forward in the editing here and we'll get to the actual part where I have all of my fruits. Alright, there we go. We've got everything done here. It's been a few hours for sure. It takes a little while to do this, but it is well worth it, and now we can turn in our 200 fruits that we have at the end here to be able to get our 265 points. I actually already bought the auto weeds, so we technically had 315 points, but now we're down to 265 and we're good to go. But now we have a beautiful level 52 farming and we are cruising, ready to move on to the next step in the guide. Now I know we've been talking about farming a lot recently, so let me just talk about one more thing really quick, and that is herb runs. I've gone ahead and pickpocketed a bunch of master farmers in the farming guild now that we have access to it, as well as made some super compost from the pineapples that I bought from charter ships. So now I'm actually getting started with some herb runs here, and the first thing that we're doing is just heading on over to Catherby. As you can see here, I just ran east from the Camelot teleport and got over to the farming patch over here, and then next I just run south of Falador after teleporting on over there to get to the farm down here. Next up is just teleporting to Ardoin and then running a little bit northeast. Then I've got my house in Hesidius, so I can teleport on over to that house teleport to get to the Hesidius patch. Then for the Mauritania patch, I just go over to Fairy Ring ALQ and then make my way on up north, and then I use my Quetzal Whistle to get on over to the Civitas Illafortis patch, which is just west of the city. That's essentially how I'm doing my farm runs these days. It's pretty chill. It's only 6 patches at this point because that's all that we've really unlocked. But of course, as we continue on throughout the game, we'll get more patches and be able to get access to more teleports to get to those patches more quickly. But that's basically it for farm runs at this point. We're just going to be doing herb runs going forward. As you can see here, I've been doing not only herbs but also limpwort roots, just because we're going to need those eventually for super strength potions, so I figure I might as well do them since they're pretty quick to add on. And now that we've talked about farming and we're finally done with that, we can move on to what's next, and that is preparing for Barrows. Barrows is a big step in what we're doing for the eventual progression of the account, because Barrows armor is going to help us prepare for moons, which will help us prepare for titans, which will help us prepare for Song of the Elves, and of course there's some other steps in there that I'm kind of glossing over right now in this general summary. But before I get too ahead of myself, let me stop and just say that we're going for Barrows essentially right now as we do some preparations for it. And the first thing that we need to do for Barrows preparation is go ahead and work toward unlocking the Hunter Sunlight Crossbow. That's going to involve getting 74 fletching, which is definitely no small feat, but shouldn't be too bad with the recent introduction of the Veil Totems minigame. We'll go over that minigame in a little bit here, but what we're doing right now is getting any extra fletching experience that we can so that we can start with some higher tier logs for that minigame. So what we're doing right now is working on the X marks the spot quest so that we can use the 300 XP lamp on fletching. And there we go, that is that quest done. It's a pretty simple one. It's just running around Lumbridge a little bit, basically kind of over to the to the Drainer and Port Surim areas as well. But now that one is all done. Next up is the Client of Karen quest, which we're doing for basically the same reason, because it's going to give us a couple of XP lamps, but this time they have 500 XP each, so we can put those in fletching as well. This one's pretty chill as well, just a lot of running around really, but luckily we can use the Lovakenj minecart system to make things even faster, so that is good there. But let's go ahead and skip to the end of this quest. And there we go, that's done. We can move on to the next quest after we throw these XP lamps on fletching, and we'll be all good to go there. The Taurus Trap is the last quest that we're doing here for this little fletching session of quests, and that's because this one gives a couple of 4,650 XP lamps that we can throw on fletching. This one's pretty chill. You just have to be very careful in making sure that you follow the instructions exactly, or else you'll get kicked out a bunch, which is never a fun time, so we're going to try to follow the quest helper to a T here. But really this one's just a bunch of going back and forth between the Bedabin camp and the mining camp so that we can actually get all of the items that we need to do the stuff and the blah blah blah. And there we go, there is the Taurus Trap done, which is a pretty quick one as well. It's a little bit longer than the previous two that we did, but still a pretty quick one overall. And now I can move on to the next step in the fletching grind, which is going to be actually training it through Veil Totems. Now if you've never done Veil Totems before, it's essentially a minigame for fletching over in Auburn Vale in Varlamore, where you run between these 8 Veil Totem sites, building up totem poles as you go. As you go about building the totem poles in between, you're also going to fletch a bunch of bows that you can then decorate the Veil Totems with, and this is the general route that you're going to want to take as you're going about doing it. You can go either clockwise or counterclockwise, but it's best to go clockwise because there are Ents that go counterclockwise, and they worship the totems, leaving Veil offerings at the totems, which you can then rummage through for rewards. And the reason that we go clockwise to their counterclockwise is because we essentially want to make sure that a full rotation of them happens before we get to the first Veil Totem that we put down in the first place. But anyway, it's probably easier if I explain it in real time as I go about doing some Veil Totems, so let's switch over to that. So here we are starting a new rotation of Veil Totems, starting over at the Eastern Bank in Auburn Vale. The main things we've got in our inventory is our stack of offerings, which are are the rewards, a log basket to hold more logs, a bunch of logs that we're fletching into unstrung bows, and then lastly a knife in the bottom right. Essentially what we're doing is going over to each of the Veiled Totem sites and putting a set of logs on it to create the totem in the first place. Then we carve the totem based on the animals that are around it and then decorate it with the unstrung bows that we have, and then move on to the next one. We'll go over that again in just a second here, but I also want to show you these entrails that we're stepping on, as every time that you step on a pair of those, it'll make the ent that dropped them in the first place be able to give more offerings the next time it worships a totem. Well, you can see here I'm on my way to the next totem site over here, stepping on the entrails of course, and fletching at least 4 longbows in my inventory. And the reason for this is that once we carve the totem with the 3 animals that are nearby, we're going to put the 4 bows on it to decorate it further. The amount of decorations that we put on the totem pole and also whether or not we get the actual carvings right for the animals are what decide how many offerings we get. And you can see here I'm dropping all of my oak logs because we're about to move on to willow logs, which is the next tier. You always want to make the best short bow or long bow that you can as you're going about doing this so that you can get the most experience out of it. But anyway, you can see here that the plugin that I've got will actually gray out the incorrect animals, showing me the right ones to carve. Then I just click on the totem again to decorate it with the 4 bows, and that's literally it. Then I move on to the next totem, making sure that I step on the entrails in between and fletch some bows in between as well. It's honestly a really fun minigame. I like the premise of it. I think it's kind of fun. It's a cool area that you're running around in, and the gameplay loop is a little bit satisfying with all of the rewards that you get. And overall, I just think it's a pretty good and relaxing time. But another thing to think about as you're going about doing the minigame is whether you're going for rewards or experience. If you are going for rewards over experience, or at least a combination of the two, then I definitely recommend stepping on all of the entrails and ignoring the agility shortcuts because they'll make you skip a lot of those entrails. But if you're going for experience over rewards, like if you already got the rewards that you're looking for, then you can definitely go about using the shortcuts and skipping the entrails. The main reward to get from Veil Totems that's at least the most useful is the Fletching Knife, as it'll make the Veil Totems minigame a lot faster, giving you a lot more experience and rewards per hour. And it works in Wintertod, making it so that every time you fletch something that's 1 tick faster than it normally would be, so it's a really good unlock to get for sure. I'm not going to spend too much more time talking about Veil Totems here because that's basically the gist of it. There's really not much else to it. So let me skip forward a little bit in time and kind of give you a recap of whatever happens as I'm actually doing totems. Alright folks, we have been cruising for a decent while on these Veil Totems, my goodness, and we definitely have some good stuff to talk about here. I'm about to get 74 fletching, as you can see, and luckily I do have the Fletching Knife, and the way that that happened is I actually got a bunch of other rewards, specifically a couple of Greenman masks and some of the bowstring spools, and sold those to the shop so that I could buy the Fletching Knife around like level 60 or so fletching. That's actually really good as far as RNG goes. That's a pretty solid amount of time to have gotten that already, so I'm a big fan of that for sure. The Fletching Knife speeds up things incredibly for this mini game. I'm excited to take it to Wintertod someday, and overall it's a good time for sure. But there's 74 fletching. Let's go open some rewards here. As I've been going about stacking some, I've got 4,300 that we can do here, and you open 100 at a time, so that's essentially 43. We'll just rummage through. I'm going to do it slowly while I talk here. The rewards that you actually get from Veil Totems, other than the uniques, are actually really nice as well, because you can get things like end branches to make addle darts out of. You can get a bunch of tree seeds, a bunch of bone shards, stuff like that, some anima infused bark, as you can see that we just got, some various roots, and of course the uniques as well. Basically the bowstring spool holds a bunch of bowstrings and you can upgrade it by using multiple on each other. The Fletching Knife is what I already talked about with making fletching a lot faster, and then the Greenman mask is essentially a cosmetic thing. Oh, looks like there's another Greenman mask there. Very nice. That's pretty good. We can sell that for some more reward points, and that's all of our rewards pulled. Very nice. And now we just gotta catch a single sunlight antelope for its antler, buy ourselves a regular hunter's crossbow, and combine the two together to make ourselves a hunter's sunlight crossbow. Dude, that is really good. That is a very nice piece of equipment to have. It's gonna serve us very well in Barrows and other places. And speaking of, let's talk about Barrows for a second here and talk about exactly what we need to do before we work on it. The Mauritania Hard Diary is essentially the only thing that stands between us and Barrows, and while it's definitely technically optional, it's gonna give us a lot more runes, literally 50% more, if we complete it as we go about doing Barrows. And we definitely want those chaos and death runes as well as blood runes for other things like bursting and barraging, so we definitely want to get this Hard Mauritania Diary done before we do Barrows. The only thing about that is that there are a decent amount of requirements that you have to do in order to do the Mauritania Hard Diary, as there are a fair few quests that you have to do and you need some requirements for those, as well as some general requirements to complete diary tasks. We already do have some of the actual requirements requirements that we need to have for the Mauritania Hard Diary, luckily. So we're not starting from baseline 0 on this. We do have a decent head start, but we still have a lot of stuff that we don't have. So it's time to start working on what we don't have so that we can have it and actually get going with this. What we're going to do for Herblore here to start is do a bunch of questing so that we don't have to worry about actually making low-level potions, so that we can save our low-level herbs for the eventual mastering mixology grind. So first off, here is the Black Knight's Fortress quest, which we're about to finish, which in turn allows us to do the recruitment drive quest, which is the one that actually gives us some Herblore experience. Then it's time for the Big Chompy Bird Hunting quest, which will also allow us to do another quest to get some Herblore experience, which is the Zolgar Flesh Eaters quest. We're about to kill Slash Bash here, get a bunch of orc bones, which is very nice, so that's good, and a bunch of Herblore experience once we actually finish the quest. And then lastly here, we're doing the Shades of Morton quest. We're over on the official world getting the actual temple built here, and this one will give us a bunch of Herblore experience as well. And then moving on to mining, what we're going to do here is the Dig Site quest, which is genuinely, unironically, my least favorite quest in the game, because it is just so much walking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth between the dig site and the exam center, and you can't have any teleports like a dig site pennant because you need the dig site to have done that. You can't have teleports on ancients because you need the dig site to have that, and overall it's just kind of a yucky, stinky doo-doo time, so I am not a big fan of it, but I'm sure it'll be over before I know it. And then once we're done with this quest, I'll probably just go do some Motherlode Mine, I think is the plan, because that's going to be a pretty chill AFK way to get some mining experience. And then we do some lovely Giant's Foundry, which is a great time for sure. I definitely don't hate it. Goodness, I'm complaining today, aren't I? What the heck? I just don't like this minigame at all, I'll tell you what, but we'll do this until we have level 50. We're just going to be using iron and steel items from the Fortis Blacksmith in order to actually make the sword, so that should be a pretty okay time. Then for construction, we're going to be doing a bunch of mahogany homes. We'll just be using a bunch of oak planks that we got from Temperos to do this, and I think I calculated it correctly to where I'm going to have the exact amount of planks that I need with just a few left over. But if you're following the guide and didn't get enough planks from Temperos, then you'll have to just cut some logs and make some planks yourself. Fire making's pretty simple. All we're going to do is burn the highest level log that we can until level 50, and most of these logs are just going to be from the Hunt Rumor rewards that we got earlier in the guide. But again, if you're following along and you don't have enough logs, just cut some yourself. And then what I'm doing for prayer is just killing a bunch of dragons, pretty AFK honestly, over in the dragon nest just east of Talta Clan, which is a really good way to do it because you don't have to have the 70 agility like you normally do to get into the Taverley Dungeon blue dragons. It's really pretty close to the bank and it works out really well. We'll just be AFKing these basically with our Water Bolt spell and our Chaos Gauntlets, and then chiseling up the bones into blessed bone shards after blessing them at the Tiamat and kind of going about things that way. You can obviously also go about doing it at the Chaos Altar in the Wilderness, but I personally really like the blessed bone shards. I think it's a little bit more fun, and you don't have to deal with PKers that way. And now for a bunch of quests. Here we go. We've got a lot of quests that we have to do here for the Mauritania Hard Diary, and the first one of those is the Death Plateau quest. This one's pretty relaxed. It's mostly just a little bit of back and forth between some areas over in the Berthorpe area. Really, it just consists of doing that and finding a new route for the people of Berthorpe to be able to get to the Troll Stronghold. Really a pretty chill time. It basically just lets us start the rest of the Troll quest line. Now we've got the Troll Stronghold quest here. This one's pretty chill as well. There's a couple of fights. The main one that you have to do here is with Dad, and really you can just set up a safe spot right here next to the gate that you actually go in to fight him, and Quest Helper tells you how to do it, so it's super chill. Next up, we've got the Temple of Ikov quest, and this one's pretty interesting because there's kind of a cool mechanic that you can use to get around the actual fight here. Or not get around it, but I guess get around a requirement that you normally have to have a use shortbow or better to be able to kill him. You see, you have to be able to fire these ice arrows that you can see me shooting here. However, what you can do instead is wield the ice arrows on your character and then instead just use knives or something like that, maybe darts if you want to kill him, essentially because the game just checks whether or not you have the ice arrows equipped to be able to kill him, so you can just use any held ranged weapon to kill him rather than using a bow. But since I already have level 74 fletching from the Hunter Sunlight crossbow grind, I just made my own use shortbow to be able to do it here. Kind of an interesting thing though, some people use that to get around the requirement that you have to be able to either make or find a use shortbow yourself. Next up, we have the Desert Treasure 1 quest, and this one's a big one for sure, and before I talk about the actual boss fights here, I'll tell you that I did end up getting my magic logs through Wintertodt, as that worked out pretty well for me to do a few solos to be able to get those. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and kill Farid here. This one's pretty easy. You just pray melee, wear your ice gloves, and then kill him with water spells, and he's really pretty much a pushover when it comes to actually killing him. Next up is Damus here, and what you do is you just let him spawn, and then you run up to this northeast corner of the actual room here, and you can get him trapped on one of these bats. Essentially, you have to just do a little bit of running around and attacking a bat to make it work, but once you've attacked a bat and can kind of run around it, then Damus will actually get stuck on the bat and not be able to come attack you. This makes makes it so that for the second phase where he drains your prayer and attacks you super quick and strong, you don't have to really worry about it as much. And getting the safe spot can be a little bit of a trouble, but really just use one of the skeletons or the bats to be able to trap him and you should be good. Next up we have Decius here, and Decius is a little bit tougher because he can hit pretty hard and he hits either melee or range depending on what you're praying, but luckily we can use that fact to our advantage and just hop between the two prayers here and he'll never attack us. I'm not doing it perfectly here because I'm talking at the same time I'm doing it. However, really what you need to do is just switch between protect melee and protect ranged every tick, and he'll just kind of teleport around you, not really actually hitting you at all. Next up for Camel or Camille or however you pronounce it, you just go up here and you attack him essentially, making sure that you have some restore potions so that you can restore your stats as you go about actually getting drained by him with his special attack. I actually didn't bring any restore potions. I think I should be okay though. I normally would obviously, but I just forgot, but I'm gonna try to get him here. Yep, there we go. He is dead now, and now I can move on with the rest of the quest. The rest of it's really simple, so we'll just move on to the next one that we're doing, which is gonna be Dwarf Cannon, which is a very simple quest. You just follow quest helper and click blue, and that's basically the entire quest, just some running back and forth between this area. But it will unlock the ability for us to use a dwarf multi-cannon eventually, which is really nice. We're not going to use it for a while, I'm thinking here, but eventually it'll be good. Next up we have Ghost Ahoy, which is a very simple quest as well. There's really not much to it. There's a little bit of a fight here with the giant lobster. However, it's obviously pretty chill, and really the quest is just going back and forth between Mauritania, a few places in there, and then you're basically done. I will say one thing though, I just remembered that you can actually buy all of your dice from Talta Clan over in the Varlamore area, so make sure to do that as you go about doing this actual part with the dying the ship here. Next up we have In Search of the Mire Key, and make sure that you bring an actual weapon to kill the skeleton hellhound. I kind of forgot here, so I'm smacking him with my Drayman staff, but really this one's pretty relaxed too. Nothing much to it as far as the actual mechanics of any fights go or anything like that. Really, just like all the ones we're talking about here, it's mostly just going back and forth between some areas. This is a lot of quests that we're doing of course here, but it's all gonna be well worth it for those Mauritania hard diary Barrows runes. Next up is In Aid of the Mire Key, and this one's very chill as well. You just have to do this fight here with Gataranks and a couple of the actual vampires, and then there's also the part where you have to escort someone through temple trekking, but that's pretty chill as long as you gear them up with a little bit of steel gear as well as some food before you start. And then we have the Haunted Mine quest, and normally when you're doing this quest, if you're doing it on a low level account, this can be a little bit scary of a fight, but for the purposes of this guide, we are way over leveled for it. We're going to be just fine. Just bring some Moonlight Moth mixes, some Karambwan, and you should have an a-okay time killing good old Treyas Daith. And now having done that quest, we can work on the Lair of Tarn Razorlord mini quest, which will allow us to enchant the lovely salve amulets that we unlocked during the last quest. This one's not too bad for sure. They do drain your prayer as you're in this area pretty consistently, so just bring a bunch of extra Moonlight Moth mixes and you should be just fine. Then we'll quickly do the Cook's Assistant quest, which somehow we haven't done yet, allowing us to officially start the actual Recipe for Disaster quest. This will allow us to start the Recipe for Disaster Pirate Pete subquest, which really is just going to unlock the ability for us to actually use the underwater fishbowl helmet and diving apparatus. The reason we need that is so that we can do the entire Rumdeal quest line, specifically the next quest that we're going to do when we have to go underwater. But this one right here, the actual Rumdeal quest itself, is very simple. Again, just some back and forth on an island this time. Then we can very quickly work on and finish the Pirate's Treasure quest so that we can do the Cabin Fever quest. I think this one's a little bit of fun. I like being able to go back and forth between the various ships and do some little pirate stuff, so it's a good time for sure. But essentially we're doing this one so that we can do the next quest, which is the Great Brain Robbery quest. The only thing to really think about during this quest is this fight here, but luckily the safe spot sets itself up pretty easily. But if it doesn't work the first time, then just listen to quest helper and go out of the area and come back into it and you should be good. Alright, just a few more here, we're almost done. Now we have the Shiloh Village quest, and this final boss fight is pretty easy because we have a ton of Moonlight Moth mixes to be able to use from the hunter that we did earlier, so we don't have to worry about a safe spot or anything like that. We could bring Crumble Undead if we wanted to, but it's really not that big of a deal. And then just one small very quick favor, a quick murder mystery, King's Ransom, and then finally just a little bit of flinching some knights over here at the Nightwaves training grounds, and we should be all set to get Piety, which is our final requirement for the Mauritania Hard Diary. My goodness gracious. Boys and girls, it is finally time. We can talk to Le Sabre over here in Canifis, get our Mauritania legs 3, and head on over to Barrows. Dude, this is very exciting. This is very, very good. And here we are, we're killing Darok right now. This is kind of surreal, honestly. And my goodness, this Windwave spell is just crushing Darok. What the heck? This is nice. For those of you who might not know, there are elemental weaknesses in the game to where various monsters are weak to certain spells, so the magic has become a lot more useful, really. and Barrows brothers specifically are weak to air, which is really nice for us because we can use this wind wave spell with blood runes to go ahead and kill them very quickly. And what's really nice is that we're going to profit a lot of blood runes over the course of the time that we do Barrows, because we did that Mauritania hard diary to get us 50% more runes every time on average that we open the chest. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I want to say it's something around like 50 or so blood runes that you average per chest. It might be less or more or something like that, but based on how many we use per run, of course that's going to be a bit of RNG, and an RNG based on how many we actually get from the chest in the end, we're definitely going to be profiting, which is really nice. So we're going to go ahead and do some Barrows here. I'll kind of walk you through what it is that my strategy is in just a second here after we finish this first chest. It looks like we have a Carol's tunnel, which means that Carol's going to be in the crypts underneath. So let's get Torag killed here, then I'll kill Varrock and Aram, and then head down to the tunnels and show you what the final chest is once we get to the end. Alright, coming up on the chest here, I've got all of the potential that I need for rewards, and we get the strange icon, which is to be expected. That's the thing that gives you 20k prayer experience from the guy up above Barrows when you talk to him. So it always gets me when I start a new account, but I vowed this time that it would not. So it's not an item technically, but it is going to get us 20k free prayer XP, which is nice. So let's go ahead and do that, and then I'll show you exactly what we're doing here with Barrows. Alright, let's get started here. Here's a little crash course on how Barrows works and how we're going to go about doing it with our specific strategy, starting here with Darok. And really the only thing about Darok is that you want to make sure that you're praying melee the entire time, as he has that set effect that you might know about where the lower health he has, the more damage he can do. But really there's not much else to Darok. We just want to keep that prayer up and go ahead and kill him with Wind Wave. Then we're going to head on down here to Guthin and go ahead and get him killed, and he's really the same thing. The only difference between Guthin and Darok is that Guthin has a different set effect that he heals when he hits you potentially, but we're just going to pray melee the entire time since we have all of these Moonlight Moth mixes that we gathered up from the previous Hunter section of the guide, so we really don't have to worry about it too much. You will notice that as we go about doing Barrows, we get drained our prayer every once in a while. Like you can see right about there where the face pops up and we get our prayer drained. That's just a normal thing in Barrows, but luckily we have tons of Moonlight Moth mixes, so we should be all good to just drink those when we need to, and keep praying for each of the brothers as we go about fighting them. Next up is Carol here, and Carol is different than the other brothers in that he fights with ranged, and so we're just going to fight him the same way as the other brothers, just making sure that we're, oh gosh, praying ranged instead of melee, whoops. But anyway, we're just going to fight him with magic the same way we're fighting the other brothers, and he has got that air weakness as well, so it should be good. Once we've got him killed, we're just going to keep going clockwise and start killing Torag this time, and he's the same as Darok and Guthin in that we're just going to pray melee and fight him with our Wind Wave spell. I don't even really remember Torag's special ability. I think he like drains your run energy if he hits you successfully or something like that, but it doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of fighting him and getting him killed, really. He's very, very easy. Then continuing clockwise, we come up to Varrock, and this one's a little bit different in that he can actually hit you through prayer, but it does look like we have a Varrock tunnel. So we'll talk about him in just a minute. For now, we're gonna go fight Aram here, and Aram is the most different brother of them all in that he fights with mage, so we're gonna fight him with ranged actually. We're gonna pray protect from magic so that we don't get hit by his spells, and then we just hit him with our Hunter Sunlight crossbow, and it should be super easy, barely an inconvenience. This one takes a little bit longer just because of his defense and the fact that we're not using elemental weaknesses, but it should be just fine and we can get him killed. So once we get him killed, we're just gonna head back up the staircase here and go back on over to Varrock because that's where our tunnel is to be able to get down to the crypts. Now once we say yes to going down here, once we say that we're fearless, we're gonna head down here and there's a bunch of doors around us. Only one pathway of the doors to the center area is gonna be clickable and able to actually be gone through. So you just wanna move your mouse around or use a plugin that'll tell you what doors to open, and then we're good to go ahead and kill 2 skeletons and 1 bloodworm while we're down here. We're gonna make our way on over to the middle room here, killing those 2 skeletons and a bloodworm, and we're doing this because it's gonna allow us to get the most runes possible as a reward from the chest once we actually open it. Now if the Barrows brother that you still need to kill doesn't spawn by the time you get to the middle room randomly from one of the doors, then he will spawn when you open the chest before you actually loot it. And like I said earlier, we have a fight with Varrock to finish it off now, and Varrock basically hits through prayer a little bit, so even though we're praying melee, he's gonna do a little bit of damage to us, but we're bringing some Karambo on his food, so we should be just fine, and we're all good to get him killed and then kill our final skeleton and go about looting the chest. And there we go, let's see what we get here after we kill that final skeleton. 86.36% potential, we get a few blood runes, very nice. And that's literally it. Now we're just gonna teleport on back to Varrock's Enclave and restore our run energy, our health, and our prayer through the restoration pool up here, and then we're good to just teleport teleport on back to Bergdorf with our Mauritania Legs 3 and do it again. That's basically the loop that we're going to be doing here. Alright, now that we've restocked on gear, let's go back to Bergdorf and we'll do it all again. But first, let's talk about the Barrows armor and specifically what we're going for. We talked about each of the brothers and kind of what their attacks are and what their styles are, but let's talk about them more specifically, starting with those styles. Now, starting from the left here, we've got Varrock, who is melee, then we've got Darok, who is also melee, Torag, who is melee, Guthin, who is also melee, and then finally we've got Carol, who is ranged, and Aram, who is mage. Now, don't get me wrong, we love Carol and Aram, but we're gonna go ahead and kick them out here for just a second because we need to focus on these melee sets. Now, of course, each of these sets are unique in their own ways, but they are similar in the sense that they each have 4 of the same item slots. Specifically, each of these melee barrow sets has a weapon, a headpiece, a body piece, and a leg piece. We're gonna do a little bit of color coding here to show you what it is that we do and don't want, and we're gonna start off by getting rid of all of the weapons. We don't want any of the weapons right now just because we're not going for weapons, we're going for armor, and while it'll be nice to get the collection logs eventually, we don't need them right now. Now for the head slot, of course we want one of these helmets. That's what we're going for as one of our 3 armor pieces. We would love to have a Varrock's helm, we would like a Darok's helm, we would love a Torag's helm, and we would love a Guthin's helm. Now the reason that we would love the 3 green helms and only like the 1 yellow helm is because the yellow helm, which is that Darok's helm, has just a little bit less slash defense than the others, and we're really going for slash defense over everything else because we're mainly getting these armor pieces for Perilous Moons, and all 3 of the Perilous Moons use slash for their weapon style. Now let's move on to the body slot. We would not like a Varrock's Brassard, we would love a Darok's plate body, we would love a Torag's plate body, and we would love a Guthin's plate body. This is really the same thing as the helmets, except in this case it's Varrock's that we would not like. It's not even that we wouldn't like it, it's that we would not like it, you know what I mean? And the reason that we would not like it, the reason that it's orange, is because the Varrock's Brassard compared to the other plate bodies has pretty significantly less slash defense. It would still get the job done, and if we only had a Varrock's Brassard and not any of the other plate bodies in like 100 or 200 KC, I'd probably just stick with the Varrock's Brassard, but again, we wouldn't like it. And then lastly, let's move on to the leg slot. We would love a Varrock's plate skirt, we would love a Darok's plate legs, we would love a Torag's plate legs, and we would like a Guthin's chain skirt. This case is really similar to the helmets in the sense that it's yellow, kind of like the Darok's helmet. It just has a little bit less slash bonus than the others, but it's not anything like the Varrock's Brassard where it's significantly worse. But yeah, this is basically our little hierarchy here of what we do and don't want. We don't want any red, we would tolerate some orange, we would be pretty okay with some yellow, but we would love all the green. So without any further ado, let's just get to it. Let's do some barrows. Alright, we've just got to kill Carol here and then we're all set to loot the chest. Nice, 120 blood runes, that's pretty good, plus some death runes, we do love that. Let's go again. Okay, we're coming up here on chest number 5 now. We got nothing on 4, but hopefully we get something nice on 5. Looks like we're gonna, oh nice, hey, a Varrock's flail. That's not something that we technically want, but we'll take it, we'll take it. I got a lot of Varrock pieces on my previous Ironman, so we'll see if the trend continues, but that's not too bad. We'll take an item on chest number 5. Alright, chest number 6 here, just after we got that Varrock's flail. Let's see if we can get something nice, maybe from Darok. Ooh, oh my goodness, the back-to-back, dude, heck yeah. And that's actually a piece of our tank armor done there. That is Darok's plate legs, very nice. That is really good, that is perfect. That is 1 out of our 3 tank pieces done. Holy cow, I did not expect that, what the heck? Alright, no back-to-back, but that's to be expected. That's not bad in 7 chests for sure. 2 items, we love that, dude, what the heck? Oh my goodness, chest number 8, the Guthin's chain skirt. What in the world? What is this RNG, brother? Oh my goodness. I mean, we already have a tank leg, so that's fine. We're all good on that, but what the heck? Alright, that is nothing in chest number 10, but that's totally fine. We have 3 items in 10 chests. My oh my. Alright, nothing in the last few chests. Let's see if we get lucky on number 20. Very nice. Some blood runes. We love that. Not bad. Oh my, that is a Varrock's helm on 21. What? Dude, we're 2/3 of the way done with our tank armor. Oh my. I cannot complain about that. Goodness. So that is a Darok's plate legs for our legs, and then a Varrock helm for our helmet, which is actually perfect. Varrock's helmet is the best in slot helmet because it has not only the high defensive bonuses that we need, but also a little bit of prayer bonus, so that's really nice. Alright, surely something nice on 25 here. Nothing, but we do get the CA, the Barrows Champion CA, so that is nice. Whoa, an Aram's robe top on 36. Nice. We love to see that, dude. That is a really good upgrade for us from the Mystic that we've been wearing. Heck yeah. That looks good, honestly. That looks really good. That, I mean, it looks goofy, obviously, but it looks good in terms of having some Arams to wear, so that's nice. Oh my goodness, dude. Chest 47. The Darok's plate body, dude. that is our tank armor complete. That is a head, body, and legs in 47 KC. That's actually some disgusting RNG. I know some people in the clan right now that are going like 200-300 drive for tank armor pieces. So this is very nice. This is very good luck. I suppose it's time to move on now. You know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll try to take that RNG and continue it over at some cave horrors. Now, at least according to the guide, we don't really technically need the black mask until we go to fight the Shellbane Griffin. However, during some AFK time, I found myself doing a little bit of Slayer here and there, so I want to have the black mask ahead of time so that I don't be inefficient during that Slayer. And this might be a good point in time to say that there's not really a necessity to follow the guide exactly in the order that is written, but rather, of course, if you're feeling like something and you're in the middle of a grind that you don't want to do and you feel like doing something else, then definitely don't burn out and just keep doing the thing that you're burning out of, but rather switch things up and be smart about how you play so that you can actually keep playing, right? Like, that's the goal, is to progress the account, but you can't do that if you're burning out. So anyway, little rant over here. Let's go ahead and get started with a little bit of cave horrors. Now, the goal here is to get the black mask, of course, which is a 1 in 512 drop, and I would love to get it early. That would be really nice. That would be really nice, because I've gone pretty dry on black masks in previous accounts, and I'd love to not have that happen again. So let's see how it goes. All right, we just passed 100 kills this last kill, so we're looking okay because drop rate's 1 in 512, like I said, but hopefully soon. Here's kill number 200. Let's see, maybe. Never lucky, but we'll take a Quorum Seed for sure. There's a Grimy Marintel on kill number 300. Hey, yo, and there is the black mask on kill, let's see, 369. Very nice. We definitely take those. Well, time to move on, I suppose. What we're going to be working on now is a few quests. Specifically, this section of the guide is titled Miscellaneous Quests, and really what we're doing is unlocking a few things. We're going to be getting a few things like Proselyte Armor unlocked. We're also going to be doing things for the Defender of Varrock quest for the Zombie Axe, so just a lot of miscellaneous stuff, really. And we're starting here with the Enter the Abyss mini quest. This is one that allows us to basically start the runecrafting skill. I think it gets us to level 9 if I'm remembering correctly, which will get us a good head start toward working on quests like the Temple of the Eye, the Eyes of Glaufrey, Wanted, other quests like that. So let's go ahead and get this mini quest done. Really, this one's very simple. We're just going to 3 of the wizards in the world that can teleport us to the Essence Mine, and so the last one that we're talking to here is Wizard Cromperty, and now we are all good to head back to the Mage of Zamorak in Varrock, and this one is completed. Very nice. And now we're working on the Temple of the Eye quest, which is really simple as well. This one's just some back and forth between a few areas around Lumbridge, and then underground here, I guess underwater, we essentially get a Guardians of the Rift minigame tutorial. So this one's not too bad. We're just gonna finish this up here and then we'll be all done. Beautiful. There is Temple of the Eye completed, and now we're doing the Eyes of Glaufrey, and this one can be a little bit annoying because there's that whole puzzle that you have to do with Oaknock's machine, but I have a good tip for you in that you can just keep talking to Brimstale, drop all of your discs that you get from him, and then talk to him again and repeat those steps until you have a bunch of these little discs that you can use to be able to solve the puzzle. It makes it a lot easier just because you have more options to be able to work with, because you have to basically add up the sides or something like that with the colors and whatnot, so having a bunch of options to be able to work with makes it a lot easier. You can just basically have Quest Helper help you do it and have it a lot easier with all of these puzzle pieces to get started with. Alright, that is Oaknock's machine completed, and we are all good to go ahead and kill the little fuzzy creatures or the cute creatures or whatever they're called to go ahead and finish the quest, because it turns out they're spies for Glaufrey. Alright, there is the last one dead, and there is the quest completed. Beautiful, that is very good. And now on to the Wanted quest, and this one's a little bit obnoxious. I don't know, it's not like the worst quest out there. However, there are a lot of unskippable dialogues, just with no option to skip them. You have to sit through the entire thing, and so it gets a bit old over the course of the quest, but we'll get it done. This one's good for some runecrafting experience as well, or rather in preparation for some runecrafting experience in the Slug Menace quest, which this quest is a prereq for. And there we go, that is done now. The Wanted quest is completed, and we have access to the White Knight Armory, although we do want to get Slug Menace done so that we can also get Proselyte. There's kind of a couple of reasons that we're doing the Slug Menace quest. It's the runecrafting XP and Proselyte, so both of those are very good. And speaking of the Slug Menace quest, here it is. We're about to finish it actually through this little fight here that we're about to do. Really a very simple fight here. There we go, that is all done. And then the very spooky Mother Malum shows up, but luckily Savant is able to teleport us out, which is perfect. So, and now we just got to report back to certification here, and there we go. We are all done with some experience for a reward. But really what's more important is that we have access to Proselyte, which is going to be great for Slayer and other things going forward, so we love to see that. And now for the Heart of Darkness quest. This one's a cool one for sure. It's one of the newer quests in Varlamore that got released with the Amoxliaddle boss that we'll fight at the end of the quest. And this one's not too bad. It's a little bit tougher of a fight if you don't know the mechanics for Amoxliaddle, but really it's just movement movement based, so it's not that bad, especially if you are familiar with the fight. And I've already done all the other parts with Prince Itzla Arkin, where we had to fight him and do all the other stuff earlier with like the initiation into this weird cult thing. So really all I've got left to do is kind of go through the little underground part there, the caves or whatever it is, the caverns, and we'll go ahead and fight a Moxliatl. All right, looking good. Here we are. Now the Moxliatl fight's pretty simple. Like I said, it's mostly movement, and so I'm probably not going to do perfect here because I'm explaining it at the same time, but really the main gist of the fight is just to avoid all of these little ice spikes that a Moxliatl throws up as she's attacking you, and then turning back on your quick prayers when she does that icicle attack that you just saw there, as well as destroying this unstable ice that she spawns every once in a while so that it doesn't spawn stuff and damage you. But really, like I said, it's mostly that movement stuff that you have to do, avoiding those ice spikes here that show up, and really it helps you learn movement, and it's kind of like Scurious in the sense that the whole point of the boss, other than just having a boss in the game, really is to teach players about a specific mechanic in the game, like prayer switching at Scurious, and here at a Moxliatl it is movement. Definitely not my favorite boss, but a chill one for sure when you're going about looking for a pet or collection log slots and things like that, so it's a good time. But anyway, Moxliatl's about dead here. We just got to do a little bit more damage to her and then she'll be all done, at which point she'll teleport us out of the area and we'll go talk to Servius and actually finish the quest. Wonderful, there it is. There is 8,000 mining, thieving, slayer, and agility XP, as well as the ability to actually kill a Moxliatl anytime that we want going forward in the future, which is nice. Next up, we can finally get Romeo off of our back every time that we teleport to Varrock here by doing the Romeo and Juliet quest, which really is a very fast one, just going back and forth between Romeo and Juliet's house over west of Varrock, and then essentially just watching a funny cutscene here at the end, and that should be the end of the quest. Beautiful, there we go. 5 quest points, which is really nice for the Barrows glove grind that we'll do later, so that one's all done. Next up is What Lies Below, and if I have one tip for this quest, it is to not go through the Chaos Altar. My goodness, this is terrible. Definitely go through the Abyss. It is worth it. You have to go to the Wilderness anyway. I just thought it would be quicker since I was right there anyway with my talisman, but stay away from the Chaos Altar. This is the worst, having to get through all of this to be able to actually get to the thing in the middle, you know? But anyway, we're almost there, and then we can continue on with the quest. Just a quick final fight here with King Rold. Nothing too bad really, just praying melee and attacking him with melee, and that is the quest done. Perfect. That is a little bit of rune crafting XP for us, which is great, and now I can move on to the next one, which is gonna be Below Ice Mountain, which is a fun one for sure. Just a little cutscene that we have here. It's a good time for sure. A little mini fight at the end with the Ancient Guardian, and that one is done. Very nice. This is good as well because we're eventually going to be able to grind out the Imcando Hammer, which will really just be a little bit of quality of life when it comes to doing things like birdhouse runs and Temperos and I don't know what else, like the Motherlode Mine, I guess, you know. Good to have this quest done for sure. Let's move on to the next one. All right, shout out to Dave_JPEG here. He's getting us the other half of the certificate. We're giving him ours, and then we're all good to go finish the quest. Very nice, a very short one, a little bit outdated with the whole finding a person to help you system, but you know, it all works out in the end, so that's good. Now we can do the Defender of Varrock quest, which is really kind of the big one that we're doing here, so that we can end up getting the zombie axe in a little bit, which I definitely hope that I don't go quite as dry for as I did on my last account, where I went like 2,200 kills until I got it. But anyway, most of the stuff is done with this quest now. All that we really have to do is get, I think it's Dominthius is his name, and kind of talk to him and help him know that he's the heir to the something, I don't really know the lore, but let's go ahead and do that, and then I'll see you at the end of the quest. All right, Dominthius is destroying all the zombies. We love to see that, and that is the quest done. Perfect. That gets us some XP, but mostly access to Zemruggle's base, which will allow us to actually get the zombie axe once we start going for it. And really, technically, we could go start the zombie axe grind right now by killing the armored zombies. However, there is one thing that I want to get for that grind before we actually do it, and that is the herb sack. We already have all of the points necessary to be able to get the herb sack from Tithe Farm. However, the only problem is that we don't have the 58 herb lore to be able to use it. So what we're doing here is doing all of the easy and medium diaries to be able to funnel those into herb lore so that we can actually get that. And you can see that right here we just finished the desert easy diary so that we can go ahead and throw that 2,500 XP on herb lore. And we're going to continue to do all of those easy and medium diaries and then do the legends quest at the end so that we can get that 58 herb lore. And there's the Falador easy diary done as well, so we can collect our 2,500 XP from Cerebral over here. Now finishing up the Fremnik easy diary, we're going to go talk to Thoradin to get our reward from him. There is the Kandarin easy diary. Let's go talk to Wedge over in front of Camelot Castle to get that reward. And then there's Karamja, Corendon Kebos, Lumbridge and Draenor, Varrock, Western Provinces, and the Wilderness. And that is all of the easy diaries done. That is perfect. That is very nice. That takes us all the the way to 49 herb lore. And now it is time to move on to the medium diaries. Now, there are a bunch of quests that I've already done between when you last saw me doing the easy diaries and now, but I decided not to show all of those because that would just be a lot of just, hey, here's this quest done, and this quest done, and this quest done, and blah, blah, blah. So instead, I'm just going to show you all these medium diaries as we get them done. So let's go ahead and start here with, as you probably guessed from the fact that we were at the agility pyramid, the Desert Medium Diary. And then on to Falador, Ardoin, Fremnik, Corendon Kebos, Kandarin, Lumbridge and Draenor, Varrock, Western Provinces, Wilderness, and then the one that I put off for last because I didn't want to grind out the stupid gout tuber, but I ended up getting it in 30 minutes anyway, so it worked out really well, the good old Karamja Medium Diary. And then finally we can start the Legends quest, and this one's really good because if you didn't know, at the end of the quest, you get a chance to do some trainings with Radamus Urkel over here, and essentially you can put that in any skill, and we're obviously going to be putting it on Herblore, but it is 4 of these 30,000 XP rewards that you get, these trainings basically, and so that means 120k free Herblore experience, which is actually a disgusting amount of experience, especially this early on in the game when we can put it on Herblore. So let's go ahead and work on this quest now. We're going to be getting started with it over here at the Karazi Jungle. Now, I've said before in this series that I'm really not a lore guy. I don't understand the lore really because I haven't looked into it as to why Ungdalu is possessed by this demon here, nor why this demon named Nezukonnet is actually wanting to kill us, but he is, so we're going to kill him. So this is the first of, I think, 3 fights with him. Here is the second one down in the VLD caves or whatever they're called down underneath Karazi Jungle. And these fights with him are really pretty easy. You just got to bring some prayer restore, kind of like the Moonlight Moth mixes that I have here, just because he ends up draining your prayer at the beginning of the fight, so we want to have that to restore it to be able to pray melee and get him killed. And now finally for the final fight with Nezukonnet here, all we got to do is get him killed one more time, and then I'm pretty sure all we have to do is head back to the actual Legends Guild and talk to Radamus Urkel and get those free trainings. Alright, here we are talking to Radamus Urkel. Here we'll go ahead and get our trainings and we'll throw them all on Herblore. We want to make sure not to misclick on this menu here. There's Herblore, 30k, that's absolutely crazy. Another 30k, 30k again, and then finally the last bit of experience here, another 30k on Herblore. We love to see that. And there's the quest, very nice. We finished it up. We're officially a legend now, and things are looking very good. I'm just gonna go clean some herbs to get level 58 Herblore, and then we can finally get that herb sack to actually go ahead and get our zombie axe. All right, let's do it. Here we are at Tithe Farm. We're gonna get the herb sack here for 250 points. Very nice. We love to see that. Let's go get that zombie axe right now, dude. Surely it will be a quick one. All right, here we go. We are at Zemregel's base, and we're gonna be up in this northwestern area because we can kind of get 2 groups of zombies at the same time over here. And so what I'm gonna do here is just go ahead and change all of the left click options on the zombies to walk here because I never really needed to target them manually. And now that that's done, I basically just need to run back and forth between this corner here, making sure that I've got my spell on as well as auto retaliate, and then we should be all good. If you haven't seen this before, then essentially we can make the zombies kind of pile up on this one tile right here on the corner. And in the armored zombies case, it doesn't work perfectly just because there are some of those ranged ones, and in this particular spot there are some zombies that have a little problem getting stuck, but overall it's definitely the best way to do it. Now, as far as armor goes, we're wearing our Darok armor as well as our Nade is Not helm so that we can have a balance between some defense and some prayer bonus, because while we are praying against like 90% of the zombies, there are 2 of them in this spot that are ranged that'll hit us with ranged, obviously through a melee prayer, and so that's why we need that ranged defense from the melee armor that we're wearing. And we're using the ancient spellbook. You can see here that I'm about to use some blood burst to be able to heal off some of the zombies every once in a while, just so that we don't die from those ranged zombies. However, most of the time we're actually going to be using smoke burst, and the reason for that is that if we were to use ice burst, it would be a little bit harder in that the zombies get stuck a lot more often, and we don't want to have that happen since they're kind of over the course of time going to be coming on over to this corner as well as we kill the other ones after they respawn. So we're using that mainly. The poison damage that comes from that spell also helps a little bit, which is nice, but overall things are going to go pretty smoothly from here on out. We just got to keep our prayer topped off, keep our health topped off, and we should be just fine. Now you can see there's a lot of herbs on the ground. We're getting a lot of nice herbs, which is fantastic, and that's why we wanted the herb sack. There are also some other miscellaneous things like planks and runes that we'll get, but mainly it's going to be those herbs that we really don't want to miss out on. So here we go. The drop rate is 1 in 800, and we're just going to be running back and forth every once in a while to re-aggro all of these guys, pile them up on the corner, and then just get them killed. Oh, as you can see here, we're going to get clue scrolls every once in a while as well. We're going to go ahead and stack those up on over here kind of to the northeast, I think is what I'll do. I'll open the scroll box and then just drop the clue scroll right there so that we can come back and do them at the end. Now, if you didn't know, after 10 minutes of being in an area, most of the aggressive NPCs in the game will actually stop attacking you. So what we need to do is just run south all the way to this south wall here, and then we'll be able to come back and kind of reset that aggression. It works out well because it's just the exact length of the little corridor here that we're in, so we just run on over there, touch the wall, run back, and keep going. Really pretty simple. All we got to do now is just run back and forth. You can see this is why we changed the actual left click option of the zombies to be able to walk through them so that we're not clicking on them constantly, and that's basically it. We're going to use our blood burst here every once in a while, like I said, and I guess I will just see you when something interesting happens. Oh my gosh, there it is. That was faster than I thought. What the heck? I don't know. I guess I just thought since my old account took so long that this one was going to take a while too, but yeah, I guess not, dude. 394 KC. That is not bad at all, dude. The broken zombie axe, we love to see that. What the heck? That was nice. That was nice. Now let me take a second here just to explain exactly why it is that I'm so excited about this zombie axe here, and we'll do this illustration here with a Necreal. Now a Necreal is a monster that you can kill at level 80 Slayer, and it's kind of average in terms of its defensive bonuses, so it's going to be a pretty solid baseline for explaining where the zombie axe fits in the meta of things and kind of why it's so good. Now don't worry, he'll come back in just a second, but for now let's get rid of the Necreal and talk about kind of the general progression of melee weapons on an Ironman. Here we've got an empty line chart that we're going to fill out here in just a second, with level 1 attack on the left and level 99 on the right, with levels of 10 increments in between. We're going to be going with general best in slots here. Of course there are specific niche cases where other weapons would be better, but generally scimitars are the best for a while from the beginning, so we'll throw in an iron scimitar here for best in slot from level 1. If you're not questing past your early levels, which you should, but for this hypothetical sake, let's say you're not, then you're going to want to use that iron scimitar until level 5 when you can get a steel scimitar. Then we'll skip the black scimitar at level 10 because those are hard to come by. You can't make or buy them really, so we're going to skip to a mithril scimitar at level 20 here, and then an adamant scimitar at level 30 and a rune scimitar at level 40. And then there are technically some niche items that you can get between levels 40 and 60, but those are really more for mains, like the granite hammer for example. So really we're just using the rune scimitar all the way until level 60, at which point we get the dragon scimitar. Now a good point to make here before we move on is that I have made these lines equidistant from each other, like 1 to 10 and 10 to 20, right? They're the same distance in between each other. However, we as RuneScape players, of course, know that these levels aren't actually equidistant from each other in terms of the time it takes to get from 1 to 10 and then 10 to 20 and then 20 to 30 and then all the way down to the later levels. For example, level 98 to 99 takes 14,805 times more experience than levels 1 to 2. So really, if we were to make this graph the correct way according to experience, then there would be a lot more bunched at the beginning and a lot less bunched up at the end, as there's just a ton of space between the levels near the end. So keep that in mind while I put the Abyssal Whip here at level 70 attack, which for a long time was the upgrade that you made from the Dragon Scimitar at level 60. Not only is level 60 to 70 a whopping 500,000 experience, especially when you're getting it a lot slower at those levels, and that's not even to mention the fact that you need 85 Slayer to get a whip from Abyssal Demons so you can even have one in the first place. And just as I talk here, just kind of understand that that level 60 to 70, that Dragon Scimitar to that Abyssal Whip really is a lot wider of a gap than it looks like here. When it comes right down to it, this gap was a big problem for a long time. There was a big, huge DPS increase from the Dragon Scimitar to the Abyssal Whip, but it took forever to get there. There really was no chance that you actually only had to get 70 attack to get the Abyssal Whip from 60 with the Dragon Scimitar, just because you had to have that 85 Slayer to get it. And of course, I don't really know what Jagex was thinking at various points in time, but it seems to me like they really started to understand after a while that this was a big problem, that gap between 60 and 70 was just a huge deal. So a few years back, they decided to add the zombie axe there at level 65 as a stepping stone from the Dragon Scimitar to the Abyssal Whip. Now with all of that said, let's bring back the Necreal. Like I said, he's a good monster that we can kind of use as a baseline here with solid defense, but not too crazy defense. And we're going to use him as our example. So what we're going to do here is kind of talk about a general example as if you're meleeing some Necreals, you know, in the Slayer Tower, because maybe you're doing a Konar task, or you'd rather not burst or barrage Greater Necreal in the Catacombs because you're more interested in herb seeds or something. Whatever the example is, we're going to be killing Necreal here, and we're going to talk about it in terms of just raw DPS using a few different setups. This first setup that we've got here, of course, is the Dragon Scimitar, and we're going to have the same exact stats, we're going to have the same exact armor, we're going to have the same exact everything between these various setups other than the actual weapon that we're using. So here we've got a nice setup that we're going to maybe be using on average for while we're killing Necreals on a Slayer task, and this setup here is going to get you a modest 4.6 DPS or damage per second. Now let's actually skip the second setup here. We'll come back to it in just a second, but we're going to talk about the third setup with the Abyssal Whip. Now again, with the same stats, with the same armor, with the same Slayer task, and the same no offensive prayers, we're going to be getting about 5.1 DPS on average. And of course, 4.6 to 5.1 might not sound like a lot, but when you multiply it by 60, for example, you've got half a damage that you're doing every second times 60 seconds in a minute times 60 minutes in an hour times however many Slayer tasks you're doing and all that. It really adds up, right? Half a DPS is a big deal. But like we talked about, of course, that 0.5 DPS increase, that jump in damage per second, was really seemingly unattainable for at least a long time as you went from 60 to 70 attack, but all the way to 85 Slayer to get the actual Abyssal Whip. So enter the Zombie Axe. Now if I'm just summarizing here and kind of just giving you the TLDR of this long spiel that I'm going on here, it's that the Zombie Axe perfectly bridges the gap between the DPS of the Dragon Scimitar and the Abyssal Whip when you consider how long it takes to get the Abyssal Whip compared to the Dragon Scimitar and all the other factors that we've talked about so far. To put it into actual numbers, the Zombie Axe would have 4.9 DPS in this setup here that we've got with all of the same other variables. And when it comes to everything that we've talked about with the amount of time that it takes to get to level 70, but also the 85 Slayer and blah blah blah, all the stuff that I've already, talked about a lot during this little spiel here, it really is just so good, and that is why we are so excited to have the Zombie Axe. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk, I appreciate you, and let's get back to the video, sorry. And now time for my absolute least favorite content in the game, which is Giant's Foundry. I really don't like Giant's Foundry. I can't remember if I've talked about that already, but I just really don't like it personally. It's just not my cup of tea, but we'll do it anyway. We got to get at least 66 smithing to be able to actually use the Zombie Axe. We need to repair it essentially, and that takes 70 smithing, so we can either get 70 smithing outright, or what we can do is get 66 and use a Kovacs Grog to boost it. Kovacs Grog is just a drink you can get from the actual reward shop for Giant's Foundry to be able to get a reliable +4 boost in smithing. So if I get sick of Giant's Foundry enough by the time I'm at 66, I'm probably just gonna boost it, but we'll have to see. Alright, forget this. I am at 66 smithing right now, and I'm gonna go ahead and buy the Kovacs Grog and boost for the Zombie Axe. I just don't want to spend another second here. I'm going to, of course, as I go for 70 for Song of the Elves, 75 for Diaries and whatnot, but for now we're just boosting and getting it over with. Let's go fix this Zombie Axe. Here we are in Varrock. We're gonna use it on the actual anvil here, and we officially have a fixed Zombie Axe. That is beautiful, dude. Look at this thing. That looks very good. That looks very good. And now that we've got the Zombie Axe, it's time to move on to the next step in the guide, which is going to be the Barrows Gloves. Barrows Gloves are just a massive upgrade for melee and a pretty decent one for ranged and mage as well, so we're gonna go ahead and start working on them, starting right here with a recipe for Disaster Dwarf subquest. We've actually done some of the other subquests already, so now it's time to start with this one, and we're about done here. There it is. Now we have just a few more. I think we've done 3 of them so far, so we just got to keep going here. Now we've got the Goblin Generals one, which is pretty fun, a fun little cutscene here to watch. But really the first few that we're doing here are really pretty simple. They just have a few steps in them, and they get more complicated as we go. Alright, there is the Goblin Generals one done. Let's move on now to, I think it's the Lumbridge guide. This one's got a few guessing games that you have to do with Wizard Treyborn over in the Wizard's Tower, but really overall it's pretty simple. We're just clicking blue on Quest Helper, and that's pretty much how this one goes. Beautiful. There is a cake of guidance for the Lumbridge guide, and now we're doing the Evil Dave part where we have to catch a bunch of hell rats and get these spices going, essentially just trying to find the correct combination of all the spices in the stews to be able to give to Evil Dave until he tells us that everything's correct. Now the way that we do it is just by following Quest Helper here, but really it's really pretty simple the way that you do it. You just give him 1 dose of one of the spices in his stew and see if it's correct. Then you go on up to 2 and then 3, and if it's not 1, 2, or 3, then it has to be 4. So at most you need like 12 stews or something to be able to find out the right combination. Really just following Quest Helpers the way that I always do it, but I've done it enough times on various accounts to be able to appreciate kind of the little, trial and error thing that we have to do here. I think it's kind of fun. So alright, the Evil Dave subquest is completed. That's perfect. Let's move on. Now for freeing, I'm just gonna try this Scratch Uglugui, maybe, whatever his name is, the pronunciation, but anyway, we just have to kill this Jubbly bird here. There's obviously some lead up to it, but we've already done all that, so now we're just gonna kill the bird and pluck it, then get it cooked, and we should be good. Very nice. That is all done there. We love to see it. And then for freeing ceramic vase here for the next one, we just have to do a few things, including killing the evil chicken, and this is the first chance that we really get to use our zombie axe, which is really very nice. It feels really good to be using this over the dragon scimitar for sure. I am a big fan. Perfect. Ceramic vase has been been freed, and now we can move on to freeing King Owowoge. This one's definitely the most involved of all of the Recipe for Disaster subquests. You have to do a bunch of things, including getting a bunch of these Grigris made, and I definitely did not do it earlier in the Monkey Madness 1 quest, and there's actually a reason for that. You can technically save a trip through this little underground area to Zooknock as you go about getting the actual talismans and the monkey bones to give him during the Monkey Madness 1 quest. However, I prefer to not do it that way, and I like to do it this way, just doing it during the actual Recipe for Disaster subquest, and that's because after Monkey Madness 1, you can actually buy the monkey talismans from the magic store in Ape Atoll, rather than having to wait for the kid and going to his aunt and doing all that stuff. It's just a little bit less annoying to me in my opinion, so I like to personally do it during RFD, but of course it's an opinion thing. You know, you do save time in one way, but you waste time in another way, whatever way you do it, so I guess pick your poison, you know? And there we go, there's King Owowoge saved. That's very good, and that is all of the subquests done. Really, all we have to do now is kill the Colonaromancer. However, we have to kill a few guys before that in order to be able to get to him. The first one is Agrith Nana, which is kind of like a little version of Agrith Nar, if I'm remembering right, from one of the quests that we did earlier. And this one's pretty simple. We just have to go ahead and attack him with our zombie axe. Really, you can't use prayers during this part of the quest, so really we're just bringing some butterfly mixes to boost our attack and strength, as well as a bunch of Karambuan to be able to heal ourselves. This one's pretty chill though. It's really just a DPS thing. You just got to get him killed and eat when you need to eat. And now for Flambéed or Flambéed, whatever it is, we got to go ahead and kill him, but we specifically need to make sure that we bring ice gloves for this part of the fight, because if you don't wear ice gloves, then he makes you drop your weapon and you can potentially lose it if you have a full inventory. So it's just very important to make sure that you're wearing ice gloves for this fight. And then we have Caramel, and Caramel is going to use a bunch of spells on you that are essentially like a combination of Ice Burst or Ice Barrage and like a sapping spell, so that when you're attacking him, all of your stats are going to get drained, and this includes your combat stats. So you're going to want to bring some super restores or just some regular restores if you need to. It's really not that bad of a fight. You just have to out DPS him, and you can see he's not doing that much damage. We just have to make sure that we drink some restore potion or something like that before our stats get too low. Then we have Dessort, which is pretty simple as well. There's not really much we can do here because we can't pray, so we really just have to attack him, hope for the best, and then out eat his DPS that he'll do on us with his ranged and melee attacks. Now we have the Gelatinous Mother, which is essentially the same as the Dagonoth Mother from the the Horror from the Deep quest, I'm pretty sure. And so really you just have to bring melee, ranged, and each of the elemental spells to be able to kill her as she switches back and forth between her various styles, her various colors here essentially. And then once she's dead, we just got to kill the Colonaromancer here, and this one's pretty simple. I think Quest Helper says to like keep your distance. However, I've really never had much of a problem with this one. Maybe I'm just doing it too late in the account to really have to worry about it, but really it's just a matter of out DPSing him, healing when you need to, and you should have a pretty good time. Once he's dead, we'll just have a little bit of a cutscene here where his head grows and explodes for some reason. I don't know the lore, but once that is all done, we have officially finished the quest. Recipe for Disaster is done. We can throw our 20k lamp on Herblore over here, and we can head down to the basement to buy ourselves some beautiful Barrows gloves. And oh boy, did they look nice, especially in our little scuffed outfit that we used to kill the Colonaromancer. That's great for sure. All right, now here we find ourselves in the Warriors Guild, and we're here for a very specific reason, and that is to buy some pizza. Because what we need to do with this pizza is slice up some pineapples and put those pineapple rings on the pizza to make some nice pineapple pizzas for the Fight Caves. We're gonna get our Fire Cave. That's next on the agenda for some actual upgrades that we're going for here. And now there is an actual section in the wiki guide where I recommend certain gear and kind of like a hierarchy of gear that you should be able to use based on what you have. But I'm also going to go through things here a little bit and kind of explain what it is that I've chosen and why it is that I've chosen it. First off, I've got a Verax helm here, and the reason that I'm using this is because of its great range defense, prayer bonus, and not too bad of a negative ranged attack. Assuming that you're following the guide, just go ahead and use whichever of the melee helms that you actually got when you were doing Barrows. The specific one that you use really isn't all that important. Next up, we've got the Ava's Accumulator, which of course we're using for its ammo saving functionality and its nice ranged attack bonus. There aren't really many substitutes to make for this unless you have an assembler for some reason and you still don't have a fire cape, but yeah, go ahead and probably just use the accumulator. Now for the Amulet of Power, we're using this for its ranged attack bonus, defensive bonuses, and a little bit of prayer bonus. You could definitely substitute this for like an Unholy Blessing to get a lot more prayer bonus, but I personally like the little bit of ranged attack bonus on the Amulet of Power instead. Next up for our ammo, we've got Sunlight Antler Bolts, because of course in just a second we'll talk about the Hunter Sunlight Crossbow, but these have a pretty decent range strength and they're easy enough to get in bulk. You know, they're not like the most convenient things to get, but you can get a decent amount of them pretty quickly. Definitely do not bring less than like 1500 to 2000 just to be safe. I'm bringing 4500, which is definitely overkill, but I've got them, so I might as well bring them. Next up is the Hunter Sunlight Crossbow as our main weapon that we're going to be using here, and it's definitely going to do a really good job because of its attack speed. It's got a decent ranged attack bonus as well, which is good. It's not that accurate, but it's definitely accurate enough for what we're doing here. And some people will say to bring a rune crossbow switch for Jad. I personally don't, because I'd rather have the supplies, especially since we're doing this so early on with like, what do we have, 67 range, something like that. So it's definitely worth it to do it this way. Then we've got the Mixed Hide top, which has good defensive bonuses and is easily attainable, but it definitely doesn't have like the best defensive bonuses. And so I'm going to talk about in a minute here how we're going to be using blood spells during the fight caves in order to mitigate some of the damage that we will inevitably take. Next up, I'm bringing an Armadale prayer book, a damaged one because I don't have any of the pages to fill it with yet, so any of the books from Horror of the Deep will work. But anyway, we're using this for its prayer bonus, not its defensive bonuses, because it literally has none. This is definitely something you can trade out for like an obsidian shield, for example, that we got before, or even just like a rune kite shield. But I personally like having no negative ranged bonus in my offhand slot, and the prayer bonus is really nice. And I'm going to be healing through blood spells like I talked about, so that I don't have to worry quite as much about defensive bonuses. Next, we've got Mixed Hide legs here, which have good defensive bonuses and are easily attainable, and really we're just taking them for the same reason that we're taking the Mixed Hide top. Next up, we're taking our Barrows gloves, of course, because we just got them and we're big fans of them, but also because they have good range bonus in terms of offensive bonuses, as well as some pretty decent defensive bonuses for gloves. Then we've got Mixed Hide boots, which of course we're taking for basically the same reason as the Mixed Hide top and legs, that being good enough defensive bonuses and that they're easily attainable. And then lastly, for worn equipment, we're taking an Explorer's Ring 2 for its prayer bonus and the fact that you can restore your run energy with it if you need to, which can be useful, of course, if you're running around solving waves, kind of panicking a little bit maybe and just trying to figure out what to do. It can definitely be a lifesaver. Next up in our inventory this time, we're taking the Ancient Staff as well for a switch for when we need to heal during the waves with ancient blood spells. Really, the things you're going to want to heal on are the blobs and the meleeers. Those are basically the only two things that you want to heal on, as everything else has pretty high mage defense, and or you're just not going to want to take the time to do it when you're getting attacked by it. These blood spells are definitely allowing us to do these fight caves a little bit earlier than we normally would, just because I've got a lower ranged level than I technically could have as I'm going for the fight caves, so it's going to be good with our amount of supplies for sure. Next up, we've got a rune pouch to hold runes for casting those blood spells on the ancient spellbook, and specifically we're bringing Chaos, Death, and Blood runes. Then we've got a lot of prayer potions because we're going to be praying a lot in the fight caves, and it's definitely not worth bringing super restores for this. Even though they do technically restore more prayer, it's not worth it, especially at this stage of the account. And then lastly, making Yama proud, we're bringing those beautiful pineapple pizzas, and the nice thing about these is that you eat them in 2 bites, and so if you're like 12 HP down or something like that, you don't need to worry about eating an entire pizza or wasting any food like that, but rather you can kind of ration it out but still stay pretty topped up in terms of your HP. And we're definitely bringing less food than we normally would if we weren't bringing blood spells, but like I said, it's just making it possible to do it at a lower level, so that's kind of the way we're going about doing it. But anyway, that's enough about that. Let's go ahead and just start this dang fight cave run and see how it goes. I don't think we have time for an entire fight cave tutorial in this video, however, I'll definitely share with you my thought processes as to how I go about solving waves. But I definitely recommend watching another video or two and figuring it out for yourself if it's your first time doing the fight caves. Obviously at the beginning waves here, there's not much going on. You've got a bat or two, maybe a blob and a ranger, but as it gets further into the actual fight caves, there's a lot of stuff that's going on at once. The first time that you really have to start thinking about what you're doing and praying is over here on wave 7, which we're about to hit. You can see up in the top left it says next wave is 1 ranger, and that's something that we definitely want to pray against. The rangers are the first things that actually do a lot of damage to us if we're not praying against them, and so going forward, pretty much anytime there's a ranger, other than a few circumstances which I'll tell you in a little bit, we definitely want to pray against it. So we're just going to pray ranged, kill the ranger, and move on to the next wave. Starting this next wave on wave 8 here, we're going to start following a little bit of a pattern here. The first thing that we're always going to kill is what can attack us, what can actually do damage to us. In this case, it's the bat here, so we're going to stop attacking the ranger and kill the bat. And then once we're done with that, we kill the ranger, which is the thing that we're praying against. So it's first what's attacking us, then what we're praying against. This is because we've got more prayer than we do food, so we definitely want to attack what's going to do us damage first before we attack what we're praying against, because in the fight caves, anything that we're praying against won't damage us because everything other than Jad only attacks with one combat style. So you can see I just killed all the bats, and now I'm killing the ranger. now that they're all dead. And now we can move on to the next wave where we've got a blob and a ranger as well. And you guessed it, we're killing the blob and then the ranger. Now the exception to this rule that I'll sometimes make is that when I'm praying against something and I've got little blobs coming to attack me, I won't attack the little blobs until I've killed the thing that I'm praying against. This is just because the little blobs barely do any damage. They're very unlikely to actually hit me, so we should be all good there. And now, as we finish killing up this ranger here on wave 14, we're gonna have a meleeer for the first time on wave 15. A good general rule of thumb is to always use Italy Rock over here on the east side of the fight caves to safe spot the meleeers, as we want to make sure that we're not getting hit by them and that they can't heal themselves or others. And if you're not sure what Italy Rock is, it's basically this rock on the east side of the fight caves that looks like a boot, kind of like the country of Italy. On the south side of Italy Rock, like you can see, I've got this meleeer trapped right here. Things can get stuck whether you're standing on the east or the north side of it. Now really, you're only going to be able to trap the blobs and the meleeers on Italy Rock because they're melee mobs that try to path to you, and they're bigger than 1x1 tiles. So you'll see me doing that a lot as I go about doing the fight caves here. Like at the beginning of this next wave, you can see here on 17, I'm going ahead and attacking the bat because that's the thing that's going to be attacking me, but at the same time, I'm also getting the meleeer trapped so that I can have him ready for when I'm ready to kill him. Now earlier I mentioned that we want to be attacking first what is attacking us and then what we're praying against, but there's one more thing that we want to add in there, and that's right between those two. We want to attack secondly what it is that we're safe spotting, and then third what we're praying against. Once we're in these later, a little bit more complicated waves, that's what we're going to do. First, we're going to attack what's attacking us. Second, we're going to attack what we're safe spotting. And third, we're going to attack what we're praying against. That's always the order that we're going to do it in as we go about the waves leading up to Jad. For example, a little bit later here on wave 21, I've got the meleeer safe spotted, but I've got a blob coming up to attack me here, and that can attack me, so that falls in the first priority of what I should attack. Then once the blob and all the little blobs are dead, I'm going to go ahead and attack the meleeer now because he's the only thing that's left in this wave. But let me show you when it gets a little more complicated as well once we have some rangers introduced while we still have the meleeers present. Here in this way, we've got a meleeer coming to attack me, but also a ranger coming up behind him to attack me. However, even though the ranger is attacking me, I'm going to attack it last because I'm able to pray against him. The meleeer is the thing that's stopping me from being able to reach the ranger, so I'm going to attack him first since I'm safe spotting him, and then I'll attack the bat, which would come attack me, and then I'll attack the ranger, which I'm lastly praying against. Skipping forward a bit, we've got the majors out now on wave 31 and beyond. So let me show you some examples here of what it's going to look like with the majors in play, because from 31 on, we're always going to pray against the majors. We're going to not pray against the rangers sometimes because we always want to pray against the majors because they do significant amounts of damage. They can hit you like 30s or 40s if you're not praying against them. So they're always top priority to pray against, which means they're also going to be the last thing that we kill in each wave. Here we are a little bit later, safe spotting a meleeer while we pray against a major, following that same hierarchy of when we want to actually kill things. Once the meleeer's dead, the thing we're safe spotting, we then go attack the major, which we're praying against. I don't know, I definitely can't give you like a whole entire guide for the whole fight caves during this video here because that would take forever. However, that's kind of the process of thought that I go through when I'm trying to kill things in the fight caves, deciding what to kill first, deciding where to get things trapped and whatnot. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense, but let's get back to the actual fight caves here, as now we're suddenly on the second to last wave where we're going to have Jad very next. Jad's always going to spawn where the orange major is, so we're going to go ahead and get ready for him over here. We've attacked and are ready to kill the orange major now, and now that he's dead, we're ready for Tis Talk Jad. Here we go. Jad in theory is very simple. You just got to watch for what he does with his front feet. If he stays up a little bit longer like that, we pray mage, and if he slams his feet down instead of keeping them up like that, then we're going to go ahead and pray ranged. Then when he gets a little bit lower in health here, he's going to spawn his healers, and we're just going to pick these guys off one by one so that we can actually get them away from Jad and have them start attacking us instead. As this one comes over here, you can see I've got two attacking me, so I'm going to kind of maneuver my way out of there. It looks like they're stacked again here now. However, if I step over here, perfect, then only one of the three that are on me right now can actually attack me. All the while, I'm making sure to pray ranged and mage against Jad's attacks, which of course is the most important thing because he can hit like 94, I think, for his max hit. But now it's just a matter of slowly getting Jad killed because he's a little bit tougher than the other ones that we've been killing. You know, he's got some high health and some high defenses, so we just slowly pick away at his health over time, switching our prayers, eating and drinking when we need to, and eventually getting that beautiful fire cape. Very nice. There's the Fight Caves veteran CA. We've got the fire cape right there. Very nice. Purdy and Menji are here with us to celebrate, you love to see it, and there we go, we've got the fire cape, we are all good there. That part of the guide, that part of the progress for this account here is officially done. Very nice. Alright, more upgrades to be made here, let's keep going. We've got 6,000 chaos runes from Barrows that we're going to sell on over here in the Tazar City, so that we can get ourselves a nice obsidian shield. Really the only thing to remember for this is to wear your Karamja gloves 1 or higher when you're doing it, just so that you can get the most possible for each chaos rune that you sell, as the price is higher for what you sell them for as you're wearing any tier of the Karamja gloves. Perfect, there's all of those almost sold, there it is done, and now we can go buy an obsidian shield just north of where we were, and we're going to be using this for the Rex grind for Dagonoth Rex to get a Berserker ring. It's a nice defensive shield to have. We'll also use it for Perilous Moons a little bit later when we're using one-handed weapons there, but like I mentioned, right now what we're going to be using it for is to get the Berserker ring from Dagonoth Rex. But first what I'm going to do is go ahead and get my Mage Arena 2 cape. I want to be able to have that extra whatever % damage for actually killing Dagonoth Rex while we're killing him with Mage, so we're going to go ahead and get this bad boy as soon as we head on over here to the Mage Arena itself and cast each of the god spells 100 times so that we can unlock them outside of the arena. Alright, there is Saradomin Strike done, there is Claws of Guthix done, and there is Flames of Zamorak done. Very nice. And now it's time to do Mage Arena 2, where we fight each of the gods' followers, I think is what they are lore-wise, and the first one that we're going to be doing here is Zamorak. This one that you can see here on the other side of the fence where we spawned him on accident is Porisdir, I think is how you pronounce it. And really what we're doing for each of these guys is just praying Mage and then paying attention to their special attacks as we attack them with the appropriate god spell. Porisdir has a special attack that he'll do right there, okay, perfect, and this one is essentially a little orb of energy that he shoots at us, and as long as we're a decent distance away from Porisdir, we won't actually get hurt by it, so that's really easy on that one. It just does 0 damage. The closer you are to him, the more damage it'll do, so we want to keep our distance about the edge of our actual distance that we're able to attack him with Flames of Zamorak from, so that we can quickly run out of the way when he does do that. We also want to avoid these little ice barrages that they send. They're just little floating ice particles that we want to get out of the way of when we see them, and I don't think I'm forgetting anything else. I think that's pretty much it for all of the mechanics that they do. They'll hit you through prayer, so you have to bring some food as well, but they'll hit you a lot more if you're not praying, so be sure to bring food as you do it, and he should be set there. But let's go ahead and get Porisdir killed. There we go, that is him dead, and we can go ahead and grab the demon's heart and take it back to Collodion. Next up is Derwin here, and he's the follower of Guthix, so let's get him spawned right there. Perfect. And all of the mechanics other than the specific special attack are going to be the same for Derwin as they were for Porisdir. Surely he'll do that special attack in a second here that we can see. Well, maybe not. Yeah, I guess not. I guess he's not going to do it. Normally what he'll do is shoot a few of these like energy balls out, and you just have to attack them before you attack him again. But that's basically it. I'm going to take off all my gear as we're walking back to the mage bank so that we don't have to, you know, look like a target essentially. So we're just going to take everything off and walk back there. And now over here we're going to have the last one. This is the follower of Saradomin, Justiciar Zachariah. Just like the other two, they've got those normal mechanics that they do with the ice barrage and whatnot, but this one here, he'll probably right there's a special attack. Just run away from that blue thing that he shoots at you from his sword. And other than that, it's just making sure that you don't die by any of his damage or any PKers or anything like that. So yeah, that's basically it. And he is dead there with that 20. Very nice. This is the Justiciar's hand there, which we have now. And now that we've turned all 3 of those items in, we can take this Saradomin cape over here. That's the one I want imbued, and get it imbued. There we go. Very nice. We have ourselves a very beautiful imbued god cape now, which we can use to get that extra mage bonus damage, and it should be a good time. That's very good. That's very good. And now that we've got that imbued god cape, we've got that obsidian shield, we've got our Barrows armor and a bunch of other stuff from previously in the video, we can go ahead and actually get ourselves a Berserker ring, which is very nice. So we're headed on over here on Waterbirth Island into this actual cavern to get to the Dagonoth Kings. And once we get down there, throughout this little maze here that I'll kind of show you bits and pieces of, we're going to be able to actually start fighting Dagonoth Rex once we've got the safe spot set up. There's a little bit of work that you have to do in order to be able to actually get it ready. It's not too bad. It's definitely not the most fun. It can take a few attempts to get at it, and it can be a little bit of a hassle, but I'll show you how it works essentially. So once we get down here to the end of the area, we're going to go ahead and hop over these roots here and peek into this crack here just to make sure that no one else is in there, because obviously we're not trying to crash anybody. So let's go ahead and I'll find a world, and then I'll show you how the process goes. Alright, I've got a world here. This should be good. What we're going to do is eat up so that we're a full health just about as we go down there, and we're going to see if either Dagonoth Prime or Dagonoth Supreme actually are able to see us, because if either of them see us and start attacking us, it doesn't work. We need to get to the point where they're essentially far enough away from the ladder to where they can't see us, so that we can go around counterclockwise to the other side of the island from the actual ladder here, traveling along that edge so that they can't see us, and we can only be attacking Dagannoth Rex and only have him attack us as well. You can see here that it's just really going up and down the ladder until they can't see you, until they're not right next to the ladder and start attacking you. And of course, it's not the funnest process. There's RNG that's in play, and it just depends on how the RNG goes as to whether or not you're going to get it quickly. And you might use a lot of your food and prayer trying to get down there, kind of like what's happening to me right now. Oh, you might have some false positives like that where you think it's going to work and then Supreme sees you all of a sudden, whoops. But eventually, hopefully right here, we're able to just skirt along the side of the island. I didn't, I should have prayed melee there probably for Rex, but now, yes, it's working very nice. Now we just get him on this tile and we head on over to this tile, and perfect, we are all set up for the safe spot. You can see there's a little piece of seaweed down to my right there that you can see that you want to stand just southwest of, because the island's edges are kind of shaped in a way as to where Dagannoth Rex can't get past that seaweed and he just gets stuck on it. And then we just sit here and we kill Dagannoth Rex, and it's not the funnest process by any means, because it can take a little while to kill him with these Earth Bolt spells. We are using the Chaos Gauntlets from the Family Crest quest, which helps us a decent bit. However, the kills do take a little while, and the fact that Rex takes like a minute or so to spawn is not fun either, so that kind of sucks as well, but it'll be all worth it eventually for that beautiful Berserker Ring, as well as hopefully a Dragon Axe as you're going along for the Berserker Ring as well. Alright, he's almost dead here. Let me show you the process of just kind of waiting in between the actual kills once he respawns and everything. So it looks like, yeah, just a Zamorak brew, very sad. And then we just kind of hang out here and wait for a little bit. We wait until that timer that's down on my info boxes goes down to 0, because it's at 57 seconds, 56, 55, 54. It just takes forever, but eventually he will respawn. I promise. All right, almost there. 1 and 0. Very nice. Now we're going to be on casting defensive spells so that we have a little bit of extra range to be able to attack him. And then once he gets a little bit closer to us, right about there, we're going to run to the tile, and it'll be all set up. That safe spot will be permanently set up, and we should be good there each time that we go to kill him. Now I will say that normally it doesn't take quite that much food to be able to get down here, so we've only got 4 pizzas left, but normally you don't spend quite as much time and quite as much food getting around Prime and Supreme to be able to get to Rex, so normally you won't have to have such short trips. However, this time it seems like we're going to have a fairly short trip. Let me show you at the end of it how far along we actually get, unless I get the Berserker Ring, in which case I'll just show you that, but one sec here. Oh no, the Warrior Ring on KC number 20. I mean, we want one eventually, I guess, for like a, what is it called, the Bellator Ring eventually, but obviously that is a little bit sad. We're at 20 kills, which is good for the trip. We're doing pretty well there, but I'll see you at the end. Alright, we're coming up on kill 32 here, and this is definitely going to be the last one of the trip. I have 21 health left, no prayer or anything, so we'll call it after this one. And what'll happen is I'll probably just oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Oh my goodness gracious, no. Well, there's the dupe Warrior Ring. That is very sad, my goodness. What I was saying is that we'll probably just come back later and do the Berserker Ring kind of over the course of time. I hate doing this grind, especially when I get Warrior Rings, so I'll probably just split it up over the course of time. It's not like that important to have immediately right now, so I will be back for you, Rex. I will be back for you. And now I am on a boat, and the reason that I'm on a boat, you may have guessed, is that we're going to be training some sailing, and the reason that we're training sailing is actually for Perilous Moons. Now let me explain what I mean by that, because of course there's no specific direct connection from Perilous Moons to sailing. However, there is something that we can unlock through sailing that will make Perilous Moons a little bit easier for us. You see, there are 3 of the Perilous Moons, the first one being Eclipse, the second one being Blue, and the third one being Blood. There are a lot of specific mechanics that we'll talk about later when we actually get to the Perilous Moons, but something that I want you to know about right now is a very specific mechanic, or rather attribute, of the Perilous Moons that came out into the game specifically when the Perilous Moons were released into the game. This attribute that went on to be added to other NPCs in the game as well, but started with the Perilous Moons, is called Flat Armor. Flat Armor is an attribute that an NPC can have that essentially increases or decreases, whether it be positive or negative, the amount of damage that you do to that NPC per hit splat. Let me give you some examples here with the Perilous Moons. Eclipse Moon has a positive flat armor, while both Blue Moon and Blood Moon have negative flat armor. This means that any time we do damage to Eclipse Moon because of her positive flat armor, we actually have our damage decreased. The specific number that Eclipse Moon has for her flat armor is 6, which means that every time we hit her, we deal 6 damage less per hit splat. While on the other hand, with a negative flat armor attribute, we're actually going to do more damage to Blue and Blood Moon. Their specific numbers, Blue and Blood, are 5 and 2 respectively. Now what's important to note here is that this is per hit splat, not just per hit, so if we use a dual hitting weapon like Dual Makwa Heidels or Torag's Hammers or Sulfur Blades, then these numbers are essentially doubled. That's why it's really bad to use double hitting weapons against Eclipse, but it's really good to use them against Blue and Blood. We'll talk about specifically what weapons we're going to use for Blue and Blood later, but I want to talk right now about the one for Eclipse, because as we can deduce from these facts, a slow hitting but hard hitting weapon is going to be best for Eclipse, because less hit splats but higher damage per hit splat is going to be best for her. And specifically, since Eclipse Moon is weak to stab, we would love to have a hard hitting but slow hitting stab weapon, which coincidentally was released into the game pretty recently with the Belle's Folly. And you unlock Belle's Folly through sailing, so that's why we're doing sailing. That's the gist of it. That's the TLDR. So, and of course, the way that I'm starting with sailing is by doing the Pandemonium quest, which is the one that you have to do to start the skill at all. It's basically a little tutorial for sailing, and we're all done with it just about, there we go, we're all done with it now, and we are good to move on to training some actual sailing. And the way that we're going to get started here with training sailing is by doing some courier tasks. These essentially consist of taking some cargo from one port to another, and it's a pretty simple way of training, and it's really all you can do from the beginning. And the Pandemonium quest got us all the way to level 5 to get started, so after we finish this one, now we have level 6 sailing, very nice. There's level 7 from another courier task, and then level 8, level 9, and then levels 10, 11, and 12, very nice. And now it is time to do the Prying Times quest, which is just the next quest that you can do at level 12 to train some more sailing. Luckily, during this quest, we get to pay Big Daddy Thurgo a visit because it has been way too long since we saw him, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Then we kill a drink troll over here as part of the quest as well. That's the only fight during this quest, the only other really memorable or significant part. And that is the quest done. Very nice. That takes us all the way to level 17 sailing. And now it's time for a few more courier tasks until we get to level 22, at which point we can do the Current Affairs quest, which is a pretty chill one. We just follow a duck around the water for a little bit after we've talked to some people in Catherby or something. I don't really remember the lore. Something about something, and we know I'm not a big lore guy, so let's go ahead and collect this duck here over here, and that is the quest done. That takes us to 25 sailing, which is great. Now we just got to get to 30 through some more courier tasks, which are very fun, very exciting. So we're going to go ahead and get these done here, and then at level 30 we can do the first Barracuda trial, which is the Temper Tantrum. If you've never done this before, then this is basically a little, I guess, obstacle course you could say for sailing, where you're trying to pick up these crates and go through the whirlpools to get some speed boosts and whatnot, avoid some obstacles and things like that. So it's definitely a fun time. I like it. I think it's a fun way to train sailing. It definitely can get a little bit frustrating to get some of the more advanced times as you go up in the rank of the Barracuda trials, but I think it's fun to do it, and it's definitely a lot faster than any other method for training sailing, so we're definitely going to do it up here until level 45. Perfect. There is the Swordfish rank for the Temper Tantrum, there is Shark rank, and there is the Marlin rank. That took a couple of tries, and I actually upgraded my boat to be able to do it a little bit easier, so we've got that now, and luckily that got us all the way to level 36, as you can see here. The nice thing about doing the Temper Tantrum or any of the Barracuda trials is that you get a little bonus XP amount when you actually finish the trial for the first time, or each rank of it, that is. So we just got 3000 XP for doing Marlin, in addition to the regular XP that you get every time that you complete it, even as you complete it after your first time. So the XP will slow down a little bit here just because we're not getting that initial boost from having done it the first time for each rank, but that's okay. It's still very good XP as we do these trials. So we're gonna go ahead and keep doing the Temper Tantrum over here until level 45 sailing, at which point we can do the Troubled Tortugan's quest. Alright, we hit level 45 over there at the Temper Tantrum, and now we're good to move on to the Troubled Tortugan's quest, which we're gonna do by starting talking to Flupa over here. This quest is pretty chill. All it really consists of is doing some stuff around the island on the Great Conch, and then of course there is the fight at the end of the quest where we actually do fight the Shellbane Griffin, just kind of as an introduction to the boss. So here we go, we're fixing some walls and some shops and stuff around the town, and then after this little cutscene here, we go ahead and actually fight the Shellbane Griffin, which you can see right there. It's a pretty chill fight. There's not much to it other than a couple of mechanics that I'll go over in a second when we actually fight it after the quest, but really it's kind of a pushover. It's a pretty chill boss, and during this first fight of it here during the quest, we have the help of these Tortugans, which don't seem to be doing a ton of damage, but I'm sure they help a little bit. And there we go, there is Troubled Tortugans done. We got to 46 sailing, and now we are good to go ahead and start fighting, not the Shellbane Griffin, because we actually have to get a task for Griffins to be able to fight the Shellbane Griffin. So we're gonna talk to Neve and let's see here, unlock the ability to get assigned them for 80 points here, 80 Slayer points, as well as extend them so that we get bigger tasks every time we get a task. And then we got to go ahead and actually get the task in the first place, right, to be able to do it. So what we're going to do is come on over here to Shiloh Village and start mining some gem rocks down here in the underground gem mine. Now, first off, I'll explain that these expeditious bracelets are essentially something that are going to allow us to skip a lot of the monsters that we have to kill during Slayer tasks, so that as we do end up getting tasks on our way to getting that Griffin task, we can complete them quicker, right, and not have to kill as many monsters. Essentially, these expeditious bracelets that we're going to be making with the opals that we mine here and some silver bars that we use from somewhere else, what they do is they have a 25% chance for every Slayer monster that you kill to be counted as 2 toward your task. So if we get a task like 30 cows or something like that, then every time that we kill a cow, there's a chance for it to be counting as 2 toward that 30. I can't remember the exact math. It works out to be either 25% or 33% faster for the actual task on average. Something like that. I'm not good at math, but the point is that it makes it faster, which is good. And we're going to be using a system called Turiel skipping in order to get these smaller tasks that we'll use the actual expeditious bracelets on, and I'll explain that in a little bit here. But for now, let's go ahead and get a bunch of opals and other gems as well, and we'll start making those expeditious bracelets. All right, here we go. We're going to make 5 expeditious bracelets as well as 5 bracelets of slaughter, which do the opposite. They extend tasks. So we'll go ahead and make the actual bracelets here, and now we can go ahead and enchant them. Now, currently I've got a Bloodveld task, so I'm going to go over to Turiel and get that skipped. And by skipping a task, I'm resetting my task streak to 0, but that's okay because I'm going to be able to get a brand new task after I complete this one from him. I got assigned dogs, so I'm going to go kill some jackals in the desert, and then once we finish that task, I'm just wearing my best range gear and a black mask imbued. I'll go ahead and get another task from Neve. Hopefully that time it'll be a Griffin task. Some people don't like to do Turiel skipping because it resets your streak like I talked about. Some people have long streaks of like hundreds or thousands of Slayer tasks on their account, and that's totally fine. If you want to do task streaks instead and actually get a bunch of points to be able to skip tasks to be able to get tasks that you want, then that's just essentially another way of doing the same thing of hunting for a specific task. This way with the Turiel skipping, especially if you have a good setup like later on with a blowpipe and NPC contact and stuff like that, is objectively faster, but there's nothing wrong with doing it with task streaks if you prefer to do it that way. It's just a different way of doing it. All right, we finished that task. Now let's head on over to Neve and see if we can't get ourselves a Griffin task. Nope, Turoth. Okay, very sad, but let's go ahead and skip that one. This one's a Scorpion task, so let's get this finished up. And here we go, back to Neve. Let's see if we can get some... Oh, Griffins! Heck yeah, dude, nice! 227 Griffins. That was not bad at all. And now the real question is, I guess, whether or not we can actually get the Belle's Folly during this task. Let's give it a shot here. Here we go. Now, the Shelbane Griffin fight isn't too crazy of a fight, honestly. It's much more of a beginner boss than anything. Like, it's a decent bit easier than Scurrius, for example. There's a lot less going on, so it should be pretty easy for me to explain all the mechanics pretty quickly. Let me show you exactly how it works. First, we travel to Fairy Ring CJQ to get on over to the Great Conch. Then we just run north a bit to this cave up here and talk to Elder Nama, and he'll let us in for the first time just after the quest is done. And then we just pray melee and piety and walk in, and the Shelbane Griffin will start to attack us. The Shelbane Griffin attacks normally with melee, and as long as we weigh 40 kilograms or more with our worn equipment and are wearing the Tortugan shield, we won't take any damage from his melee attacks. Just barely during that last sentence that I said, he flapped his wings and started making some whirlwinds on the ground, and basically as soon as you see one beneath you, you just got to move to another tile and then they won't damage you. And then we probably will see it in just a second here, I'm guessing. There we go, yep, he put his head back and then he spit out some orange acid, and we just had to walk one tile out of the way to avoid that. If that hit us, then we'd have to take all of our armor off and actually let the corrosion stop attacking us, or we can just take 18 damage over the course of some threes and it'll be fine. It's not that big of a deal. You just want to avoid it when you can so you don't have to eat an extra Karambwan. Most of his attacks are melee, and then some of them are ranged, and we pray against the melee ones and sometimes get damaged by the ranged ones just because we're not praying against those, but it's very little damage over the course of time. Lastly, if you ever see yellow birds circling above the Shelbane Griffin, be sure to click him so that you can do extra damage and not get hit back by him. But that's pretty much it. That's how the fight goes. It's pretty simple. Like I said, there's a few mechanics that you got to watch out for, but then you kill the Shelbane Griffin and it's dead. You love to see it. Now, the Shelbane Griffin's normal drop table, like the stuff that it drops aside from its uniques like the Belle's Folly and the Jar of Feathers, really is not that crazy. You do get some nice rune and adamant cannonballs, which is good, but other than that, really it's just a bunch of fruit and baskets and random stuff like that. But you do get some nice alks every once in a while as well. Really, the main allure of the Shelbane Griffin is definitely the Belle's Folly, because that's going to be the most worthwhile thing for Ironman to kill it. But of course, it'd be nice nice to get the pet. It's a very cute pet. It transmogs into a couple of different options and it's really cool, but probably not. We'll just see if we get the Belle's Folly anytime soon. All right, here we are coming up on 10 KC, looking very nice. No sign of the Belle's Folly yet, however. It is a 1 in 256 drop rate, so I probably shouldn't expect it yet, but it would be nice to get spooned it for sure. There is 25 KC and the Shellbane Adept CA, very nice. Now I wanted to mention that I am specifically still using Moonlight Moth mixes rather than prayer potions at this point, just because I don't feel like I quite need the prayer potions yet. Of course the trips are going to be shorter with the Moonlight Moth mixes compared to what they would be with prayer potions, but I think this is totally fine for now. I've been fairly diligent with my farm runs, so once I get to like Royal Titans and stuff like that, I'll probably start using prayer pots, but we will have to see. Oh my gosh, there is the Belle's Folly. Heck yeah. 59 KC, dude. Not bad. Not bad. Very nice. I wasn't expecting to get it this early, so I suppose let's go get it repaired. Let's go untarnish it or whatever it is. We drink a nice Kovacs grog because we're still 66 smithing from earlier, and we use the Belle's Folly on the polishing wheel to successfully repair it. Very nice, dude. Look at this. That is exciting. That is very nice. And you know what? It's time to just jump straight into Perilous Moons now that we have the Belle's Folly. Here we go. This is a pretty chill quest as far as the actual fights go and everything. It's just the same as Perilous Moons, and I only say that because Perilous Moons is pretty chill in general, and so it shouldn't give us too hard of a time. If I'm remembering right, the bosses aren't easier during the quest, but again, they're pretty chill, so it should be an okay time. I've done a few hundred on other accounts, so let's get this first Nagua killed over here, and then we'll be good to head in the actual Camptorum area. We'll build some campsites really quick, do some stuff with some talismans, find a lolly right there, very nice. And now we're good to start actually fighting the Perilous Moons. You fight them once during the quest, like I said, so let's go ahead and get started here. Now what I'll do is just kind of go over the general tactics for each fight, the general mechanics. The first thing to know is that you want to stay on these lit up circles here, and every 2 attacks the moon will switch to the next circle, and then every 4th circle it'll do a special attack. For Eclipse Moon's first special attack, she's just going to peer in random directions in sets of 3 here, and you just need to click toward her in the general direction anytime that you see her. As you do this, every time that you face her successfully in time, you'll get a really accurate hit off with your weapon with no attack delay from clone to clone, which is really nice, so it's good to have a hard-hitting, slow-hitting weapon. For Eclipse Moon's second special attack, she'll just throw you back behind this little shield here, and you just want to turn off your run energy and walk around it. Basically, you just want to start walking the first tick that you see the actual shield start moving, and then you just walk around in a clockwise circle 1 rotation until it gets back to the beginning. Then it's just a matter of following those circles around, moving every 2 attacks, and then you're good to just get Eclipse Moon killed. Looks like for this one, for Blue Moon entering here, we're in the middle of a special attack actually, so that's good timing. For this one, you just need to avoid these whirlwinds here and go and light the braziers on each side. Here's a better look as well at the actual standard attacks for each moon. You can see here that every 2 attacks from the moon, the lit up circle will switch to the next moon phase, and anytime that we get to either a full moon or a new moon, an empty moon that is, it'll be time for a special attack. For the second special attack for Blue Moon, she's going to steal your weapon and throw it in one of these ice piles right here, and so just watch for which of the ice piles your weapon goes into and then click on it to start attacking it, walking away every few ticks to avoid the ice weapons that are on the ground. You can get 2 attacks in essentially as you go about avoiding those ice spikes. And there we go, we're about to finish up Blue Moon here. She should be dead right about there. Perfect, very nice. Let's move on now to Blood Moon. Blood Moon just kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. Like, she does a lot of damage to you and she heals every time that she does damage you, but with our defensive bonuses here with our Barrows armor as well as our obsidian shield, we should be pretty okay with our zombie axe. There's a step under method that I might start to utilize depending on how badly these fights actually go. We'll have to see, but for now I'm just going to do it normally. The first special attack for Blood Moon that you can see here is essentially where we just need to avoid these puddles, because like I just didn't avoid one there, if you stand on top of one when it pops, you'll lose a little bit of health. Then for the second special attack here, you'll get some of your health sapped and you'll have to attack the Blood Jaguar that's lit up. Then you do this weird dance where you kind of attack the Jaguar once or twice and then walk back over to the blood splot as soon as it's actually about to go away. It's a little bit tough to get the timing of it first, but if you watch a full guide somewhere on YouTube out there, you'll see better actual kind of representations of how to go about timing it. But once you do get the pattern down, it's pretty easy and you should be good to move forward. And then let's see if we can get the final hit here before Blood Moon phases into her next special attack. Very nice, very nice. It sucks to not get it when you're right at the end there, so that's very good. And with that, we are done. There is the Perilous Moons quest done. We are all good to start actually going ahead and grinding some moons. Let's do it. You can actually open the chest after your first KC of all 3 moons during the quest, so let's see here. Nothing. Very sad. That would have been cool to get an item, but surely once one's right around the corner. We should be good to just keep going and see what kind of luck we get. Let's see how it goes. I'll probably just see you every 10 or so chests to see how our RNG goes and everything like that, and with any items that we might get in between. All right, there is nothing in 10kc, unfortunate, but we keep going. Nothing in 20kc, very sad, surely soon. 30kc with no drops, very sad. 40kc, nothing. Oh my goodness, number 50, still no items. I am starting to lose faith. Dude, am I paying for my Barrows luck? What is happening? That is 60 chests with nothing. Nothing on 70. That is 80kc of the Perilous Moons, still no item. Dude, I mean, I don't know. It's not impossible, obviously it's happening, but it is very sad. 90kc, still nothing. Surely we get to 100. Now I'm just curious to see how high we can go. My goodness. Ah, it happened. Holy cow. An item. 96kc, dude. What in the world? Oh my gosh, that took so long. I thought we were getting to 100 for sure. That is wild, dude. What in the absolute world? Well, I suppose we just keep going. I'll probably just see you at each chest with an item in it. I don't think you need to see any more dryness. So hopefully things come soon. Hopefully things come soon as we keep going here. Ooh, looking good, dude. 111, we get the Blood Moon Tassets. Very nice. I'd love to get the Blood Moon set finished as soon as possible. That would be very nice. Ooh, the Blue Moon Spear looking good. That's good for bursting especially. That'll be great. The Dual Aqua Hydals on 132. Dude, very nice. I'm very happy about that. That's really good. We'll definitely start using those for Blue Moon now. That'll be very, very good. A little while later, 160, we get the Atlatl. Very nice. That is all 3 items in a row, actually. All 3 weapons, I mean. We take those, we take those. And just a little bit later, the Eclipse Moon Helm. Then the Blue Moon Helm. My goodness, very nice. Ooh, okay. The Eclipse Moon Tassets there on 183. That's actually Eclipse Moon done. I've definitely been thinking about it for a little while. I will definitely be target farming the moons now. I'm not going to be killing Eclipse anymore because that is just a way to get out of here faster. There we go. Oh my, the back-to-back, dude. 184 for the Blood Moon Helm. We love to see it. 197 for the Blood Moon Chestplate. That is Blood Moon completed. Very nice. Now we can just kill Blue Moon. That's very nice. That's perfect. We'll probably use our Blood Moon to actually do it, and that'll be great. 225 for the Blue Moon Chestplate. Just one more item. Ayo, number 296. Hey, that's exactly 200 chests after our first item, dude. We finished it in 200 chests. That would be a pretty respectable number if we didn't go 96 dry for the first one, but hey, there we go, dude. We're done with moons. Very nice. And you know what? Now we are so close to doing Song of the Elves. I didn't even realize it. Kind of went very quickly at this last little part here. I guess I just got kind of into a flow state of doing Perilous Moons for like 2 weeks, so that was good, but now we're ready to move on here and get going on the final few quests before Song of the Elves. The first of which is Sheep Herder. So let's go ahead and get this one finished up. Very simple quest, not rage-inducing at all. Let's finish this one up here. Then we've got Regicide, Roving Elves, Morning's End Part 1, Morning's End Part 2, and then it'll be time for Song of the Elves. My goodness gracious. This is what we've been waiting for. This is the big thing. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. And you may notice my UI is different here. I've been kind of playing around with things, and I decided that Song of the Elves was the time to get things switched up since it is such a monumental part of this guide and this video that we're doing here. Right now we're working on the library part where you have to do essentially the same thing that you did in Morning's End Part 2, except it's a lot longer still. So we're working on that right now, and really the rest of the quest is just a lot of back and forth of doing stuff. There's a few fights, but none of them are too terribly significant, of course, until we get to the end with the Fragment of Saren. So that'll be great. Let me just go ahead and keep going on this part here, and I'll see you when we're a little bit closer. Probably when we're to the part with the kind of like defending the camp, I think is what it's called. So I'll see you there. All right, here we go. We are defending the camp, dude. This is kind of surreal. We're getting very close to Saren here, and really this part is pretty simple. The main thing that you want to do is just keep all of the NPCs focused on you rather than the barricade. And so I'm using blood spells for that to not only heal myself, but also to hit multiple enemies at once to distract them. And then after this, we just have to kill Esselt. And this is a pretty simple fight as well. There's instructions in Runelight. You just got to switch to, oops, I missed that one, but it's pretty simple in theory. So let's go ahead and get him killed, and then it'll be time for the Fragment of Saren, dude. Here we go. Now this is actually not the time we're going to fight her. We're going to actually teleport right out of here because we don't have enough supplies after having done that previous part. We don't bring the same stuff. So let's get out of here and then we'll go straight back into it. All right, here we go, brother. We are getting ready to fight the Fragment of Saren for real this time. And my official setup, my actual armor and everything that I'm wearing is in the wiki guide. So be sure to take a look at that. But I just want to get straight into this. So we're going to go ahead and start fighting her here. We're using Blood Blitz, which is a really really good one to use for this fight. It requires 80 magic, and that's mainly what we're using with our Blue Moon setup here, so that we can heal enough and then use pizzas to heal the rest of what we need, so it should be a good time. Now, of course, there are a few mechanics that are a little bit intense here as far as the actual scariness of them goes, you know, like there's a part where she actually hits you for your max HP -1, so you have to be at full health or higher during that part. There's also this part that's about to happen here, for example, where we have to attack these crystal, what are these crystal whirlwinds here, it looks like. Yep, that is what they're called, the crystal whirlwinds. But anyway, we're just gonna attack Saren here and do our best to stay at high health, especially when she does the big hit here. So let me show you when that happens. Right about here, I think, is where it is. Yeah, big hit here. We're gonna get hit for a 79. My goodness gracious. It looks like it's sometimes a little bit lower, I guess. I don't remember the exact specifics or mechanics or math behind it or whatever it is, but it can hit you up to your max health -1. So we always got to be very careful about that one. Here she teleported us in close to her, so we got to run away and get out of her melee range so that she doesn't hit us with that swirling attack. And really, we're just trying to stay out of melee range the whole time, because otherwise she'll do a lot of damage to us. Luckily, as far as prayers go, there's really not much to change, or really anything to change at all, because you just pray range the whole time, and so that's not too bad of a time there. You can see what just happened when I was talking there. There was a mechanic where she spawns multiple clones of herself, and you just have to attack the lightest one, like the brightest one. And really, it just cycles through all these main attacks here, right? Like, we're attacking the whirlwinds again, and then we attack Saren, and really just try to get her health as low as possible, as fast as possible. Here she is down to just about half health, a third health, a quarter health, a fifth health. I'm running out of fractions here. And after this special attack here, she should be just about dead. Very nice. And well, with the fragment of Saren dead, we are officially ready to enter the city of Prifddinas. Oh my goodness. Thank you for watching. I love you, and see ya.